You guys want one more? Got one more? I can get one. I can get one more of that. We can get one more of that stuff. One more. I gotta find it though. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, nah, nah. You just do what you like. Thanks, man. I love it here. They're always really, they're always friendly in South London, do you know what I mean? They're friendly in South, better than North London, isn't it?
Not bad, huh? All right. How's everybody doing? You guys awake? More like that? Dude, that guy's whole channel is sweet. And yeah, no, it's just, yeah, just play it. You can, he's like, yeah, you could, yeah, just tell people about the piano. I'm like, oh, well, we can start listening to this then. Sweet piano player. My pick, what's this? Hey, all right. You got a guy going there. Let me see. Did it?
Nice. Говорю палку.
All right, let me see.
Nice. Говорю палку.
That's awesome. Let's see. You got it in slow-mo. Let's see. Later. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm awake. Slept right through the docking. Oh, the docking was amazing. Is that like Balco? Is that like PogChamp? Is that the same? Oh man. is that the Russian version of PogChamp? No. Palco stick. Ah, neat. I still can't believe my timing in tuning back to the Steam right as I got in line to security to see the dock, and that was great. Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, really freaking cool. The whole docking thing this morning was fantastic. I'm amazed I'm even awake. It was awesome. It made me happy. This shot was still one of my favorites, though. Look at this one. So that's the south coast of England right there. That's pretty cool. And then there's Normandy right there. So like Dover, Calais is right there. That's a really cool picture. I'm sorry. In the friggin' Dragon and the space station were flying over right over here during a docking, which is, I mean, look at that. That's ridiculous. So SpaceX has a tracking station over here in Cornwall, which is really cool. Would you mind if I got in touch with some folks to get permission to use music on stream, even if it's just for myself? If I have permission from the person that holds the rights to the music, Tessa, then we're good. But yeah, that's the tough part about this, man. It's like I won't do it unless I talk to somebody or there's like explicit permission. So like Brandon's music, it makes it very clear that yeah, you could just play it. It's not a big deal. But like if we're talking about like actual music, like a track that somebody wrote, yeah, I'm not taking any chances, man. Here, screw that. Well, look at this. Oh my God. Yeah, no, Tessa, like, I don't want to do any intermediary stuff, so I'd have to talk to the person directly. But also, we'll look at that in a second, Sparrow. This is Dragon from Dragon, man. So goddamn cool. What a friggin' picture, man. You gotta be kidding me. You know what blows my mind? These two dragons, Resilience...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Resilience and Endeavor were literally 2 spots apart on the assembly line in the Dragon hatchery. So at one point in SpaceX's headquarters, you had the DM-1, the DM-2 capsule, which is Dragon Endeavor, which is C205, and then you had CRS-21, and then you had Resilience right behind it. Like, bada bing, bada boom, bada boom. They were right next to each other on the assembly line at SpaceX, right? And now they're both up in space, docked to the same space station, like, once again, a couple feet apart from each other. And the crazy part is they were both launched on the same frigging rocket. The same rocket put both of those capsules into space. Basu. All right, we'll see what we can do, Tessa. Did you sleep? I'm good, man. I'm good. Life has changed a lot since I started watching. Give me that purple. Yeah, Buzz. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, Bussy. I'd say, yeah. There have been some changes for you over the last couple of years. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah. Hopefully not as many changes, but hopefully, I mean, constant change is good. 4 years though. Almost forgot I saw Dragon 1 at KCVC. Cool, huh? Was this the first crew launch with a reused rocket? I mean, a reused Falcon 9, yeah. I don't know if we'd count the shuttle there or not, but the only reason I'm even saying if, like, I don't know if you count the shuttle or not, because the second I say, yes, this is the first crew launched on a reused Falcon 9, someone's going to be like, well, the shuttle. But them not realizing that me, a shuttle intellectual, already knows that. Me, a shuttle intellectual. I mean, no, it's still ridiculous, man. It's so freaking cool. Planning on heading down to KSC for the SLS launch. I want to drive my truck down there for the SLS launch. Be money. I was watching last night after the docking. I was attempting to go to sleep. And here. Shad Shuttle Enjoyer. That's right. Versus the Merchant Dragon. Oh my gosh. Alright. I was watching a little bit of this.
In addition, approximately 600,000 spectators line the coastal area near the Kennedy Space Center. Arriving by every mode of transportation,
Rocket Guy,
they have come from every state in the Union and many foreign countries.
I was watching this.
Promise of a rebirth in America's manned space program and the dawn of a new era in space transportation awaits.
14, 13, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. We've gone for main engine start.
Tranquility Base here.
Boomer memes.
Vehicle has landed.
Inflate. It's not an inflation. Yeah, baby! Liftoff, America's first space shuttle. Take us away with the mighty force.
The roll will put the shuttle on its precise heading toward an imaginary target in space.
Roll program complete. Roger, roll complete.
That's me, I'm a time traveler over there. God damn, that's cool. Mark.
Make it a status, Fido. Go. Booster, go. GNC, go. Eagle, go. Go at 40, Capcom. Columbia, Houston, you're go at 40.
The shuttle is now 40 seconds into flight.
Roger, Columbia, on the nice ride. You're lofting a little bit. You'll probably be slightly high at staging.
Negative seats. Columbia, you're negative seats.
Should anything
That's
go
true,
wrong,
Aces.
the shuttle is now too high for the astronauts to use their ejection seats.
Columbia, you're going for SRB step.
We see SRB step flight. Roger, on a step. 103 converge flight. Yeah. Capcom, let's tell them all the calls are going to be a tad early because of the hot first stage.
Columbia, you're looking a little hot. All your calls will be a little early.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, map looks good here.
Oh, that's so cool.
Stand by, press to Miko.
Columbia, stand by. Press to Miko.
Mark it.
Marked. Press for Miko.
Roger, press for Miko.
John Young.
The
just
shuttle
like,
can now continue
just
toward
another day.
Miko. Main engine cutoff.
Sure, that might be.
They like your VAP, Eagle. Ecom.
Let's go, flight.
Let's go, flight.
Jebcom, VAPs go.
Stand by, negative return.
Columbia, stand by for negative return.
Mark it.
Marked. Negative return. And your VAP is good.
Ah, it's standing.
Standing. Sure is, we can confirm it.
So yeah, I was watching this and it got me hyped for SLS. Not so much this part, but I'm still gonna show this part because this part's kick ass. Yeah, I said it. I don't care.
Pretty clear?
Without power, Columbia must land. It cannot make another attempt.
You're coming. You're down.
I like that. I like that. I like that a lot.
50 feet. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Touchdown.
Perfect.
That was good.
That's perfect. Hands. Sorry. My bad. Oof.
5. 4. 3. Touchdown. Hook him off, skipper.
John Young never flew the shuttle before this. Just thought it. Nobody ever did, by the way. Just thought I'd let you know.
Houston, Columbia's on the roll now. Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful.
With some sticks, T-Man. Gonna take it up to the hangar, Joe.
You want us to take it up the hangar, Joe? We're gonna dust it off first. This is the world's greatest all-electric flying machine, I'll tell you that. It was super.
I mean, can you imagine going from the Apollo CSM to that? To that. From the Apollo capsule, which could fit inside of the payload bay, to that. I've listened to that entire playback, Electron, on Lunar Module 5. Yeah, the entire STS-1 mission. Including the audio problems when they talk to the Vice President. Yeah, no, I've listened to the whole thing. Can't go to the moon, though. That's alright. Yeah, that's okay. It's alright. Anyway, what was this other thing that we got over here? Alright, let's take a look-see. But can it build a... but it can build a station that goes to the moon. Oh, boss, I just can't help but turn that over in my head. If... the shuttle would be great at building Gateway. And just build it with a transfer stage and just send the whole thing. It would be so good at that. The shuttle could loft Centaur stages up there. They never did it, but it could. It could loft an Atlas V second stage into low Earth orbit. That is quite literally... You're working around the throw weight there of SLS Block 1, doing that way. So you put the payload up into space with one shuttle, you launch another shuttle up, you deploy the Centaur stage, take the arm, attach the payloads together, and zip, right off to the moon. Like, that, it could have done that. There was no crazy thing saying you couldn't have done that. I mean, except danger.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Don't think about it. It'll make you mad or sad. All right. What does this boomer meme say? Hold on. What is this? And then the giraffe joke yesterday. Oh, man, you're killing me. Yeah, that guy's about to get a... Oh, yeah, that's... Hey, Crossing, 8-month resub. That guy's about to get wrecked. Yeah. Shish kebab. Okay, anyway, before we go any further, dudes, I just want to say thank you for the, during the crew coverage. I mean, you guys really went to bat and supported me pretty freaking hard. Eagle, I'm looking at you. But I appreciate all the support. I really do. I don't think I can say thank you enough. Like, not to sound like the most cliche. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, guys. I wouldn't be able to do this without you. No, like, seriously, I mean it. Thank you very much for the support. It really means a lot to me. That's what makes me want to freaking push harder and not get any sleep. Did you show the infographic yet? No, I haven't. I am so proud of this community. No. Yeah, my thing. I'm trying not to make it like one of those videos, dude. Don't be. Yeah, thank you so much for supporting me. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps me out. Like, if I ever start a YouTube channel, I will never say that ever. I'm never doing that. You made an amazing community, no doubt. Hot tub stream went, guys. We've decided that when it gets to the point where Brimo and I get a house, I'm gonna buy a broken hot tub and I'm gonna fix it on stream. So it'll be like hot tub NASA stream, and then it'll just be me fixing a hot tub. That was so sarcastic. My computer stuttered. Nice. They showed the booster live last night heading back. Yeah, Phil, I saw that, dude. That's so cool, man. I wish we could get some of those cameras. One hop. Tuesday. Joe. Yeah, Joe. I know. Yeah, no. I was saying it as a joke. That's the funny part. All right. Thanks, T-Man. You can only see a small percentage of people watch my videos and subscribe. Smash that like button. The ICPS says it can push 24 tons to TLI. Is that 24 tons of cargo with Orion or 24 tons of Orion? No, that's the capsule and the service module, Orion. Chief, what's going on? Happy birthday to Brimo. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll say thank you on her behalf, but she would say thank you. I think she's off. She's buried herself in open TTD, so we got a big problem. I got a big problem on my hands. I got to make sure she shows up for work on Monday. You said next week, last week. Feels bad, man. I have one better, EJ. Put the shuttle in the hot tub. I mean, it's the same thing, right? Yep. Sure. Just got you a much higher version of it. Much more readable. Sweet. They're flying upside down during the roll program on the shuttle. Yeah, the shuttle... So, Snoodle, for the first couple of... Well, not a first couple. For a lot of the early shuttle missions, shuttle would fly wings up, or wings down. So, the tail of the shuttle would be pointing towards the ground. There's two big reasons. There's a bunch of different reasons why. But the two biggest reasons are G-load. So it's a little bit of a nicer G-load rather than launching like this and having outward force and having all the blood go to your head. You don't want to pull negative G's when you're doing that. So you pull positive G's flying upside down into space, so to speak. And also so the pilots can see the damn ground. Yeah, pilots like being able to see the ground when they're flying. It doesn't matter if a shuttle is automatically flying them into space. Yeah, those are the two big reasons that I heard. And then a little bit later, so right when TDRS, the tracking data and relay satellites went up there and they started using those, the shuttle would do a flip. It would flip over once it went over the horizon, and the ground stations couldn't get it anymore. They couldn't see it because it was over the hill, right? So the shuttle would flip up, right side up, and the antennas would communicate through TDRS. So a lot of the early shuttle missions, they flew the shuttle all the way into space upside down and then jettisoned the external tank, and then the shuttle kept going. But if you fast forward all the way to STS-135, they flipped the shuttle over and jettisoned the external tank downwards. I mean, if you look at like some of the higher res pictures of the ET, for instance, right? It has the Earth behind it. Oh, excuse you. I'm playing Transport Fever 2, thank you very much. Wrecked. Hey, Builder, I'm doing all right. How are you? Discord DM. Got it, Demon. Nut, how are you? See? This is when they... This is how you can tell it was a later shuttle mission, because the tank... They're looking down at the tank. Oh, man, that's cool. Soon we'll see an SLS core like that. I still say you should just fly it all the way up into space. Just fly it into space. It's fine. All right, so this is another article here, real quick. Not too bad. Just a weekend homework blues. Yeah, just get it done, Builder. You'll feel better when you get it done. Trust me on that one. Which mission is the screen in the mission control room? So, SLS Green Run over there. This is DM2. That's... Which one was that? SN10? Over here, I'm not sure what shuttle mission that is. It's something... It's a shuttle mission from that camera view, and judging by the quality, it's probably something either in the STS-115 to STS-135, somewhere in there. And then that's just a picture of the Saturn V over there. From a documentary. It's upside down. So yeah, that's a later shuttle mission. That's my favorite shot from the entire shuttle program right there. Like, Falcon 9 staging view is cool. Then there's that. I mean, it is... That's one of the craziest shots. Here. That's from this video here.
Firing chain is armed. House suppression water system is armed.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Cyclone!
Go for main engine start.
Oh, Cyclone, I'm sorry.
8,
Oh,
7,
sucks.
6, 4, 3, 2, 0, and liftoff for the final launch of Endeavour. Expanding our knowledge, expanding our lives in space.
Endeavour, all program. Roger, roll, Endeavour.
What a shot, dude. You gotta be kidding me. It still blows my mind. It's so damn cool. Right, Raj? Yeah, I know. Yeah. Alright, here. Let's get to the good stuff. Let's get to the good stuff. Ready? Oh, that's so good. There it goes. Let's see if they have that shot that I'm talking about. It's all the SRV shots, but okay, here we go. That is the coolest freaking thing ever. It blows the connection, Snoodle. It's using a frangible nut. Oh! That's freaking awesome, dude. That's so cool. That never gets old. I can watch this 1,000 times. It'd still be good. What's the camera supposed to do on the SRB? It's not about the SRB, dude. It's about the it's about watching the shuttle's thermal protection system. That's what these engineering cameras are for. Oh, here we go. It was back here. I missed it. Yeah, buddy! Oh, that's so legit. Oh, that's pretty good. Anyway, what was this article? So this is coming from a guy called Casey Handmer. What is this? Lunar Starship and unnecessary operational complexity. Oh. Oh, it's going to be that kind of day, huh? All right, Casey, what do you got for me? Same mission that this photo was taken. Yeah, those photos are... Oh, damn it, it's so cool. So freaking cool. I miss that thing so much. I don't know. You know what I have to share with you? Those train station pictures were pretty cool, Sneaky. Yeah, do it. So this blog addresses the questions of how SpaceX's Starship could be used to ferry people and cargo from the moon. Used to ferry people and cargo to and from the moon under a variety of different situations. It follows on from the previous post about Starship and Artemis, and Starship as a mechanism for space transportation post-scarcity. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How long is this? Oh, dear. Okay, this is an... Yeah, you got the train station in the new terminal. Sneaky, that's amazing. Better prove that unnecessary word you used. Huh? $134 was also the one that I saw launch at the Cape. No way, Demon. Hey, impending 43-month resub. Oh, I want to read this now. It's actually a really fair and unbiased article. Yeah, it looks like Casey crunched the numbers pretty well here. I might have to cite this. This is nice. What's that, Vas? Man, we gotta fix that, dude. We gotta fix it. Yeah, that's not okay. We have to fix that. I want to see what Casey's conclusions are here. Okay, some heuristics. Well, it is fun to imagine a fleet of solar electric propulsion fuel tugs operating between enormous fuel depots in LEO GTOL and low Earth orbit, geostationary transfer orbit, and low lunar orbit. The numbers are quite clear. For cargo transport to the moon, it is more cost effective to expend the transporting Starship on the moon. Or better yet, use it as part of a moon base. Hey, I said that. That's what I said. Yeah, Casey. All right. I said that. Yes. With 2,200 cubic meters of pressurizable volume, each is about 4 times the size of the entire ISS. Yep. I think he's taking into account the fuel tanks there as well. Some info on the guy. He's a physicist and an engineer, and he's a software systems architect for JPL. Okay, yep, all right, yep. No, Casey's good. For crew transport to and from the moon, expansion of the payload beyond the 25-ton is enabled by low lunar orbit refilling. Enabled by low lunar orbit. For crew transport. Now I screwed it up again. All right, take 3. Gentlemen, from this day forward, you will all refer to me by the game. Did I say game? Oh no. For crew transport to and from the moon, expansion of the payload beyond the 25-ton enabled by low lunar orbit refilling requires either steady improvements in mass fraction, specific impulse, or refilling in a high energy orbit between low Earth orbit and geostationary transfer orbit. Under sensible assumptions about payload mass greater than 200 or less than 200 tons, there's no marginal benefit to doing refueling in low lunar orbit, using solar electric propulsion into cislunar space or surface ISRU. While it is true that solar electric propulsion can increase total cargo mass per launch for things that aren't time sensitive, it's worth questioning what program constraints would make it worthwhile. Okay? In particular, the cargo itself is value dense and cost of goods in transit is almost certainly higher than the marginal cost of more launches from Earth. If there is launch site congestion, build more launch pads. I knew I liked you. If there is a shortage of starships, build another tent factory on a sandbar in Boca Chica. I like this guy. The whole point of Starship, illustrated by the calculations that underpin this blog, is that a launch mass is no longer a constraint. That's right. That's why people are so that's why people fanboy about Starship. Yeah, Rocket, I think, well, Casey just proved it out with the math. Yeah, I mean, it's a stark contrast to the article that I saw yesterday. Rocket Guy, did you see the article? Did you see the article? I can't even talk about it. It's so stupid. Oh my god. Rocket Guy, someone suggested, I won't say their name. I won't say who. I'm not gonna say. We don't talk about it. Someone suggested that sending an SLS with an Orion out to rectilinear halo and then sending Starship up, refueling it a bunch of times, and docking them together at the gateway in rectilinear halo orbit is too complicated and too expensive. And that we should just send people up on Lunar Starship. Burger? What do you mean, Vasi? Are you hungry? No, hey, I didn't name names. I didn't name names, dudes. I didn't name names. Because physics, bro. Physics, it doesn't matter. We're gonna launch that on hopes and dreams, dog. Don't read the article, Rocket Guy. I got like 2 hours of sleep and I feel better right now than I did after reading that article with a full night's sleep. I didn't name names.
I'm so fat! Oh. Hamburger, please! Hamburger, please!
Yep. Why did you leave me? Why would that not actually work? Is it pure Delta V? Well, Snoodle, how does Lunar Starship come back down? So, oh yeah, and somehow, Rocket Guy, the price of SLS and Orion was $3 billion a pop instead of $2 billion or $1 billion. Dude, I'm telling you, I couldn't do it. I couldn't finish it. I couldn't finish it. I would rather headbutt a brick wall. Like, dude. But yeah, no. All right, let's not talk about that. Casey's article is much better. I actually want to look at some of these infographics. So here, I'll link this up. Casey's an engineer at JPL here. Elon is hosting SNL on May 8th. All right. Cool. That's going to be weird. Did you cover it on stream? There was an attempt, Draco. I've headbutted a brick wall. That was better. Nice. All right. I'm going to look at the pictures. I'm going to do the BuzzFeed thing and just look at the picture. No, I'm just kidding. Not really, though. Okay. So if you refuel in low Earth orbit, factoring in 9.3 kilometers a second delta V, which is what you need to get into LEO in real life, 2.444 kilometers a second to GTO, 0.82 kilometers a second compounded on top of all this to get to rectilinear, 0.68 kilometers a second to low lunar, and then 1.72 kilometers down to the surface. Yeah, I said not to, Demon. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, Force, dude, I didn't know what to say. So Leo to the surface of the moon. Okay, cargo mass from the moon, cargo mass to the moon. There and back lunar cargo mass of Starship. Wow. Man. Rocky, you see, look at the gains from wow, the gains there are insane if you refuel in GTO. Yeah, it just hitchhike pulse, it'll be fine. I mean, it's exponential gains to GTO if Starship refuels in geostationary transfer. You can really, because guys, the reason why, you know, the difference in refueling from LEO to GTO is such a big deal is because you can really take into account the birth effect out there. Like really take that into account. And as long as Starship can survive re-entries coming back from GTO, and if it can survive one coming back from the moon, I don't see why it couldn't. High Earth orbit refueling makes the most sense. Yes, sir. I did the same breakdown on stream last week after HLS as well. Yeah. I mean, physics is physics, dude. You can't screw with it. I want to see the other one here. So, okay, to be 100% fair, this is what Eric was describing in his article. He was describing a crew transfer back down, like similar to what I do with Dart. Exactly like that. So, HLS goes up there. You know, presumably a Starship docks to it. They transfer the crew, send that all the way to the moon. After it tops up in GTO, and then tops off again in low lunar. And then it comes right back and recircularizes around Earth, which is that, and then that again, and then crew transfer down on a Starship, on a regular Starship. Interesting. Oh, Blacklist, right on, man. Blackness, excuse me. Why do I always say Blacklist? I don't know. I'm stupid, man. Don't listen to me. But anyway, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Efficiency is not the first consideration, though. Is it perfectly safe to refuel with crew on board? That's, Mammon, honestly, that's why I would want, like, that's the principal reason why I would want SLS and Starship working in conjunction with each other for a little while. Yeah, no. I would not want people anywhere near that thing when they try to top fuel off on it for the first time. Yeah, that's a bad idea. Yeah, I mean, it's not, okay, it's not a bad idea by any means. Like, you could probably do it, and knowing NASA, they'd probably get away with it. It's just, it's unnecessary risk. Why would you do that? Could you use a Crew Dragon instead of a regular Starship? I mean, I suppose, Wiss. What's the Dragon gonna do while they're out at the moon, though? Come back down and then send up another one? I mean, I guess. Yeah, sure. Yeah, interesting breakdown though. I would want to read this whole thing. I'm gonna save this article over here and go from there. Did the math before as well on refueling operations on orbit. It's really interesting. It is about the same energy requirement to go from low Earth orbit to geostationary orbit, from geo to low lunar, and then from low lunar slingshot to Mars. So there are your refueling outposts. It is about the same energy requirement to go from low Earth orbit to geo, and then from geo to LLO. From low lunar orbit slingshot to Mars. Interesting. Interesting. Or just chill in low Earth orbit. We know they're good there for months. Well, they're good there for months, Wisp, when they're tied into the ISS. Dragon, so like Perseverance and Dragon Endeavor are docked up at the station right now. They're shut off. The capsules are basically in sleep mode. They're being powered by the ISS. They're tapping off the ISS's power. Yeah, you could do that, Supercraft. That would be a lot of timing. At that point, if Starship does what they want it to do, Falcon 9 would, believe it or not, be your bottleneck, which is funny to me, because that's literally the opposite of that right now. So, Rocket Guy, what do you think we... So, you think SpaceX has geostationary fueling depots planned? Or we just send a bunch of starships up there? Demon, we got a better picture of it? Oh, yeah, we do. Now, see, now my question is, does this work in KSP? Does it work? Does it work in KSP? Can we do that? Well, that depends on the payload. I don't think Starship can make high Earth orbit or geostationary orbit, or geosynchronous with full payload. So that means LEO refueling for 100 metric tons or whatever. Interesting. Interesting. I'm not sure the gains would be much better because the numbers are a lot smaller in KSP. It'd probably be to the point where it's easier to do the mission flying around in equatorial. But we should do so. You know what we should do after we're done with the lunar missions? We should look into that. We should crunch some numbers in KSP because I mean mass fraction has a lot to do with it, guys. It really depends on how efficient your spaceship is. So I mean we'll have to go take a look. Now I really want to play KSP. What are the chances the first moon landing is done with low payload to reduce the number of refuelings? I think it'll be bare bones, Wisp, just like it was during the Apollo program. I mean, Neil and Buzz were down on the surface for Apollo 11 for about 20 hours. They weren't even there a day. Compare that to Gene Cernan and Jack Schmitt in 1972 on Apollo 17. They were down there for 3 days. They were on the surface of the moon for 3 days. They did multiple EVAs. They slept in the LEM. They drove around in the truck, the rover. You know. Salavad, when are we gonna bring CTS in mission mode? Man, it was good to see you fly it again. Max, it was cool, wasn't it? They gave me the itch, man. It's not good. It all depends on specific performance of the operational starship, because refueling starships have to come back. So full tanker starship to refuel something in high Earth orbit, no way it can make it to high Earth orbit and come back to deorbit. Rocket Guy, you know what we need to do? I understand what you're saying, but I'm wondering if people here, not like if there's viewers out there, hi lurkers by the way, that understand what this all means. We might want to, Rocket Guy, you know what we should do? We should do a special, like, Max Q episode where we specifically talk about possible Artemis Starship lunar landing architectures. Like, basically do what Casey just did in his blog over there, but in stream form. What do you think, dude? Think that'd be a good idea? We should do that, dude. That'd be sick. Count me in. All right. What's going on with the orange green screen? The edges are kind of rough today. I don't know, man. How we looking? Better? Worse? After Artemis 3, will they stay on the surface longer than 3 days? I mean, Ryan, with Lunar Starship, dude, you could stay on the surface for a pretty long time. And Rocket Guy, correct me on this one. I'm fairly confident that environmental control and life support systems, Ryan, so ECLIS is what we call it for short, or what the industry calls it. I don't call it anything. I call it the breathy tube things. No. I'm fairly confident I'm fairly confident. No, if I remember correctly, it's scalable, so you could just bring more oxygen. Have you tried just bringing more oxygen? So, I mean, a lunar starship could stay up there for weeks if it has the right life control or life support systems on it. I'm pretty sure you could take Dragon's life support system and just make it bigger. I mean, there are diminishing returns on scaling the existing design, like the ISS. But at the same time, that system is 20 plus years old. I mean, yeah, Ryan, that also depends on how many astronauts are up there. 4 astronauts with an environmental control system that's designed for 20 astronauts could stay up there for a really long time. You know? Yeah, that's a good point, Supercraft. Do you think it would be better to use Starship as a base or reusable lander? Ryan, this is the conclusion that everybody is kind of coming to, and I said it briefly right before the HLS contract dropped, like before the down select happened. I want National Team and I want Starship. The reason why is because Starship, I love it. I want it to happen. I'm a huge fan. I love Elon Musk. I literally have him on my shirt right now. You don't see me wearing shirts with anybody else's face on it, do you? Starship is way over-engineered to just send people down to the surface. I would want Starship working in conjunction with the National Team. How I originally said to set it up would be to choose the National Team as your primary lander with SpaceX as your cargo lander. Or cargo and crew. So basically, you could send crew like on a lunar lander, and on Starship on a lunar lander, you could send it down, land it, and then have the National Team lander come down, and the crew just gets on the National Team lander and goes, and they leave Starship there. Or you send Starship, a safer way to do it would be to send Starship unmanned down to the surface, land that sucker, and then when the National Team lander gets there, you take the NT lander and you plug it into Starship, and Starship's solar panels can just keep the NT lander on standby, like a Dragon docking to the ISS. That will enable you to be down on the surface of the moon for much longer periods of time. And your lander, you can just keep it there. It'll be fine. It's no problem. And then you take off, and now you have a descent module right there next to your Starship, and you could build a base out of that. You could build not that you can do much with the Blue Moon descent article, but amongst other things, maybe you could refuel it or something. I don't know. Maybe the Starship lands with an ISRU on it, and it refuels the descent stage. The descent stage goes back up, bolts it back to a descent stage, and it comes back down. I don't know. You can do a bunch of things here. I wanted National Team and SpaceX, and I wanted SpaceX doing lunar logistics to the surface with Starship, because it's like having a C5 at your disposal if you're moving cargo around. Life support and such. How much room would a person require to be supported? I'm not sure. The exact ratio changes, Darknades, because there's a bunch of different life support systems up in space right now. There's the 2 Dragon life support systems. There's the ISS ones. There's the Russian ones. There's a bunch of stuff. Remember, the major problems that were arising with commercial crew primarily from the requirements set to support. Remember the major problems that were arising with commercial crew primarily from the requirements set to support 4 astronauts. A big reason for the schedule slips. Apollo was 3. Adding a 4th member, a 75 kilogram person, adds like 375 kilograms, don't quote me on that number, but it's a lot more, of extra support systems. Oh, geez, Rocket Guy. More diminishing returns in my engineering? Oh, man, that sucks. Diminishing returns in my engineering? Come on. No, it makes sense. Bless you. Spasiba. But I'll tell you what we do have here. And you know what? This is going to sound screwed up coming from me, but I agree with Eric on this one. I seriously agree. That was one conclusion from that horse dung heap of an article that he wrote yesterday that I agree with. Starship offers a lot of flexibility here. You could do a lot of stuff with it. That's absolutely right. You could do a lot of stuff with that thing. Here's an idea. Lunar Starship lands on the moon. Land crew on either another Starship or a National Team lander. So, Roger, that was my idea. Cargo Starship down to the surface and literally instant, it's like instant lunar base. And then you use the National Team lander to land next to it. Rendezvous proximity operations and docking. Yeah, RPod, Tessa. I mean... But Starship hinges entirely on being able to refuel, which is going to be I'm pretty sure that's the big hurdle for SpaceX to overcome. They'll get a Starship into space. They'll absolutely be able to get a Starship back down. I have no doubts about that. And I have no doubts about the flip and burn and everything else. Low Earth orbit fueling operations is going to be something that's going to be a little bit difficult. So Starship would be used as a base, and the National Team lander would be used as a way to get to Starship. Ryan, that was my idea. That was what I came up with before the HLS down select. You could send people down all the way on the Lunar Starship, but that's the purpose of that paper that we just saw, and that's what Rocket Guy's telling you about. At some point, Starship just becomes a big diminishing return, and you'd have to refuel it a bunch of times. I'm reminded of the Falklands War in 1982 between the Brits and the Argentinians, where they fought over the Falkland Islands for territory, right? The British sent an Avro out, an Avro Vulcan, which is, I mean, I appreciate the effort, and the Vulcan is one of the all-time prettiest aircraft ever devised. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful freaking plane. The Brits went out and they sent one of these to the Falklands, right? So, Rocket Guy, I don't know if you know this story, but it's quite interesting, okay? So, the Vulcans were stationed up here, right? And the Falkland Islands are over here. They flew the Vulcans, which were not the most efficient plane around. They flew the Vulcans all the way over there, and they constantly had to send out tankers. Tankers. And they ended up having to refuel the Vulcans like 5 times there, 5 times out, because Vulcans are a bomber from the 60s. Yeah, it looks cool, but it flies like trash. Like, no offense. Like, don't take that the wrong way. We made some stuff over here that looks really cool that flies like dog crap. You know, like, so I get it. It's nothing against the bomber. It's just by the 80s, it was a really old design. It didn't fly very well. It's not very efficient. But it's, I mean, what it lacks in efficiency, it makes up for in sheer BA-ery, I guess. Yeah, they had to fly bombers from Ascension, exactly, over here. Ascension is right there, which is an island out in the middle of nowhere. Ascension is actually, NASA had a tracking station out at Ascension, a ground tracking station for the longest time out here. They don't use it anymore because of TDRS, but they tracked Apollo missions from there. Cool story. So the point is that they needed an entire fleet of tankers, an entire squadron of tankers to refuel that one Avro so it could go drop like 20, 30 bombs over on the Falklands, right? And at what point does it, like, why don't you just use smaller planes, like 20 Harriers, instead of one Vulcan that takes an entire fleet of tankers to refuel it, that carries like 20 bombs, right? Why don't you just send like 20 Harriers with 1 bomb each on an aircraft carrier? That would be way more efficient, right? That's what we're talking about. That's the conclusion from the That's the conclusion from the article. There's, at what point does it just, like, this is way too complicated. This is what I talk about when you're balancing vehicle architecture with mission architecture. It's inversely proportional to each other. The more complicated the vehicle is, the easier the mission is. The more complicated the mission is, usually the vehicle is simpler. So an example in rocketry would be Falcon Heavy, for instance. Can Falcon Heavy do what SLS can do? No, not a chance. No way. to equal the amount of payload mass to the surface of the moon that SLS can offer in one launch, you'd need 3 Falcon Heavy launches. Is Falcon Heavy simpler and more cost effective than SLS? Oh, absolutely. But what you make up for in cost, you shift that money over to a way more complicated mission. Now, would Falcon Heavy probably still be cheaper? Yeah. Yes, in all fairness, yeah, probably. But that's a heck of a logistical nightmare. That's more stuff to go wrong. And sometimes carrying that cost of a much more expensive architecture, right, can mean a simpler mission. The Saturn V is a great example of that. The most expensive rocket ever devised. It's a very complicated vehicle, and it's literally the simplest way to get to the surface of the moon. One shot. Yeah, Tessa. Yeah, interesting, right? Only one bomb hit its target. The pilot got flack from the politicians for it. He blew them off and said it only takes one hit. I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, that's the point of strategic bombing. That's hilarious to me, Demon. You're missing the point. Rocket guys, was the conclusion there good enough? Like, there are certain ways where Starship would be more effective refueling in certain spots than literally sending one from the British Isles to the Falkland, to the Falkland Isles. You know what I mean? After this current KSP mission, can we look more at fully utilizing possible capabilities of a new crane, maybe with reusable heavy lift? Possibly. Yeah, I like the analogy. Right on. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Rocket Guy, we do the same thing with B-2s, but don't tell nobody. Don't tell nobody about those. There are no B-2 bombers that are stationed overseas. We use KC-135s and we just keep refueling them. But we can, I mean, the U.S. has places to refuel all over the place, so it makes sense. It's more like stopping at a gas station with a car than it is, you know, trying to get this bomber all the way over there, you know what I mean? And to be fair, the B-2 can carry a fair bit more payload than the Vulcan. Both beautiful looking planes in their own regard. Like, don't get me wrong, like in the Vulcan analogy, I'm not trying to dump on the Vulcan. All 3 of the Victory bombers were really, really cool. I like the Vulcan the best if we're gonna choose. I mean, that Vickers, cool looking, didn't work very well. That's The Handley Page just looks ridiculous. The Valiant is cool looking, but yeah, that's what happens when you don't do element analysis on your wing box. The Vulcan is Bay. That is one of the most beautiful looking planes ever devised. And then there's that. Yeah, crazy, right, Tessa? Well, the B-52s, believe it or not, are super efficient. God, that's why we still use them. They're a very efficient way of moving bombs around. I really wish we could focus our efforts somewhere else. That would be kind of nice, but the NT lander would be easier to refuel. Correct, Ryan? Mm-hmm. Well, they forward deploy, but they're all based in Missouri, Kyron. Mm-hmm. Did you see the new study on the Doomsday Glacier? It's going to crack soon. Raising sea levels 2 to 3 meters. Then, boys, you know what kind of sucks? If I know humanity, and I'd like to think that I deal with people every day. I'd like to think that I understand it relatively well. And before streaming, I worked in retail, I worked customer service, I did IT. I'd like to think I deal with a lot of people, right? If I know humanity, no one's gonna do nothing about it until it becomes a problem. All right? And we could sit here and you could say like, no, that's not true. Yeah, you know that's what's gonna happen. Based Missouri, we get all the B-2s and Brad Pitt. Yeah, but Burke, we got Matt Damon and the Apollo guidance computer. You're welcome. I dealt with people once. It was awful. And I deal with people every day. Like somebody that gets up your tailpipe when you take a lunch break on stream. I'm just kidding. You're like, oh, I hate you right now. People are the worst. I mean, yes? Okay. Let's go over here, take Jeb out, put Glebless in. So, King, we have a lot of scalability, even with the 3 kickback tall crane. Matt Damon is discount Brad Pitt. I mean, we have Ben Affleck. No, wait, no, never mind. Never mind. Did you know they did surgery on Mars? No. Look, guys, I deal with the goddamn customers so the engineers don't have to. I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Don't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people? In all seriousness, though, we'd absolutely need to make a self-sustaining off-world habitat before we do ourselves in. Mammon, and honestly, building off of what Demboy said, I'm trying to be preemptive. That's one of the reasons why I think we need to go out into space. Protect the frigging planet. If you really want to know, like, you could bill it as some hippie tree hugger nonsense, like, if you really want to, but the only thing that's going to screw up this planet more is us or an asteroid. Like, we don't want that, but it could. But even if that happens, it could be our own self-destruction, or it could be existential destruction. Point is, I don't want to take the chance. That's a really dumb idea. Yeah, that's a really bad idea. We need that redundant planet dissimilar architecture, okay? Yeah, just like we have Starliner and Dragon 2, we need Earth and Mars, or Earth and Venus. But I think the Russians would get pissed off if we went to Venus, because they own it, remember? I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, like, the future that I would like to see, Mammon, is where we have, the factories are up there. I mean, consider that up there. You have a crazy amount of resources, and you literally have infinite amounts of space to build a bigger factory if you need to. And then you could find a way to take the carbon footprints from those factories and use that to, oh, I don't know, terraform a planet or something? I mean, can you imagine a future where we have gigantic cargo ships that look like giant LNG tankers that are carrying factory byproducts to, like, Mars, where we could put it down on the surface of Mars, right? And you just plug it into an ISRU, and that ISRU takes the carbon footprint from a factory floating around in space, and it uses it to terraform the planet. Dude, the possibilities are endless out there. Like, endless. I just made that up off the top of my head. Like, and I get it. That I understand the physics involved. We need better propulsion systems. Like, I get it. But that's the kind of future that I want to live in. Nuking the poles would be a waste of energy, to be honest with you. A nuke in terms of energy, like a nuclear weapon in terms of energy power generation, is about as useful as using a flash bulb as a reading light. Like, you have a camera light on your back and you're trying to read, and every time you flip the page, it's just strobe light. It looked like a freaking club up in there. Like, could happen. I can dream. That would be kind of cool. Alright, let's get the crane in position. Let's go for launch. Well, I mean, let's do it once for funsies. Oh, okay. Yeah, alright. I can get behind that, Bert. That's fine. The thing about terraforming is Earth becomes inhabitable. If you can change Mars into Earth, you can change Earth back into Earth. I agree, Ryan. Yeah. Figuring out ways to live and work on, like, the surface of Mars or the surface of the Moon can lead us to better carbon capture methods. Because living in space is about literally living off the land. It'll teach us to find a better symbiotic relationship back here on Earth. That's why going to the moon is so ridiculously important to me. This is why I sit here and I talk people's ear off for freaking hours on end about how important this stuff is. Like, and I think that's something that everybody can get behind. Not screwing up, not crapping where you eat, you know, regardless of what you think about what we're doing to this planet or not. You know, we get to go out, we get to explore space, we get to find better ways to figure out our way in the universe. That's awesome. I love it. I can't get a dude. I could do this every day. Wait. I could do this every. I do this every day. That's sweet. Man, what a sweet job. I love what I do. Sorry, I don't mean to flex, but yeah, entropy. Well, Earth will be fine, right? It won't be fine. I mean, look, the planet's the planet's climate's going to change whether we like it or not. The question is, when that happens, are we going to be able to curb it? Like, that's what scientists mean when they say, "Oh, we're like that." You know, people write that off as like doomsday stuff. It's not necessarily doomsday stuff. It's more about being able to understand how we can curb the environment. Because, oh, I don't know, if an asteroid hits tomorrow, we could never see it coming. We'd never see it coming. How would we see it coming? It could be coming. It could be blocked out. I think we might be able to see it, right? You know, but if a big enough asteroid's coming at us, there's nothing we can do about that, you know? I mean, I contend to say that we could just shine a light at it and it would melt and it'd blow it off course, but that's all about asteroid protection. I'll talk about that more in June for Asteroid Day. But you want climate change, an asteroid hitting the planet, here, have some climate change. I mean, we can call Bruce Willis, but we don't have space shuttles. So, yeah, you're pretty much boned. Color image from Ingenuity in flight. See, this is the kind of stuff I think about. And this kind of stuff keeps me up at night. It probably shouldn't, because I mean, if an asteroid hits, I'm probably toast. That would really suck. I really don't want that to happen. Now that's a lot of damage, all right? Hi, Phil Swift here with Flexstroid, the one-stop shop solution to change that climate here on Earth. That's a lot of damage. How about a little more? Look at that. All the water is gone because the ocean's boiled. I mean, but that's what, when, like, you know, climate scientists and all these other, you know, all the other scientists say, like, oh, we're heading towards a doomsday event. It's not necessarily about that. It's being able to change if something bad happens. It's being able to change it. You know, it's about controlling our destiny. And I understand that. I can get behind that. That's fine. You want to learn how to do that quick, send somebody to the moon and keep them alive for a month. That's a really easy way to learn how to manipulate your environment to your advantage, which is what curbing carbon emissions and everything is about, if I'm remembering right. Have you played Universe Sandbox? No, not in a long time. Somewhere between Flex Seal and Matt Foley. My name is Elon Musk, and I live in a van down by the Rio Grande River. Now, young lady, what do you want to do with your life? I want to live at Boca Chica down by the river. Well, you could probably do that, but you're going to find yourself living in a van down by the river. What about you? Well, actually, Elon, I was thinking about being a writer. You know, I heard through the grapevine that you weren't using those books for writing stories, but for rolling doobies on Joe Rogan. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna be amigos. Here's you, here's Elon. There's you, there's Starship Crashed. My van has air conditioning, though. Nice. Yeah, that was a funny joke. That was good. I love that. I could watch Matt Foley. I've watched that sketch probably 1,000 times. I never fail to not laugh. That is quite possibly one of the funniest comedy sketches ever devised by humanity. It is so dank and so potent that the laughter generated from the Matt Foley sketch could be harvested for in situ resource utilization and used to power imaginary monster cities in your closet. Wait, that's too real. All right, okay, that happened. All right, never mind. What? Who's what? Nothing. Nothing. See you tomorrow in class, Miss Vaughn. Too soon. Yeah. Thanks, Berg. Anything I can do to get the point across, I'll do it, you know? Dad, I wish you could just shut your big yapper! Tell Miss Jenny Summers that Mr. Achmel Foley is here to see her. Yeah, I'm here to see Jenny Summers. She's very busy today. Yeah, you want a lemon twist? So, Serge, how much does art like this go for? $120,000. Get the frick out of here! No, I cannot be getting out of here because it's really expensive, babes. You sell any of these? I sold one to a customer the other day. Get the frick out! No, I cannot be getting out of here because I have to fuel the rocket. How's the truck going these days? I started trimming down the wire harness last Tuesday, Hokey, but Elon decided to launch Starship on Tuesday again next week, so I don't know how much progress I'm going to make on it, but we started budgeting out all the connectors and stuff that I'm talking about. I decided to go with Deutsch connectors instead of the mil-spec stuff, and the reason is because the Deutsch connectors are much cheaper, and they're more OE factory stuff. I want to make the harness look good. You know, we could still use some mil-spec stuff, and I'll still use the braided lines and everything on it, and it'll look really cool, but the Deutsch connectors are more of an automotive application. But that doesn't mean that I still won't go with an aerospace one eventually, you know. Yeah, the mil-spec stuff adds up. I mean, don't get me wrong, I could just write it all off. It's really not that big of a deal. But, you know, let's hey, Hokey gifted a sub to ASCOM. You know, I'll start budgeting out Deutsch connectors and we'll go from there. The Deutsch connectors are like those automotive connectors that plug into each other, and then whenever sand is in it, it doesn't come off, and then you try to pry it off with a screwdriver and it breaks the clip off. Yeah, those are Deutsch connectors. GTA RP is Chris Farley. Big money. Just saying, if you ever want to sell out or more exposure. Doge connectors. Those would be the best connectors, Canadian. What TWR do you need for a moonlander? Real life or in Kerbal? Well, actually, it'd pretty much be about the same because they have the same gravitational acceleration.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Right? Am I thinking about that correctly, Rocket Guy? A new generation of personal luxury, the Annihilator 2000, America's premier survival home and tweets travel security unit. Do you want to die for your Camry? I don't, so you give him the keys. I got to separate the keys from my house, and he goes, okay, and then Beverly Hills Cop 3 was okay. It was okay, Paul, just okay. 2 is okay, 1 is the best one, by far. Actually, I didn't just blow in from the cotton fields. I love his the commissioner in Detroit. Is that frickin' phony in here? And he steals the carton of cigarettes. What do you think you're doing? Well, I don't think it's, so much my recklessness as my rampant disregard for authority. You dang right, wise butt. The chief called the county chief called the commissioner, and he teared my butt out. Can't you see I got none of it left? Nah, chief, you still got a little bit left. I love that guy. That guy's my hero. Alright, let's go. Next April Fool's a GTA RP stream. Dude, I could do it, but guys, I know what's gonna happen if I play GTA RP. Look, I don't plan on success. That's not how you do that. You should plan for failure, expect success, right? But I know if I play GTA RP that I have a feeling that people would like it. And the only reason I know is because I played SARP for a very long time. And I know what would happen. It would cut into space. It would cut into Kerbal indefinitely. I don't want that. I really don't. Paul, you're not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe? Yeah, man. We gotta say it a little bit more soul. You gotta say, listen, man, I ain't falling for no banana in my tailpipe. You've been hanging around with that white dude too long. What are you, the second team? No, we're the first team. Yeah, we're not gonna fall for a banana in the tailpipe. You're not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe? This is vanilla, dudes. Yep. Is this, Paul, is this the man who disabled an unmarked unit with a banana? Me and my dad throw those quotes around pretty much any time we hang out. Me and my dad are throwing around Beverly Hills Cop quotes, Die Hard, and Blues Brothers. That's all we do. It's so funny. Come out to the coast, get together, we'll have a few laughs. A Moonlander TWR and Kerbal. So Ryan, I generally like lower thrust to weight for the lunar lander. You generally don't want, seriously, like it sounds ridiculous, right? I don't want something with like 5 thrust to weight, which is why I clustered my engines on my lander. Notice that every time I land on the moon, Ryan, I land with 4 engines and then I take off with 2. You have better throttle control that way, and you can. That's how I'm able to dial in the landing so well. If you think about it, it's not that far off from how like a Falcon 9 works. Falcon 9 is launching on 9 engines, but it lands on 1. Well, 1, 3, and then 1 if you want to be technical, right? It is, Demon. It absolutely is. Love to hang out with you guys. Show up on the truck streams. My dad shows up sometimes when he has some free time. What are your descent engines? I'm using Sparks, so there's no descent engines, RJ. I have my lander is a single stage to orbit. It's an SSDO for the moon, so it's a 1-stage lander option. So it works on a similar profile to Lunar Starship. But if you guys remember the career mode save, the RDVs, right? The reusable descent modules, the RDMs and RDVs that I made, I had a Poodle engine as the main propulsion element, and I actually had vernier engines on the side for better control during landing. I did that like... Hold on. I did that like a year ago. Did Elon copy me again? I still want Poppy EJ jam session stream. Oh. Yeah, that's something we should probably do. I would want that. Absolutely. So I had a lander that had Spark engines as a vernier engine and a Poodle as a main descent element. Watched Los Pollos last night. He hit his dad on the stream. It was hilarious. Elro, what is this? Eddie Murphy's trying to do a 4th Beverly Hills Cop. ISS and Crew Dragon in front of the sun in a split second after docking. That's amazing. Now, if the center engine failed on Falcon 9, can you use the outer 2 engines to land, or is it too much TWR? T-Man, I'm not sure I know the answer to that question, to be honest with you, bud. Is Elon following the laws of physics like I do again? Yeah, Wiz, that's the reality of the situation. It's better to have smaller engines for better descent control. Yeah, it's not, it was a joke. Elon doesn't watch the stream and he doesn't copy me either. Chat likes to think that, but I'm pretty sure that guy's way too busy to give 2 fricks about a Twitch streamer like me. And I'm not just saying, oh, he won't care about me. No, I don't. Like, even if he did watch the stream, all right, cool. What change? What changes? Nothing. Do I sit here and I think, well, Elon Musk watches my stream, so I'm cool? No. Even if he did, I don't care. I mean, that would be really cool. And I'd be like, yo, call me. And that's about it. I'd be like, I don't want a job or anything. I just want to talk to you. I just want to pick your brain. So, why are you awesome? Why are you awesome? So what's that like? So what's it like crap posting on Twitter 24/7? Like you seem to get amazing joy from that. Is it awesome? Is it as funny as it seems? Because I mean personally I think it's pretty funny. When did you decide that you wanted to be the person that saves humanity? Can you imagine a Between Two Ferns interview with Elon? Now, you know what? I'd do it for science. Can you imagine a Between Two Ferns interview with people from the spaceflight industry? Like a Between Two Ferns with Gerst? So, when did you decide that you wanted to be the best human spaceflight operations engineer in the world? How do you feel about that? I'll get you that information later. Thank you. In before he tweets these answers. What if Elon was in voice chat with you? I mean, don't you think we'd recognize his voice, Eason? Actually, you know what? You know what question I would ask Elon Musk? I don't think he wants softball questions, to be honest with you. I really don't think he would. You know what I would ask him? Do you like SLS from a technical standpoint, not a cost standpoint? Reusability, disregarding reusability, do you think it is a viable way technically to get down to the surface of the moon? And once again, I'm not talking about costs. We all know it's expensive. I understand. And we all know that not being reusable is, you know, on its way out. I get that. Do you think from a pure technical standpoint that it is a well-designed vehicle to get to the surface of the moon? And I know the answer. The answer would probably be no. You know why? Because it doesn't have an upper stage that's capable of doing that. Go figure. You never know. One of us could be Elon. I mean, that would be kind of cool. Brimo's Elon. Plot twist. I'm pretty sure that that's not a thing. Drummer. Alright, let's get the stage out here. Time to put together a rocket. Are you an Elon Musk clone? Me? No. Elon Mo. No. Nuclear, you know what? People that like giving me crap, like trolls ask me that, well, you just don't want to be Elon. I'm like, no. I subscribe to the way he engineers things. I think that's a very smart way of doing things. And I try not to regurgitate what he says a lot. I think too many people do that nowadays. They speak for people without, you know, speak for yourself, right? So I try to come up with my own opinions regarding things after some critical thought and analysis. I don't just make up opinions that I want people to believe.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
You know, I like the way he goes about engineering things. I like how he vertically integrates companies. I think that's a very smart way of doing business, especially in this day and age. I also like how he's after making a good product. And I understand people are going to be like, oh, Tesla's this, Tesla that. I mean, Elon's about making he makes a good product. It's an experience thing, and he understands that. He understands that people are looking for an experience now. That's a very old school way of advertising, believe it or not. You see it in the tech industry a lot, but you don't necessarily see it in spaceflight or cars, right? You see it with like an iPhone, you know, with Apple products. It's all about the experience, right? And you know, you could say, oh, Apple, I don't like Apple. My phone, the Bananarama Android Bananarama Mark II is better than that other piece of fruit. No, I get it. I'm not inviting a conversation here about which phone is better, but you can't deny that it's an experience, and he understands that. He understands that a product should be experienced. Falcon 9, Dragon 2, the interior Dragon, the spacesuits, same exact concept. That's very smart. That's a very smart way of doing business. I like that. I think that is old school. That's more old school than you think. One need not look more to the the automotive industry in the 60s. The automotive industry in Detroit in the 60s was always about making a better product than the other guy. You wanted to experience this product with branding. So when you went to the dealership and you bought a car, it was a very personal experience. You know what I mean? Who was that subbing in there? Hokey gifted a sub to Lieutenant Budget Cups. Oh, God. I think that's a very smart way, and I think of marketing, and I think that's a smart way of engineering your products. Also, I think his conclusions about scalability are very, 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 very accurate. You know, that's a very smart way of looking at things. I understand the guy... Oh, jeez. Why did it do that? Oh. Oops. Clicked on the wrong thing. Soyuz is an experience too, for sure. No, Soyuz is, yeah, it's not a user experience. It's a let's get you into space. Comfort, no. Comfort, no. Space, bro. Column number 4 is installed on the integration tower. I like the way he goes about running his business. I like the idea of a vertically integrated company in this day and age. I like that he champions manufacturing and trades, to be honest with you. I think that's a very, very wise and smart thing to do. You know, he constantly talks about that. I'm not looking for a college degree if you want to work for me. You can go on YouTube and find a bunch of videos of him saying that over and over again. Now, what he means is that you don't... If you want to be an aerospace engineer, you need a college degree. If you want to be an engineer, you need to go cut your teeth on that. This is why me, somebody that likes engineering, builds rockets in video games and not in real life. You want to be an engineer, you got to go to school. But if you want to do the trades, you want to be the guys out building the pads, that's a trade. You don't need to go to school for that. You need an apprenticeship. You know, you need an apprenticeship or a journeyman or, yeah, I mean, pretty much those two. That's what he means. I'm pretty damn sure. Now, once again, I don't speak for the guy, but I'm pretty sure that's what he's getting at. Vertical integration is great for short-term company-specific growth. Terrible for sustainable commercial space, sadly. Rocket Guy, do you think that's because of the hurdles that you have when you build stuff that goes into space? Because it worked for Ford for 50 years. I mean, one could argue that it still works for Ford with their River Rouge plant. The River Rouge plant in Detroit, Rocket Guy, is a vertically integrated plant. I widely consider that... I consider that to be the first gigafactory ever made. Ford knew to make the rubber and all the wood for the Model Ts at the time, because they had wood floorboards, and all the steel right on site. And that factory still does that to this day. So, I mean, Ford is not vertically integrated anymore. It used to be. Henry Ford was a stickler for that kind of stuff. But he knew that you needed to be a stickler if you wanted to drive the cost down to make more people buy your automobiles, to make it accessible to everybody. Does this sound familiar? What's vertically integrated? So a vertically integrated company doesn't refer to like vertically integrating the rocket or anything. A vertically integrated company is where you build everything under one roof. SpaceX is vertically integrated to an extent. They've moved stuff out because they manufacture in Boca and they manufacture in Hawthorne. But when SpaceX was starting up, they engineered the engines, the rockets, the capsule. All the systems were engineered right in Hawthorne in one building. And the engineers and the assembly line were 20 feet were and are to this day 20 feet apart from each other. You saw it. I mean, you saw pictures of SpaceX's Mission Control. The factory is right there. Mission Control is literally one aisle away from where they build the rockets. And if you look even closer at pictures of Hawthorne, the engineering offices are right above the assembly line. So the people that are engineering the rocket parts and the people that are actually building the rocket parts are right next to each other. That's vertical integration. Horizontal integration would mean that the parts are engineered in Dallas, right? And they're built in Toledo. You know what I mean? Where you spread it out. NASA, believe it or not, is horizontally integrated. And wouldn't you know, the costs are a little bit higher. Funny how that works. A crane structure built from rockets. Thanks, Jam. I mean, all SRBs are just steel tubes. That's it. Steel tubes are very good structural load-bearing pieces. Hey, Eric, Phil, I say a lot of things about Eric, but one thing he isn't is a bad writer. He's a very good writer. I think that Eric Berger's a great writer, to be honest. The way he structures his articles is very good. I don't like what he talks about, but I ain't denying that he's a hell of a writer. He's very good at it. Do you know what you can do with steel tubes? Yeah, no, Scary. Like, once again, you know, I think if you want to be able to criticize someone, it can't be all criticism. If you really want to, I think if you really want to be able to criticize, you have to look at strength versus weaknesses. Eric's a great freaking writer. He's very good. Very good. I don't like what he writes about. And I think his conclusions are a little bit weird. But I never said he was a bad writer. I think if you can say something positive about someone that you or somebody or a thing that you don't like, right? You truly that proves to me that you truly understand it. If you can say its strengths and weaknesses, not just weaknesses. Anybody that can just point out weaknesses, I don't think is giving a fair argument. DMs, Sneaky, I'm kind of busy, if you don't mind. My rocket transporter just decided it wanted to be a lowrider. Give me one moment. Okay, I'm going to remove the friction control here on these and get them to realign here by retracting that friction control. Mom, Kerbal's suspension is being weird again. Alright, Sneaky, what's up? I'm pretty sure I got that figured out. Oh, Thomas, are you here? Is Thomas here? I don't know if he's here, but I know he's gonna like this picture, Sneaky. Well, Swishio, it's not the ultimatum for the lunar missions. Brimo asked me to take a break yesterday because it was her birthday. So she asked me to take a break because it was her birthday. So I took a break, and Brimo used her birthday card. Her birthday card executive order, dude. So Brimo overrode chat in that regard, man. And Brimo, through executive order 154, birthday directive, extended the deadline to Monday. Seriously, she's like, she came in here and she wouldn't go away until I got off the stream yesterday. So Brimo used executive order 154, birthday imperative to extend the deadline to Monday. So there's nothing I can do. Nothing. It's out of my control, Swishio. You know. Man, I started typing out a response. I realized there's just way too much to talk about. The biggest problem with every major company being vertically integrated is that it doesn't support the variety and mass amount of dollars going to reinventing the wheel every time. It doesn't support standards because no two space vehicles between companies are the same. So you get a bunch of primes and a bunch of independent, non-compliant systems. Makes everything more expensive and it takes longer. Yeah, okay, Rocky Guy. I can get behind that. Yeah, Brimo is my SAA, the Streaming Aviation Administrative, Streaming Health Administration Safety Officer, and she revoked my license to stream yesterday. So, by proxy, de facto, legal jargon terms, deadline's on Monday now. I did, Ryan. This is staging for the Lunar 6 mission, Far Side of the Moon. Yeah, she's streaming OSHA. Yeah, that's it. Sure. Yeah, Ipso facto. Incendia delicatum. It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You streamed fuzzy lifting drinks. You bumped into the surface, which now has to be washed and sterilized, so you get nothing. Ipso facto, I'm your boss. Are you reading the dictionary? Yeah, I like to break a mental sweat too, Kate. You see that picture? The picture's of me taking the bull by the horns. It's a metaphor for how I live my life. But that actually happened, you know. For sure, Skiri. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I suppose that makes sense. I mean... Now, my question to you, Rocket Guy, is that to what extent would you want a horizontally integrated rocket company? Like, obviously, there's certain components that you wouldn't outsource, like... There's certain redundant dissimilar components you wouldn't want to outsource, like rocket engines or parachutes or something, right? Like, or tank design, right? If you're going to go for a NASA contract, total or vertical integration will get you points docked off. NASA wants a plan on how you're going to have subcontractors and small business integrated into the project. Yeah, that's right, Novus. Doesn't NASA... Yeah, isn't that like NASA SMB, Small Business Initiative or whatever? They want a cottage industry supporting the aerospace industry because they want to spread jobs around and inadvertently spread contracts around. That's part of the reason why NASA stays alive. Being horizontally integrated, right? Did ULA outsource their engines? I mean... Yeah, ULA doesn't develop engines in-house. Nice, Pixel. I'm dealing with it now, but it's mainly from a satellite manufacturing industry. But from a launch vehicle, it can be avionics boards, pneumatics, smaller, less critical systems. So the Rocket Guy, now, knowing that knowledge, that probably worked. An application of this would probably be SpaceX in general. SpaceX, believe it or not, is vertically integrated, but I know they subcontract out a lot of things. I know that for reasons. Don't ask me how I know. I know it for reasons I really shouldn't talk about. So SpaceX on a NASA proposal looks really good because it's the best of vertical integration and a little bit of horizontal integration on top of that, which is interesting. And that's what I mean, it goes back to the point. Dude, I don't know how Elon Musk got so damn good at running a frigging business, but he's really frigging good at it. Like, how do you foresee stuff like that? I mean, I think I know the answer, and I think the guy freaking works hard. He works his butt off, and he does his homework. Yeah, I mean, also trial and error, Demon. Yeah. Soapbox 7-month resub. Because it's his 5th business. Yeah, true that. True that. Like I said, I mean, these are the kind of questions I would ask. I would ask him. I wouldn't want a softball interview with him. I would really want to pick you. I'd really want to get those gears turning. The more if I was interviewing him, the more I can make Elon Musk do this, the better. Like, you guys remember the first Joe Rogan interview with Elon Musk? Soapbox, 7 months. Oh yeah, no, I mean, Pulse, that's a whole nother thing. Your team, and Pulse, you probably know this pretty well. Your team's only as strong as the weakest link. Seriously, lowest common denominator comes into play when you're running a business. That first Joe Rogan interview was really good because there were a lot of good questions asked. The second one was, I mean, Elon knows to surround yourself with good people. He may not be a rocket scientist himself, but he surrounded himself with rocket scientists. I think I know the answer, but I'd like to get his thoughts on the broader picture. Where does he see NASA fitting into a long-term new space era role? That's a really good question. Sort of. It's less about jobs and more about stimulating small businesses from an economic standpoint. There's not a lot of mom and pop shops that have a 5-axis mill that can crank out Inconel. True that. Elon thinks up crack ideas and then just posts them on Twitter. JM, I'm pretty sure since and once again, I don't speak for the guy. I'm pretty sure since the whole SEC fiasco where he said I'm taking Tesla private at $4.20 a share, funding secured. I'm pretty sure he doesn't take Twitter seriously after that. And yeah, that probably pissed a lot of people off. What did I miss over the last 3 weeks? We've started our sustainable lunar exploration missions, Hydrolox. Freedom 10 is a little bit bigger, and we have a much bigger crane and an upgraded pad. He took Twitter seriously before that. I mean, we'll say he took it less. I'm gonna guess he took it less serious. So what I mean by that, JM, is I think that all these crazy ideas that he posts on Twitter are just his unfiltered thought. And once again, some of those things I think is not what people want to hear, you know. But hey, once again, like I said, I don't speak for the guy, so you'd have to ask him. Not that I know him. I mean, it would be cool if I had him. It'd be cool if I had the dude on speed dial. I'm not gonna lie to you, but. You know what? Even if I did have him on speed dial, I would not. I wouldn't send the dude a message. I would only send the dude a message if I absolutely needed to ask a question that I couldn't find the answer to. Because Elon seems like the kind of guy that if you waste his time, he's gonna get a little annoyed. You guys remember the IAC meeting where the guy was asking questions about poop? And then he was like, I hate you. And then when Marina Koren, in a press interview, a reporter asked about COVID, and he's like, wrong press conference. Pretty sure, yeah, pretty sure he's not about that wasting time game. How far are you into CADCO research? I mean, you probably wouldn't say my pick. It's very closely guarded. It's a very closely guarded secret under cat tar. It's like iTar, but with cat girls. Am I right? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Draco. Just seeing how people respond to stimuli. That's some like real nerd stuff there. The Tesla earnings call. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Scary. If I had that guy on speed dial, I would not send him a message. I would be like, nah, I don't need to send you a message unless it's absolutely something important that I couldn't figure out on my own. I would not. I'd be like, nah, no. I'd be too scared to get a. Hey, EJ, go frick yourself. Stop wasting my time. Yeah, I'd be too scared to get something like that. I'd be like, nah, let's not do that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we can't talk about cat tar. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's classified. Okay, gifted a sub to Shuttle Atlantis. Wait a minute. I see the follower alerts, Hokey. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Go at throttle up.
Hokey gifted a sub to Shuttle Endeavor. Which one is coming next? Columbia? And Paul, thank you for the bits, dude. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, young man. You're a real big gentleman and a scholar.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maybe nuclear. I mean, part of the reason why you guys don't know, I don't like asking questions. I really don't. What I like to do is hear what people have to say. I let other people talk. This is why I wouldn't go and ask questions about, like, here, hang on. I gotta check for alignment here on the stage. This is why, like, in press interviews, I wouldn't call in, you know, and be like, okay, 89.6. That's no good. I don't call, I listen. Because most of the questions that I would have get answered and is addressed in press interviews if you just listen. Oki gifted a sub to Shuttle Columbia. Alright. Let's, something... We got a little bit of an issue here. For some reason, guys, whenever wheels break...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Whenever wheels break on stuff, yeah. Kerbal ends up really not liking the results. Go at throttle up. Okie gifted a sub to Challenger Hardscape Life with an 18-month resub. Thank you. Like, every time I have wheels break on something, it always messes up something else down the road, which is bizarre. I'm not sure how it's correlated to wheels, but... we're stuck on that strut. Would you get yourself a Neuralink if you could control OBS? No. You know why, Switchio? It's not required. I can use my hands and a Stream Deck to do that. Like, I wouldn't... it would make it easier, but... dude, I'm a little bit skeptical of Neuralink. Not because I think the tech is bad. I really don't. The tech is awesome. It's so freaking cool. Neuralink scares me, not because of AI or Terminator or anything. That's not how AI works. I'm scared at because with Neuralink, you could theoretically down the road just be able to... you want to be as good of a painter as Da Vinci? Cool. All right. Like, you could do some Matrix stuff, right? And that's not necessarily... that. I mean, that's super useful. And you could, in the application of, like, the disabilities and stuff and getting people to walk again, that's amazing. You know, it's an amazing piece of tech. But also at the same time, that could very easily be used for not good things. Now, don't get me wrong, like, call me a pessimist for automatically defaulting to, like, the worst thing. I'm generally not. I'm generally optimistic about the future. But anytime I see something like that, I see, like, okay, when there's a new technology, I'm like, okay, how could this technology be used wrong? You know? Yeah, O-Force, and Neuralink, and once again, if somebody wants to address this, like, because I don't have time to do all this research, right? If somebody wants to address this, how something like Neuralink couldn't devolve into a eugenics thing, which we learned last century that that's not a good idea. Please let me know. I'd be really interested in hearing it. And honestly, nobody wants to be in my head. You don't want to be up here. Trust me. Yeah, I don't think anybody wants that. I would be in a mental institution. I'm pretty dang sure. If people had access to my unfiltered thought. Like, I mean, my brain freaking is going a mile a minute all the freaking time, dude. It doesn't stop. Well, Hellfish, that's what I think about when I see stuff like that. What's, like, okay, everybody joked that the coronavirus is human malware. With Neuralink, you could literally kill people by, oh, brain.exe, shut off, delete system32 folder, done. Like, what's stopping something from like that from happening? Like, and don't get me wrong. At the same time, I'm not sitting here and saying, like, oh, Neuralink shouldn't be done. You know, when you're engineering something like that, you could put in fail-safes to make sure that that never happens. But the thing about fail-safes, the thing about building a bigger fort, right, is that somebody will build a bigger gun to blow it up. And that's hacking in a nutshell, you know what I mean? Night Sensation, 6-month resub.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Regulation. Oh, because that stops people tree, right? Regulation. Oh, well, if you make a law against it, people aren't going to do it, right? That's how that works. Dude, I'm fairly confident that that's not how that works at all. Pokey gifted a sub to Shuttle Pathfinder, you know? Like, I like that way of thinking as engineers, because someone...
Discovery,
yeah,
go at throttle.
Pulse, true that. Hokey gifted 7 subs. Dude, you're on a freaking roll today. What did I do? I know what's in my head. You don't want to. That, and I wouldn't want anybody up in here, man. There's only room enough for me and my stupid thoughts. I don't need anybody else's thoughts up here as well. That would just make things worse. And, like, it brings into a question a large existential thing. Do we lose our humanity if we can just learn to become a pilot in 5 minutes? Like, what differentiates us from a computer? We're removing all the things that make us human. So, I mean, some could call that evolution, I guess. And I don't know if that fits in the biological definition of evolution, but, I mean, I don't know. That's a real existential question that I just honestly don't have the answer to. Hey, Parthenax, what's up, man? You can learn stuff with you can't just learn stuff with Neuralink, at least not in the near future, because that would require making very, very complicated physics neuron connections. Yeah, but if you use a neural net to quite literally figure out the sequence of electrons or the neurons firing in your brain to come up with a standardized code, my pick, then that event could be a lot quicker than you think. And, like, see, the other thing that I think about my pick is when I'm thinking about stuff like this, when I'm thinking about sustainability, all this other stuff, I'm thinking 4 or 5 steps down the road. The reason why I'm thinking 4 or 5 steps down the road is because I'm pretty sure everybody else thought about the interim steps right now, you know what I mean? Alright, guys, we have alignment problems here, and I need to stop talking about this, and I need to figure this one out. Something got bent here. Pretty bad, actually. Oh my god. Did the crane jump the rails? It did. Oh, man. Why did it do that? See, those dang broken wheels. I gotta scrub. Guys, I gotta scrub. I gotta scrub and refurb the pad. The pad's broken. Damn it. Instead of trying to force the issue, I'm just gonna stop that launch campaign. We'll start over. The same thing happened last night. Now, Kyron, what I'm wondering now is that I've had 2 integration campaigns go south in less than 8 hours. What did I change anything? I don't think I changed anything. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Crap. My pick. What I really think Neuralink is gonna do is it's gonna help, like. So once again, if, there's something you don't like, speak positively, like say something good about it. Say something good about something you don't like. I think that's a more healthy exercise than people give it credit. Dude, if we can go and take Neuralink and figure out that there's a standardized code between how humans write neurons, how we bridge neurons in our brain, that would be about as crazy of a scientific discovery as, like, sequencing DNA. And who knows what the possibilities could be from there. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I don't know. I'm having integration problems a lot lately, and I'm not sure why. Now, my pick, what I would really want to know is that, and I asked this when we saw the Neuralink presentation of the chimpanzee playing Pong, right? What I want to know is if you learned calculus and I learned calculus, because everybody learns just a tiny bit differently, because we're all genetically a little bit of every one of us is a variation of human DNA, right? If you learn calc and I learned calc, and we could figure out where that information is stored in our brain, would it look the same? Is there any standardization to how a human brain stores information? Now, that, conversely, is the thing I'm worried about, because if there is, that means people can write code for your brain, and I don't know how much I like that. I would think that, I actually don't know. Now, see, my pick, now let's go to the next level. Certain pieces of information, right? 2 + 2 = 4, right? I think that could be taught, right? Like, there's probably some standardization to that. 2 and 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? I'll bet you there's some similarities there because it's a simple concept, right? But yeah, I'd be curious to see the standardization, like even with motor skills. So the part of the monkey's brain that the chimpanzee's brain that they were using is the motor cortex. That's where they're starting, because there's a layer in your brain that's up at the very top, like right here. It's this part. There's your frontal lobe, and then there's the motor cortex up here. This part right here, like right at the very top of your head, that's the part that controls muscle movements and stuff. Which is cool. It's cool that they figured that out. Motor cortex, motor skills, right? That's the part that they were tapping into there. I wonder if there's a standardization in moving, like, your pointer finger, or moving your middle finger, or your ring finger, or this finger, right? I mean, obviously, if somebody has better motor skills, then the neuron pattern is obviously different, right? Like, to an extent, but everybody knows how to, like, pick something up. I think the fact that there are still things like autism and Down syndrome means that information cannot be inserted into the mind. Maybe do something like... I don't think that's exactly how that works. I mean, if anything that's on the DSM spectrum nuclear is proving that some brains are wired differently, you know? Okay. People get confused. People get really confused. You know, they use autism in a negative connotation, like, oh, like how, you know, when I was in high school, I wouldn't say this, like, you don't, because it doesn't need to be said. Like, you don't need to do that. Like, you know, when I was in high school, you called somebody retarded, right? Like, that was mean. That doesn't mean that they're, like, actually mentally retarded. They're just being an idiot, right? Like, once again, don't talk like that. You don't need to. There's no point. You can figure out more eloquent words to describe your situation than curse words and derogatory words, right? Like, but all that categorization is just categorizing the different ways that people's brains are wired, which I think is very, very interesting. That's super, super interesting stuff. Actually, the guy to talk about this would be my buddy, the Sage BB. He's a streamer that works with neuroscience, which is actually really cool. I mean, he mostly plays Blood Bowl and stuff, which is fine, but yeah, interesting stuff. Hey, Joseph, what's up? Joe, I'd have to go 2020. I'd have to go look for more Nerva papers. I know I have them somewhere on my other computer, but I'd have to go looking. Be skeptical as the human brain learns via creating memory, and not everybody has the same experience. Yeah, I know, Hokie. We all learn differently, right? It's super interesting stuff, Kyron. Like, I don't necessarily think that means anything is wrong with you. It means your brain is wired differently. You know, like, if a car, you know, if an automobile, a pickup truck's wiring harness is going to be a little bit different than a Prius's wiring harness, right? Like, the trucks and cars are wired differently. Are they both automobiles? Yes. You know, it's that stuff's super interesting to me, like figuring out how the brain works and stuff. But once again, like, my big thing is, like, you know, if we figure out a way to write code to someone's head, that opens up Pandora's box, man. But once again, Neuralink's research primarily right now is with motor cortex stuff, which could be, that has a great medical application in fixing paralysis, which could be insane. You could literally bypass severed nerves. Because, you know what's crazy, and this is part of Neuralink's presentations, there are people that are paraplegic, so their legs don't work, right? And the crazy thing is that your brain is still sending signals down those nerves, it's just there's a part that's severed, right? And your motor cortex is still firing. So, in paralyzed people, right? Like, where your legs are inoperable, I should say, right? Like, the motor cortex is still firing. If that person thinks about walking, it's sending the signal down your spinal cord, which is crazy to me. That's fascinating stuff. That's real next level. Real next level stuff. Yeah, it's just the wire is broken. And if you find a way to put a jumper over the broken part, Raja, then, I mean, if they figure out how to do that, man, wow. The medical applications there, like, new knowledge and skill memories literally grow neurons in the brain. It's not a code, it's physical gray matter. Zace, is that nuts? Billions of years to find a system that can literally, it writes physical code. That's wild, man. So cool. And that's the part that I think Neuralink is really friggin' cool. Like, Oh man, the medical applications there are endless. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Endo. Does that make our brain not digital? Our brain is our brain analog? So see last place about the standardization of learning. Since we know the different parts, other brains consistently do the same thing, like motor cortex, memory, blah, blah. I feel like within those different sections of information can be incredibly variable. I mean, my pick, yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, dude, every second, this conversation right now, millions of neurons, well, not millions, I don't know how many, but let's just say thousands of neurons are being fired off in your brain right now, which is crazy to me. Like, you all, everybody that's watching this stream right now and listening to this conversation has at least thousands of, well, at the very least, I mean, no smooth brain stuff up in you now. Jokes. Yeah, I'll say thousands, but I don't know the number. Like, millions of neurons are firing off in your brain right now. That's cool, man. It's like, oh, man, that's some wild stuff. What a crazy piece of equipment this is. What a time, you know, people say, like, oh, I was born too late to explore the world, too late to explore, too early to explore the stars. Like, one, well, if Elon has his way, I don't think that's going to be a thing. Two, there's stuff like that. Did you know Ford made a turbine-powered semi? Big red, gaw. It's a good idea. Emissions killed that project. Yeah. Turbine-powered semis. Smart idea. Yeah, they have more emissions, but it's more efficient. It's way more efficient than a diesel engine. Oops. See last, sure. I did something for you. Can you show? Get perms from the admin's concession and tell one of my mods what it is. I feel dead, and it's cool, man. I already turned in the paper with the sources I found. Thank you. Oh, alright, 2020. No problem. Enraged, what's your opinion on teleportation? Like the dismantling of someone at the atomic level and reassembling somebody elsewhere? Enraged, the way I look at teleportation is that if we can do that, if we're able to scramble and rebuild that type of energy somewhere else, like, first of all, the amount of energy that you'd need to do something like that, with the amount of energy that you need to do something like that, you could just build a spaceship that goes over there. It's like, Enraged, teleportation in my mind is like, I'm gonna take a helicopter to go to the pub. I'm gonna take a helicopter to go to the pub. It's a mile away. Let's take the helicopter. Like, with the amount of time and effort involved, you could just take a car. Like, on a cosmic scale, maybe. But, once again, the amount of energy that you would need to make something or someone teleport and physically rearrange matter in another spot, right? The amount of energy required to do that, I'm pretty sure it would be easier to try and make something go, like, faster than the speed of light, dude. But what do I know? I'm scrolling out. There's a lot of stuff here. Who else told me to see last? Anth, what's up? Have you considered something like this? What is this? Too many docking ports, dude. You have docking ports on both sides. I don't like doubling up docking ports. That's a good way to make snap docking. Also, I don't like putting the cranes on sprung weight. That's a really bad idea. I figured that one out with the Condor pad. And then I had crane operators tell me that I'm an idiot for hanging weight on springs that are riding on tracks. That's why I switched to the fairings. It sucks because I have to fuel this stupid thing again. Teleportation has its uses, like removing diseases. Yeah, but the context in which we were talking about, at least I would assume Hellfish was using it as a form of transportation. In other uses, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know, maybe. Hey, Iron, what's going on? So, if we could learn to write to the brain, then we can create backups. This would mean that you could technically live forever. Yeah. Are we human at that point, Liam? This isn't Monica. Nice. I dream of a day when we hack brain cells and use dead people's brains as computers. I don't want that at all, Swishio. That sounds like a freaking dystopian hellhole. I gotta refuel this stupid thing. I figured out why that integration went south. I didn't assign the crane as a base component. Can the soul be teleported? I don't know. That's too existential for me, Chief. I don't know. Yeah, that's way out of my league, man. I feel like you'd have to talk to a priest about that or something, you know? Like... What happened to the rocket? Pixel, I had to scrub the launch campaign, and I had to recover the pad. The rocket had some issues with integration. The issues ended up being my fault. I didn't configure the crane correctly because we're talking about brain cells. And I lost some brain cells from not configuring the crane correctly now. Yeah, so I got to start the launch campaign over. Sorry about that. This is supposed to be the medley, guys. I'm supposed to... I actually, what I really wanted to do today is we have, it's 5:30 right now. We have about 6 hours until GTA starts, until we have to do after hours. Well, not have to. I say that like it's an obligation. It's not. I want to race. I want to see how many launches I can get in. I want to speed run. So with that being said, that was a cool conversation, but I want to get into doing this. Thanks. Thanks, Milk. I'm glad you like it. But you gained XP. Yeah, that's true. Vanguard, yes, it absolutely could. Fun fact, if you used all the energy in an apple, you'd be able to supply an entire city for a few hours. Imagine all the energy required to assemble. Yeah, yeah, I mean, it would be nice. Have you tried just being able to disassemble matter? How many do you need to make the deadline? Well, Rocket Guy, I launched a Freedom 10 out to the moon yesterday for the Luna 6 mission. So that was the Luna 6 mission Flight 1. Because we upgraded Freedom 10 and we're using the bigger variant of it now, the Freedom 10D variant, I have enough fuel out at the moon to do 2 landings. So in terms of lunar lander fuel, I have enough for the next 2 missions. So that would mean for Luna 6 and Lunar 7, we need 2 DART launches and 2 Freedom 10 launches. And then for Luna 8, I'm probably going to need to do a DART launch, a transfer vehicle, and a resupply out to the lander. So that's 3 launches for 8, 2 launches for 7, and 2 launches for 6. Oh, crap. Alright, no, I gotta go. Dude, we really gotta go. I ideally would like to get Luna 6 done and Luna 7 staged tonight. So, alright, I gotta go into overdrive, guys. Let's do this. And once again, Brimo made me stop streaming yesterday. She's my health and safety advisor. She made me stop streaming yesterday, so the deadline doesn't end tonight. I have until Monday because she made me stop. Yeah, Brimosha. They removed the number 4 column at Boca. Broshimo. Bolshoi Chunguska. Ogromny Chunguska. My pick, you should have seen me yesterday, dude. During Space News yesterday, I was looking at slides, a PowerPoint presentation about Russian space architecture from 2025 to 2035, and I was picking out words left and right. I was translating entire sentences. I was on fire, dude. I'm getting dangerous. You're still dangerous, but you can be my wingman anytime. Bull crap, you can be my wingman. Greatest line in cinematic history ever. Dude, I was on fire! It actually felt pretty bad. I still can't pronounce the words, auto-snort, but I can translate the sentences pretty easily now. It made me really happy. It may have also just been that I was way too hyped up on caffeine to, you know... It may have been just an anomaly. I don't know for sure. We've had an anomaly? Gotta secure the area? Oh, it's raining fire down. That's good. Avtosnort is great pronunciation. Don't care what anybody says. Okay. Dude, yeah, my pick. I don't know if you have that problem reading English, but I definitely have that problem reading Cyrillic. Halfway through, I start off with the Russian pronunciation, and then halfway through words, my brain defaults back to English. It's happened multiple times, and I don't understand that one. We need to take that neuron and throw it away and put new ones in that are not that. You understand that teleportation is killing you, putting a copy of you on the other end. Yeah, I know, TJ, which is why I think there's better applications for being able to use that type of energy somewhere. But yeah, TJ, I gotta focus on launching, dude. Don't worry, it ends up sounding like a new language. Okay, so my pick, here's what we'll do. We'll make a new language and we'll call it Russiakansky. Russiakan. Yeah, there we go. Rushenglish. Rushenglish. Perfect. Remember, it's Russia can, not Russia can't. Huh? Yeah, Disciple, you're probably not wrong. Sing with the help. Alright, pad is fully fueled. Okay, so the reason why that integration didn't go south is because I didn't configure the crane correctly. I forgot that it was a new crane because I had a little bit of a problem on the pad last night when I tried to integrate a rocket at 4:30 in the morning. Well, it was 3:30 in the morning, but you get the idea. Amiruski, I like that one. See, I can already speak Spanglish pretty well, which is Espanol English. Quiero ir al bathroom. Where is the biblioteca? See? Spanglish. But can you sing the Star Spanglish Banner? I could play it on automaton. Does that help? Okay, pad is fueled. Let's take this stage out for the freaking third time here. Your French is still lacking. Merci. Kyron, I would love to just sit here. Like, I've often thought about what a stream would look like where you just sit there learning a language. You know, I can grind out rocket science here, like, and I'll figure it out, right? Eventually. Could I theoretically do the same with language? I mean, I'm kind of already doing that with Russian, but it's only like for 20, 30 minutes a day. This you? What's that, nuclear? Gorlami. Gorlami. Excuse me. Call me? I made a platform for you, EJ, but I couldn't send it. Yeah, any mods around right now? Concession screenshots. Alright, let's see what you got, buddy. Okay. I like it so far. Oh, a mobile launcher, huh? You're using a decoupler though, Concession. Is it a one-time use? You have to refurb the pad? It looks good though, bud. I like it. You did a good job. See, Concession, what I like to do is I don't want landing gear on these. I'd rather tow it. I'd rather tow the vehicle and then, you know, use landing gear and have the landing gear retract and have it set down. But this is honestly kind of what I would make a mobile launcher look like when we get to that point. I kind of want to mess with that after we're done with this. Here you go, EJ. Want to spend all day learning a language? I mean, I'd do it. I'd do it on stream. It would be fun. Sorry if you answered this already. I didn't hear an answer. Sure, Sea Turtle. Sorry. If you type out a paragraph like that, it goes off the page quicker, so I don't see it as well. But what do you got for me? Sorry if you answered this already. I didn't hear an answer. For the ULA launch at Vandenberg on Monday, it's a National Reconnaissance Office launch. Does that mean if I drive down, I won't be able to watch from West Ocean Avenue, or will I still be able to watch the launch? I've never seen a rocket launch before, and my friend and I want to drive down to see where we live in the Bay Area. Okay, Sea Turtle, go in the morning. Get down there in the morning, because then you're going down 101. That 101 would be a pain in the butt during the day, but I'm sure you already know that. Ocean Avenue? Let me check. I don't know Vandenberg as well as I know KSC, because I've never been. But where's Ocean Avenue? Ocean Avenue. East Ocean Avenue in Lompoc. Okay. So that's this, right? And there's West Ocean Avenue. Yeah, you'll see it from here. You can see it from here. I don't know if they let you go this far in, though. Hello from France. Bonjour. Comment ça va? So the problem is that Delta 4 launches, Sea Turtle, are at Slick 6, which is over here. Now, Slick 4 and Slick 3 are right there. That's where Atlas and Falcon launch from. Delta launches from down here. Thing about that is that there's a freaking huge mountain in the way. I know that people go up here onto these roads, but I'm not sure how much of this is Vandenberg. One thing I do know, the Air Force gets pissed off if you trespass on their land. They get really angry at you. So what I would say to do is go down. I mean, if it's a clear day, you'll be able to see it. The rocket's only going to be behind the mountain for a second, even if you watch it from Ocean Avenue. You'll be able to definitely see it. I mean, it's a big orange rocket. You can't miss it. But make sure that you're not trespassing onto Air Force or Space Force property. They really get annoyed when you do that. With that being said, it might be better to watch it down here. From Point Conception down here. Or Conception Point, I think is what it's called. It might be better to watch it from down here if there's a public road. Because down here, Delta 4, NRL 82 is going south, so it's going to go this way. It's going to go that way, and it's going to go south, so you'll be able to see it. So, like, the 101, if you can find a road, like, I'm not sure where the Air Force Base starts and where it ends. If you can go down this road next to the train tracks and not piss anybody off, like, that would be a sick place to watch. But you'll be able to see it from West Ocean, no problem. But it'll look weird because you'll be looking south and the rocket's going south, so it'll look like it goes up and then it looks like it'll go up and it'll come right back down. But yeah, you should be able to. I'm pretty sure they let people on West Ocean. And I know they let people somewhere up here in the hills, but I'm not exactly sure where that stops. Like, I know I've seen people take pictures of rockets on these roads, but I'm not sure if they're press corps or not. If they're the press, then yeah, they have access to go there. But once again, if you see an Air Force sign that says no trespassing, or a Space Force sign that says no trespassing, they didn't just put it there for your health. A lot of bases, because of how touchy-feely rockets are, have like seismic sensors and stuff. They'll know you're there. So even if you see like just a field that says no trespassing and it's like, oh, nobody's around, they'll know. They make it look inconspicuous on purpose. So you walk onto it if you're, you know, and then next thing you know, you have like 4 or 5 Air Force guys in your face with guns pointed at you. And no, that is not an exaggeration. We're talking about ITAR technologies here. That's something that Uncle Sam takes pretty seriously. So if you see no trespassing signs, if you see anything that says don't go here, really don't go there. Don't do that. Like, even down at the Cape, all on the beach, like at Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, there's seismic sensors everywhere. So they'll know if somebody like drives a boat up, and then there's sonar buoys around the pads too, in the water. Yeah, they'll know. They'll know if somebody sneaks up there. And honestly, if you get stopped, like if you see, here's what you don't do, and this just goes for any type of rocket viewing. Say, Sea Turtle, in some kind of crazy scenario, you find yourself wandering on, like accidentally. It's totally accidental. Find yourself wandering on, and then an Air Force truck or a police car or a security guard or somebody that works, or an Air Force personnel comes and finds you. Don't turn around. Don't turn around, drive up to them. Seriously. Don't, like if you go down a road and you see a car with light, like flashing lights coming at you, don't stop and turn around. Your instincts are going to say turn around because I shouldn't be here. No, pull up to them, show them like, look, I'm sorry, I know I'm not supposed to be here. I apologize. Like, whatever you do, don't turn the car around. And I was told that by people that work on the range. Don't do that. Because if they turn the lights on to come and see what you're up to, and you turn around, they're gonna think something weird's going on. So don't do that, ever. Always drive towards them. Just drive towards them, and yeah. What are you doing here? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was supposed to be here. Okay, get out of here. Yeah, you don't want to do anything sus because they will throw you out the airlock. If they see you vent, you're done. And no, I'm not just like exaggerating stuff. That actually does happen. I've seen it happen. Actually, for Crew 2, we caravan out to the launch viewing area on Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. A few cars ahead of us, a random car cut into the line and snuck into the media caravan. About a minute later, there were 3 Space Force police cars pulling them over. Dude, yeah, no, they don't screw around with this stuff. So don't play games. Yeah, exactly. Yes, man. I mean, I only know because this is nothing that you wouldn't hear during a press corps briefing. Don't play games. They will throw you out the airlock. Like they don't take any chances with that stuff. So yeah, Sea Turtle, just make sure you do your research and know where to go. West Ocean should be fine from what I understand, but it doesn't hurt to just drive up to the Air Force gate and say, hey, I know this is a national security launch. I like rockets. Where would be a good place? Like, if you want to drive up to the gate and just ask a question, I'm sure they'll be okay with it, but just don't waste their time. Yeah, it's switching for sure. Like, don't screw around with this. Trust me. Like, when I've been out on the range before, one time I was standing on Slick 41. That's, you know how I show pictures of me and Das with Atlas behind us? When we pulled onto the pad with the ULA people, the security guys there didn't know who we were. They didn't know who we are because we're obviously not ULA, right? They didn't know who we are. So right when we pulled in, we pulled out, and the ULA people were like, hey, take some pictures. You can take pictures of the rocket. That's totally fine. And the security guys like came right up. And they're like, hey guys, we don't know who you are. We're going to have to ask you to delete those pictures that you just took of the rocket. Show me your phone and show me you deleting the pictures. Like, and then the ULA people were like, no, here's the credentials for them. Here's the paperwork. And they were like, okay, yeah, you're good. Like, I remember distinctly that one of the ULA safety officers came up to me and he's like, pull out your phone. And I'm like, he's like, delete the picture you just took. I know you just took a picture. Delete it. I'm like, but don't kill me. I feel like I'm gonna get shot. Please don't do that. You know. I showed him. I deleted it right for him. I'm like, I apologize. I said I'm sorry. We should have, you know, identified ourselves, etc., etc. He's like, yeah, no, just delete that picture. I'm like, okay. Yeah, no, dude, no joke. They were like, yeah, pull out your phone, take it out of your pocket, delete the picture. I'm like, huh, okay. You know how awkward that is? You know how awkward that is to happen? Like, that's why instant cloud uploads will get people killed. Hey man, these guys are carrying M4s around. I wouldn't screw with them. They do. They care. I mean, all of them are packing heat. I mean, especially inside of the BDA on a pad. Yeah, don't screw around in there. Don't play games. Yeah, I always ask, Joe. That's the rule of thumb. That's what I did at NG11. Actually, I'll be honest. At NG11, I really didn't bother taking any pictures inside of the HIF. I just went and started picking the engineer's brains about the Cygnus XL mass simulator. It's pretty bad. I was like, is that concrete a mass simulator? And the guy was like, yeah, it is. I'm like, it's for the uprated Cygnus, right? And one of the integration engineers was like, yes, it is. I'm like, oh man, that's so cool. You know, we started talking about Cygnus. And the guy was like, he ended up telling me a bunch of information about how they used the mass simulator on the pad, how they used it to test the interstage for Antares and stuff. And yeah, no, the guy ended up talking my ear off about it. And I'm like, this is excellent. And I ended up not taking any pictures. Oops. I ended up not taking any pictures as a member of the press. You could say, Joe, that I pulled a Phil Sloss. Oops. Yeah, that's why there's only pictures of me from the NG11 press tour. There's only pictures of me. I didn't take any pictures. I was supposed to as well. I had a camera, and they were like, yep, take pictures. I'm like, uh-oh. All right. Serious mode. This is where we screwed up before. Okay, so if you guys ever have something go wrong in Kerbal, like when your suspension is doing something like this is usually indicative of, so it's something to do with the shocks. First of all, your damper strength is either too powerful or not powerful enough. In this case, too powerful. So I turned the wheel dampers down and it should be good now. However, if your wheels, the other thing that you got to kind of look out for is if your wheels on the vehicle are bouncing like that, and then you turn the damper down and they still bounce, you turn the damper up, they still bounce. That means what you need to do then is check the wheel stress. If your wheel stress is above 1, that means you don't have enough wheels. You're bottoming out the suspension, and the suspension's fully compressed, and that means your vehicle is trying to crack and drive itself. Remember, the more wheels you have, you need more wheels, the heavier the load is. You mean, what's that one, Thomas? Yes. Yeah, see, I have the camera and the microphone in my hand, and I'm just staring at the Antares upper stage right there. Oops. Kraken drives do still work, Unity. In fact, there's better ways to make them. Well, what can I say? Jeb liked it. See, that was pre-mullet, EJ. What did Jeb think? Oh, he liked it. Antares' upper stage, guys, is an SRB. It's got a vacuum optimized SRB. Caster 30X. XL is what it's called. Yeah, it's really cool. And it rides in an inner stage that's attached to the first stage. So at the top of Antares' core stage right here, right? At the top right here is the fairing. That's where the fairing ring is. You can see it over there. And then the fairing's attached to that, and Cygnus is attached to that. The SRB rides in the inner stage. And the first stage on Antares connects to the fairing, which is really cool. Yeah, I didn't know how it went together until I did this. Did they let you see the RD-181s? They let us see it, but we couldn't take pictures of it. I asked the guy about it, and the integration engineer that I was talking to, he didn't know much about the Energomash engine. Or More likely, Joe, is that he didn't know what it was. Yeah, I get it. I'm not stupid. Yeah, did Bremo talk about the time we went to Edwards and they said we'll throw your phone on the ground and stomp on it if you take a picture of the lake? Yeah. Yeah, we were out at Edwards Air Force Base, me, Bremo, Dawson, Matt, and we were in NASA's, in the Armstrong Flight Research hangar, right? And we got to sit in like an F-15 and stuff, and they're like, you can take pictures of the F-15, that's no problem. But the guy was like, if we see you pointing your camera out at the lake, we're gonna take it. Because of a lake? Shaw, Edwards Air Force Base is the Air Force test range. That's where they test new equipment for everything. I couldn't take pictures of the lake, but I'll tell you, they had an F-22 out on the ramp and they were doing something to it. That's where they do all their experimental testing. So, like, if there's a new avionics package for an F-16 or something, they'll ship a bunch of F-16s to a testing and evaluation squadron, and they'll test the new computer out there. So they don't want you taking pictures. They don't want people to know what was being worked on, where it was being worked on, and when it was being worked on. There was stuff flying around, but I'm not going to say what. Yeah, also that, Red. They don't want you seeing the UFOs. Was it aliens? No, it was an airplane. It's a dry lake bed, guys. Yeah, it's a dry lake bed. The reason they test out at the dry lake bed, two reasons. One, it's in the middle of nowhere. Edwards is out in the middle of nothing. There is an extension to Edwards Air Force Base that's out in the Nevada desert, but that may or may not exist. The reason they have the dry lake bed is because if you're testing something on the airplane and something goes wrong, you can land on the lake bed. You can land anywhere on the lake bed. The whole lake bed is just like one big flat where you can land. What's that, Hazanku? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what that is, man. What is a Groom Lake? Is there a Bride Lake too? Yeah, me too, Badger. No, Switchio, they were testing something, but I'm not gonna say. I really don't want to say what. I'm not going to. That's their business and not mine. It wasn't anything space, unfortunately. It was an airplane. Did you already do one launch today? No, I had to scrub an integration campaign because the pad broke on me.
No throttle up.
Oh crap. Crane bound up again. They were doing things. Yep. Yeah, Grid Kev, when you were 12, you're 38 now. Right on. Aces, 16-month resub. USAF would like to know your location. They already know who I am, Demon. No, King. No, it wasn't that. I wish I saw an F-35. There we go. And I really need those guys down at the bottom here. Right, Primo? I really need the guys that are holding the thing in place down at the bottom here. That would be really helpful. Yeah, Jim. They already know who I am. I'm literally on their records. Because I've been on an active testing range at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and at Edwards. Actually, Jim, the funny thing is my name popped up in the system at Edwards. Like, we were inputting our names for visitor passes for Edwards, right? And my name already popped up. I put my name in. The guy was like, what's your name? And I put my name in. I'm like, oh, Eric Johnson. He's like, oh, yeah, you're already in here. I'm like, what? And he's like, is this you? Are you sure? I'm like, are you sure that's me? And the guy's like, yeah. And he's like, I'm like, how did that get into the system? He said, oh, have you been to Patrick Air Force Base before? And I'm like, yes. He's like, well, that's where they know. I had to get, the reason why I was in there is because you guys know all the pictures that I show the mobile launcher and stuff when I was walking on it? Yeah, I had to do some things to be able to go and walk on the ML. That's why I was in the system. Yeah, so the Air Force guy was like, yeah, you're already in the system. You're good. Here's your pass. I'm like, what the hell? No, if I was a security threat, they wouldn't let me on the base. Yeah, no, it was weird. It was definitely weird. He's like, oh, you're already in here. I'm like, nah, that's got to be somebody else. He's like, no, yeah. No. And he showed me a picture. He's like, that you? And there's a picture of me from 2015 when I went to the base and whatnot. So yeah, no. If I'm in the system, that means let's be real, they know exactly who I am. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. I mean, that's the game you got to play with rockets, dudes. All right. Anyway, let's get this right. I've walked at Launch Complex 34, Clayton. Yeah. Somber. Annoying. Not annoying in that way, but lessons learned, I suppose. Hey, RG, what's going on? I mean, maybe 2020. I don't really think about that stuff, but I know I adhere to very strict ITAR policy on the stream. Like, that's why every once in a while during Space News, people are like, here, look at this. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. I take that stuff very seriously. Probably not, Swishio. Alright, let's make sure we're aligned here. 89.8 is what we went in at. Okay. Nothing popped around here. 89.8. Okay, we're good. Are you affiliated with NASA? Affiliated? NASA really doesn't do affiliations. You kind of do collabs with them, to be honest, Slugathor. You do collaborations with NASA. With that being said, I have collaborated with NASA on things before. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not official NASA, but I have collaborated with them on things. I've done panels at TwitchCon with people from NASA many times. I'd say many times. That was really only once. But I've worked with them on a bunch of different things. Yeah. So like they know me. They know who I am. I have their not endorsement. They can't endorse something as a public entity, right? But Slugathor, for what it's worth, I've had the folks that are controlling the NASA Twitch account come in here and chat and say, keep doing what you're doing, please. So, I mean, I'm not NASA, no, but, I mean, I wonder if NASA needs a PAO for Twitch. Okay, I meant what your profession is other than Twitch. Slugathor, I'm a STEM educator here on Twitch. What I do is I teach people about space and science and stuff here on Twitch, and I use Kerbal and other other engineering games to teach people about STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and math. That's what my job is. On paper, I'm a 3D artist, so I can do CAD systems and stuff. I can make like stuff for video games if you want, or make parts for a machine shop. In terms of aerospace knowledge, though, I'm self-taught. I have their blessing. Yeah, Sneaky, that's the right way to say that. Yeah, they've come in here and shouted out the stream. They did that during the Perseverance launch. They were like, EJ, you rock, keep doing what you're doing. And then I missed it like an idiot. I missed it, and everybody in chat's like, EJ, look up, scroll up in the chat, just do it. And I'm like, oh my goodness. What are you doing right now? I'm putting together a rocket to launch up into space, Brick. When I play Kerbal, dudes, I don't put a rocket out on the pad and then hit the launch button. The general run-of-the-mill gameplay is that you build in the editor in here, in the vehicle assembly building, right? You build a vehicle, and then you hit the launch button, and it puts it out on the pad for you. Now, guys, I've been using Kerbal to teach people about rockets for a very, very long time. So, at some point, you know, everybody here knows how a dang rocket works. So, and also, it's not really a challenge for me. I could launch a tuba spacecraft into space if we really want to in KSP. I know enough about it to maybe be able to do that. So as a challenge, I don't use the editor. I build my own rockets outside. I have my own vehicle assembly building, and I assemble the rockets out here. And then I fuel them, and then we launch them. That's my rules in this mission mode save. So what am I doing right now? I'm putting together a rocket launch campaign for the mission is called Luna 6 Flight 2. Lunar 6 is the mission. And then to do a lunar mission, to send stuff out to the moon in this save, I need to do 3 launches. So instead of one big rocket like Saturn V, I have a bunch of small rockets that put stuff together up in space, and then we send it out to the moon. I'm launching, what this launch campaign, Luna 6 Flight 2, is for sending up what's called a transfer stage. It's basically a rocket stage that I assemble to a spacecraft, and then we send that out to the moon. Luna 6 Flight 1, which we launched yesterday, or sometime, was a mission to go resupply our lunar lander out that's already floating out at the moon that was used on Lunar 5, 4, and 3. So per every lunar mission, we have 3 launches, give or take. I need a lunar lander resupply, a lunar transfer vehicle resupply, and then I need to launch the crew up into space. So what I'm looking to do is do this launch and another launch, and then like 3 more after that today. We're not making good time this far, I'm not going to lie to you, but we'll get there. Now I got to pull out the second stage here. Got to launch that. There's the big upper stage. So what I do is I do this as a challenge, right? I do this as a challenge to, to see if I can figure out how to rocket science better. And I also use it as a way to show people what it takes to put a rocket together, like how they go together. Basically, every time I go to launch something, you see how first stages are put on launch pads, and then second stages, and then payloads. You see how rockets are integrated. So I use it as a teaching tool. Clayton, I hope so. That would be really nice. Has the Dart left LKO yet? No. It's 2020. It's not designed to do that. Dart is a low Earth orbit access vehicle. It'll never leave low Kerbin orbit, dude. I mean, guys, I'll be honest with you. We talk about, bringing the shuttle in, and, oh, EJ, don't bring the shuttle in. It'll be too difficult. Blah, blah. We talk about that, but you guys kind of opted with Dart for low Earth orbit access and kind of inadvertently EOR, Earth orbit rendezvous. So what does that mean in plain English? The type of kind of tech tree that chat chose when they chose Dart means that we want to opt for low Earth orbit assembly stuff. So doing stuff like shuttles, meaning don't have like dedicated transfer vehicles and don't send a shuttle out to the moon. This isn't, Kerbal still abides by the laws of physics, to an extent, unlike some TV shows. I'm sorry, I'm throwing shade. Is an example from some space news you avoid, like those guys a while back who were tracking and photographing U.S. spy satellite to get 3D models of them. Yeah, I wouldn't be sharing that, King. I also didn't... People bugged me about showing the unencrypted telemetry from the second stage. Some guy in Europe was doing that. You remember that? Yeah. I made it a thing to not show that. I think I showed it maybe once, and it wasn't. I made sure it wasn't any views that we already hadn't seen. And then even then after that, I was like, nah, this is not going to be a thing for So there was also another instance where the Air Force showed pictures of the fuel injection system on a Merlin 1D, and I didn't show the picture. I'm very careful about that. I'm very careful about ITAR stuff, dude. There were some really cool camera angles from inside the stage, though. I understand that. I understand that, King, but it's better for my business not pissing those people off, don't you think? Don't you think that would probably be a wise thing to do? You know, not piss those people off? You know, For All Mankind has a good basis, but it rapidly devolved from alternative history to pure fantasy. Yeah, Stereo, that's my thing with it. They set up rules for continuity, and they basically established in the first season that it was, you know, in alt history, right? And then made it Star Wars in the second season, and I'm just like, oh, yep, nope, I don't need to watch this. Granted, I haven't watched one episode, but yeah, I mean, if enough people say it's good, I might go watch it, but the prognosis is not good. But hey, with that being said, if you like it, you like it. I'm not gonna get up people's tail because they don't like something that they like something that I don't like. That's ridiculous. Psychopaths do that. Yeah, they showed the inside of the second stage, not inside the COPV. A camera wouldn't be able to function correctly inside of the COPV, Sea Turtle. Their internal pressures are way too high. Inside of the second stage tank, though, it should be okay. No, I haven't. They finally explained why the shuttle was able to get to the moon, and then they messed something else up on the same episode. It's watchable, though. Maybe later, Ando, when... Yeah, I don't know. When I have some spare time, but I'll be honest, it's not high on my priorities list. Okay, we're not aligned. We need to get up to 89.9. Season 1 is pretty good, Lunprod. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I like The Expanse. Yeah, Expanse is cool. I'm gonna reset the album here. We'll start from the beginning. Alright, check for alignment here. 89.9. Okay, check for alignment again. Second stage is still reading at 89.9. Alright, let's get the payload out here. Okay. I'm going to recover the truck here. Alright, so now let's get the payload out. Yeah, T-Man, for sure. Season 1 was great. I'd recommend that and then end there. Season 2 is a great soap opera drama that happens to be in space. Yeah, NASA Man, that's the other thing that people are telling me. Like, on top of just Star Wars, right? They're telling me that it's more about character development and less about space. So, you know what I call that? I call that the Walking Dead syndrome. First 2 seasons are fantastic, and then basically every season after that is just people talking. It's basically a soap opera with zombies. Yeah, I can't. That type of content is not for me. Yeah, The Expanse did that for a couple of seasons too, where like an entire season was just them talking about what they're going to do, and then not doing anything, and then maybe a little bit of doing it at the very end of the season. Yeah, I don't like that. I really don't. You know what it did? You know what did make me want to do? Like, and I don't know if this is just me being an idiot. Like, now I want to write alt history about space. Now I want to do that. I want to go and I want to throw my hat into the ring, you know, like, cause somebody in chat, I was like, nah, For All Mankind's terrible, it's terrible, it's terrible. And somebody was like, could you do better? And I'm like, I mean, yes, probably, yeah. I'd read that, heck, I'd help produce it. Maybe I should start doing that project. NASA Man, I got a couple of other little projects here and there that I have to finish right now that I'm working on the side. But yeah, I'd do it. I mean, I'm pretty sure with this knowledge base that we have in here, the engineering and technical expertise, we could write a pretty awesome thing. And honestly, I already know where my alt history would start. Everybody, there's like Eyes Turn Skyward, and you know, everybody. A lot of space alternative history timeline stories have to do with like the Apollo program not getting canceled. So you know what mine would be? Mine would be about what happens if Challenger never happened. Yeah, that's what it would be about. So, if they got the shuttle to full operational reliability and started building a post-scarcity economy up in space, with Buran working, well, in conjunction with it. Yeah, mine would be based off if Challenger doesn't happen, and then they were able to fully ramp up and scale the shuttle correctly. Yeah, because everybody focuses on, well, what if the Apollo program didn't get canceled? Nobody asked that question. What would that kind of, if the shuttle keeps going, what would that launch market look like? The problem would actually be making it nerdy enough, but not too much, since we want to make it still watchable for everybody. So, Swishio, Apollo 13. Not For All Mankind. Got it. Yeah. You can write stories about space where, see, okay, the thing about call this a pet peeve of mine, okay? When I read stories about space that are, you know, like, you watch For All Mankind, right? For All Mankind has the Soviet Union as adversaries, right? Right? It has the Soviet Union as adversaries, and especially in Season 2. There's, you know, Red Scare in space, so we need guns and blah, blah. Dude, space is adversarial enough. I could write an entire season worth of content about space, and it would be dramatic, and it would be fun for people to watch, Apollo 13 style stuff, and not even mention the Soviet Union. Like, that's like one of my other beefs with For All Mankind. They went right to Herder, War in Space, and I'm like, okay. And now, don't get me wrong. If you watch For All Mankind Season 2 and you like it, you like it. I'm not bashing you. It's just not for me, dude. It's not for me in the same way like watching The Bachelor would not be for me. Like, I don't hate on it by any means. Or like watching a reality TV show. I don't hate on it by any means. It's just not for me. I don't waste time hating things, you know? But I always end up having to explain why I don't like it here, and then people get that confused with me hating it. So, I mean, I'm kind of damned if I do, damned if I don't. Any critique before I UV map and texture it? Looks right to me. I mean, NASA man, do you know publishers? Like, how do we make this happen? Like, if say we wanted to do that, Sawyer, do you know? Like, I'm sure you probably know somebody somewhere. Okay, Zanku, shows how much I know about writing books. Actually, there's a guy in here that watches the stream that writes books. I actually should probably go pick his brain. Can you imagine a whole, like, Zanku, if I was gonna do this, and the reason why I'm saying you specifically is just because you're carrying the conversation with me right now. What I would do is I would basically do like my stories would be set up for a macro scale. So like, I'm not saying it would be like the MCU, but that's how I would write my space flight stories, honestly. It would start out as just a bunch of things just all existing in the same universe, a bunch of spaceflight missions and whatnot existing in the same universe, and then, you know, at the end you'd get like something ridiculous. I did, Ordon. What if it was if Constellation wasn't canceled? I mean, that would be pretty cool. But my thing is, drummer, is that Constellation, even though, you know, it got canceled a decade ago, is still very fresh in everybody's minds. How would that differentiate? How would that type of all history stuff differentiate from something like The Martian, which is The Martian? The architecture in The Martian is literally built out Constellation style. Like, that's what it is. It's kind of like the end goal of where what Constellation was trying to do. I agree. Total Staples, I'm with you on that one. Hey, Slee, what's going on? I have a question. SpaceX is the chosen human landing system. So what suit will the astronauts wear inside the lander? SpaceX suit or the Orion Orange? Well, extravehicular suits, Stefan, I think, are NASA. I think SpaceX is building the lander. So, I don't know. We talked about this briefly the other day. I know that NASA is working on extravehicular mobility suits for exploring the moon and Mars. So I know that NASA is working on suits, but I'm not sure in terms of like the HLS, if that's what they're going to do. Like, if you think about it, they're going to be transferring from Orion into the lander. So you would... Why would you switch your spacesuit? You know what I mean? Just a thought, I guess. Thomas, I'm with you on that one. All right. Integration is complete. Let's check for alignment here. 89.8. Okay, nominal. Any tips for saving a failing hard drive? Nah, I don't do computer hardware too well, dude. I don't know. Check on Discord, Manor. I have a section on the Discord if you want to go up in there. I heard that NASA scrapped the idea of making new suits. I don't think they scrapped the idea. They're making commercial companies. Jackery, you could talk about that in the aerospace channel if you want. All right. Let's get the integration crane out of the way. Bonk. It's a better Twitch TV emote, Manor. SpaceX has the suit integrated into the seats. Since they have an integrated environmental control and life support system. Slee, are we talking about the extravehicular suits, or are we talking about the flight suits inside a Starship? Because space is at a premium here. So if the Orion flight suits that they're using, which would be the orange pumpkin suits, the aces, right? Right? If they're using that for Orion, they'll use that on Starship. Why? Mass. Why do you need 2 flight suits? That's stupid. SpaceX, if I were SpaceX, I'd make Starship integrate with the orange suits. It's really not that's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's not like the Eclipse needs different, consumables. All the environmental control life support system needs is a freaking nitrox hookup, and then you're good to go. However, maybe the extravehicular suits for Starship, what they use to go down and look on the mooner, nice. What they go to look down on the lunar surface, those might be SpaceX in-house. I don't know. And what would those look like? Don't know, dude. Yeah, there's no point in bringing up 2 sets of flight suits, one for Starship, one for... There's no point in bringing up 2 sets of flight suits, one for Starship and one for Orion. That's not a good idea. In fact, that NASA, if they were smart, and not if they were smart, I learned this kind of mantra from them. It would be a really good idea to standardize all your life support systems to an extent. Now, what does that mean by standardize all your life support systems? Not necessarily have a similar life support system design, right? But make it so that the pumpkin suit can interface with both life support systems on Starship and life support systems on Orion. Why do you want to do that? Well, if you have 2 similar life support systems, like say SpaceX takes Orion's life support and puts it on Starship. If that malfunctions, then you've got a little bit of a problem. If one of them malfunctions, that means the other one could malfunction too. So you want to have two different types of life support systems. However, you want to make the user experience between those two different life support systems similar. So basically, have the suits be able to plug in. NASA learned that one the hard way in 1970 with Apollo 13. The LEM had a different environmental control and life support system because it was made by Grumman than the CSM, which was made by North American. They had a problem adapting the life support systems from the LEM to the CSM to use the LEM as a lifeboat. They had problems with that. Problems that they had is they were two dissimilar systems with no interface, so they had to rig the system up. They had to basically hot rod the spacecraft in flight. So you standardize your plugs basically, but I wouldn't standardize the design. And if you're standardizing the plugs, I'd standardize the suits as well. But you also got to remember that the orange suits that they use for the shuttle and that they will use for Orion, those orange suits are flight suits. They're not EVA. They're not extravehicular suits. So once again, like the thing to kind of wonder is, are we talking about flight suits? Because if they're flight suits, no, I think they'll use the orange suits. If we're talking about EVA, I don't know. It's hard to say. You can launch the SpaceX suits in Starship when mass is not a problem. Why would you want two dissimilar suits, though, Phil? That doesn't make sense. That's just wasted mass. Just because you have 100-ton to the lunar surface payload capacity doesn't mean that you should just throw it away willy-nilly. That's stupid. Oh, interesting. NASA's looking to commercial partners to help develop the next generations of spacesuits and spacewalk technology. Okay, so they sent out an RFI. An RFI published on April 14th. NASA revealed it is looking for feedback from the space sector on its newly updated strategy to work with commercial partners in space. In this new strategy, NASA is looking to collaborate more with commercial partners in developing, building, and maintaining technology for spacewalks or extravehicular activities, including spacesuits, the agency said in a statement. Under this new strategy, the agency will be shifting acquisition of exploration EVA suits to a model in which NASA will purchase spacesuit services from commercial partners rather than building them in-house with traditional contracts. Well, that's for the EVA suits. That answers that question. Yeah, what drummer said 62? You've been asked this about 1,000 times. What's up, Sido? But do you have any plans for a starship like Rocket through this playthrough? I mean, we could do something like that, Sido, but it would be difficult. Starship would be hard to make, especially the landing part. Wouldn't the lunar starship flight suits be the same as Crew Dragon? Yeah, but that contract for commercial suits is for extravehicular suits. That's not for flight suits. So, I mean, maybe. But once again, why bring up an extra pair of suits? That doesn't make any sense. Also, I'm not... Maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Talking inside the lander, NASA demands for landing the crew wearing their EVA suit partially done during landing. I mean, that's what they did during Apollo. What's that, Thomas? Is that a... Alright, we're going to get ready to launch here in a second. First launch of the day. Good, our first launch of the day. Is that crane hugging the side of the windmill? Or, it's not a windmill, it's a wind turbine. And see, it's got a counterweight mechanism up at the top. Huge robotic monkey. Huh. 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 It looks like a big... I don't see monkey. I see koala bear with a crane on the top of its head. That's pretty neat, dude. Yeah. Wait, how does it... Wait, what is it? Oh, it's... Wait, how does it do that? How does it crawl that? What is it attached to? Oh, there's pegs. Okay, I see it. There's little pegs on the side. But what is it attached to right there? It's got to be hanging from a... Interesting. It's got to be hanging from the top when it goes to do that. Cool. Neat. All right. Okay, so let's bring up the log here and let's go for a launch. Lunar 6, Flight 2, Freedom Tendi, version 3.3, transfer stage 12. We're going to Liberty Station. Year 3, day 338. We'll 1347, so we're at 14. We'll target 20 past on the dot. Payload mass 12.2. This is the first launch again, the 92nd launch total from Complex 1A. Vehicle serial number is TS12 129 237. This is the transfer vehicle refuel and resupply. Flight 2 of 3. Booster will be expended. Okay. Save. All right, so let's start procedures here for a launch. Okay, station is almost in phase. So, first thing we'll do is do an alignment check. 89.9. Okay, vehicle is pointing straight up. Yes, I have to check that. You don't want it to go, you don't want it to just be pointing slightly to the side. If you do something like that, then the vehicle will slew off the pad. It'll kind of go sideways off the pad if it's crooked, and it'll damage the pad. I don't need that. I'm trying to reuse this. Yeah, we're working on getting the log that I just filled out, Manor, onto the website. Okay, now let's do a hierarchy checkout here. This just makes sure that the root part of the subassembly, or the root part of the pad in the rocket as a subassembly has the root part on it. And it does. The reason why I want to check that, and the reason why I visualize the auto struts and make sure that my root part is up here, long story short, we're undocking from the pad, not using a decoupler, and I want to be absolutely sure that I'm controlling the rocket after it leaves the pad and not the launch pad. That's a bad idea. Yeah, you don't want to do that. So now, what we're going to do is set our staging correctly. That's a fairing. Okay, so poodle engine there. That can stay up there. The fairing goes into its own group right there. Okay, perfect. All right. So now we're going to go down the vehicle. Vehicle is staged correctly. We're going to go. We are going to look down the vehicle and make sure that all systems on the vehicle, down from the very top of the fairing all the way to the bottom, are working correctly. So that involves some same vessel collision. The reason why I'm using same vessel collision is because since I put the rocket together, I need something else besides the docking port holding this whole thing together. Did we ever jot down a checklist in the end? No, drummer, but the more I do it, the more I get it in my head. Now, honestly, now would be the time to do it. But I am changing Freedom's design all the time, so. But then again, the integration procedures don't change, so we should probably get to doing that. I don't know what that's going to entail, and I'm not sure how long it's going to take either, but we'll figure it out. So, same vessel collision is on. Make sure we disable crossfeed here. Crossfeed is disabled. Okay. Go here to the payload attachment fitting. We need to make sure crossfeed is disabled there. It is. Okay. Now I got to make sure same vessel collision is enabled on the forward skirt of the second stage. It is. Okay. We're good there. Let's go down here. Make sure the aft tank on the second stage is set to same vessel interaction. It is. And now make sure the fairing on the fairing that makes up the inner stage is set to SVI, and it is. We're good. Now what we got to do is open up the second stage to be able to be fueled, and that involves opening up the crossfeed here so I can move fuel through the first stage into the second stage. A traditional rocket would have an umbilical right here. There would be some kind of umbilical that attaches to the bottom of the stage where you could start filling fuel up. No rocket that I know of fills up the second stage through the first stage. That's not really how they do it. Thanks, Gothstar. I appreciate the kind words, man. Okay, so that's all ready to go. Now we're going to go down to the bottom here and check our aft skirt. The aft skirt has same vessel collision, and then the reaction table, or the launch table, it's not a reaction frame, it's a launch table, on this has SVI enabled, and it does. Okay. Vehicle checkout is completed. We're going to make sure that we have the main fuel tank fill and drain valves open, and they are. Valves are set to open. Okay, we are go for fueling here. Let's start fueling up the vehicle. First stage fueling is begun. Hey, Ismic, I sent you a whisper about something I wanted to show you. Not sure if that's okay. Discord messages would be the better way to do it, Ismic, but this is fine for now. Okay, Ismic. Yeah, shoot me a message in Discord with a link to him, and I'll check it out later. I check the Discord every day. I check my Discord inbox every day, and I check my email every day before the stream. Sometimes, you guys know how sometimes like I'm here, right, and then everyone's like, "Hi, EJ, you're late," and I end up being like 30 minutes late. It's because I have an email. I'm writing an email to somebody, or I'm answering messages. I replied to you, drummer. You should check your inbox. I didn't just tell drummer to go fornicate with himself. I told him to go have intercourse with himself. So when do I get listed as a Twitch mod in your Discord? Don't make me wildly swing my green sword. I mean, do you want that? Drummer, could you give Sawyer mod role in the main Discord? Yeah, if you could, man, thank you. Okay. Wish you could set Twitch Prime subs to auto renew. Yeah, that'd be nice. Well, taking care of things on your to-do list, accept my friend request on Steam. Oh boy. I swear, you better not gift me a game or I'm gonna be really mad. It's not that I don't appreciate that people are gifting me games, bro, but I freaking, I don't have time to play all these damn games. I don't have time to play all these games, and I think my friends list might be full. Let's try that. Let's try that. Let's try, yep, my friends list is full. Okay, great. I think I got it, though. You should use gifted games for giveaways. I don't do giveaways. Manor, it's kind of a personal thing. I don't think giveaways are. I don't do that. I don't need giveaways to build a community. And I'm not saying that, and I'm not frowning or turning my nose up at people that do giveaways on their streams either. It's not like that. It's just something I don't like doing. Subsequently, I don't like doing charity streams too. I mean, I don't do charity streams and I don't do giveaways. Not because I'm against charity or anything. There's nothing wrong with being altruistic. That's totally fine. But it's just that I would rather focus more on educating people than anything, and I want the message to be very clear and very potent. You know, I don't want like other gimmicky stuff for people to like the stream. This stream attracts a very certain niche audience, and I want to make sure I capture as much of that niche audience as I possibly can. And well, exposure like that could help, right? I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing with me. I have a thing about like, I have a weird kind of, I wouldn't call it ethics so much, because that implies that the people that do it are unethical, and I know that's not the case. I just don't really like being seen doing good things. I just do good things, you know? It's just kind of, and once again, there's nothing wrong with people that do this stuff. So much money has been raised from charity streams that help people, and that's great. I'd just rather go and just do it, like, and not do a charity stream. Like, I don't know. Yeah, Matt, like, do I donate to charities? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I don't need to tell you which ones. And I don't know, I feel personally uncomfortable doing that on stream. Yeah, that's more me than anything. It's just me being weird. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, I wouldn't do it here. It's not for me. Like, Hazanko, I don't need to be seen being a good person. Like, once again, do I give to charities? Yeah. Yes, I do. I've helped support a couple of viewers' charities over the years, and one of them helps with vets and stuff, like Veterans Affairs and stuff. But like I said, I don't need to say which one, and I don't need to tell you that I do it. But like, unless it comes up, I guess. But yeah, I don't need to do that. The new Project Pinky episode is awesome. Right on, Doom. So like, I would rather sit here and like teach people about this stuff rather than do like a charity stream. Like, I don't know, can't really put it into words, and I usually am pretty articulate when it comes to like explaining things like this, and it just doesn't seem I just don't like it. It's not. I don't think it's the right vibe for the stream, to be honest with you. You don't need to fix an old World War II plane. Oh, nuclear, you have no idea. I do that stuff all the time. You know, like museums and whatnot. You know, I'll throw a couple here and there, dude. I still have to do that. I wanna go. Like, see, you know what? I wouldn't have problems with that. I wouldn't have problems with doing that for that charity, like the Valiant, so they can fix their TBM. The one that ditched in the water, I would not have a problem doing like a charity stream for that if they wanted to, but because that's heritage, that's history, and history needs to be preserved and documented, and I'm very, very adamant about that. But yeah, I don't know. I'd probably just go and do it. I'd probably just go and tip, you know, or go and donate the money, and well, I'd probably forget that I did it and just not tell anybody, you know. Alright, I'm waiting for the launch window here. I went past 20 because the station isn't in the right phase, so I pushed the launch back a little bit. I did that on purpose, though. I'm going to move the launch time up to 27 here, so we get the station in good phase. But, okay, going back to, let's dial it back into Kerbal here, folks. So, fellas, alright, here's the thing. With this mission here. Oh yeah, Vasi, you remember that guy? What an idiot. Yeah, that guy. I'm pretty sure that's some guy that got mad because he wasn't allowed to swear in chat and has been hate watching the stream for years now. That's the Satanist guy, I'm pretty dang sure, but aside from the point. So, this rocket is going to get up into space with a significant amount of second stage fuel left over. Now, what does that mean? And there's a reason why I paused it, even though we're waiting for the launch window. Now, I'm not one to introduce, like, deviations into the design from here. But, this thing is going to be running with an incredibly high surplus of fuel. Now, what? So what? Now, what I could do... We're going to have a lot of extra fuel here. So I'm debating... Interesting, Hellfish. I'm debating what do we do with that extra fuel. I don't want to leave it. The second stage is going to have like 200 to 300 units of fuel left over in it. What should we do with it? The second stage with the transfer stage attached to the front, I'm not sure docking operations would be wise, because I never designed the RCS on the second stage and the transfer stage to work in conjunction with each other. So that would lead to us hemorrhaging off a lot of monopropellant, which when I tried to do this last time, that's what happened. It's a transfer stage 2020. So do we just get rid of the surplus of fuel? Do we try to keep it? Do we try to scavenge it? What should we do here? I'm not 100%. Why don't you use the aviators? It's just... I did some events with Twitch where they were, like, in the studio. I couldn't wear the sunglasses. So... yeah, I just kind of stopped doing it. Any way to dock it for a future craft going to translunar injection? Hang on one second, guys. I'm talking to my dad. Give me 1 second. Dual ULA, leave it in a service orbit and pretend like you have a plan for reusing it. Yeah, but Prey, you know how much of a no-no it is introducing made-up mission architecture on the fly when you're flying spaceships around. You know, that's a no-no. do seismic testing on the moon. Liberty Station needs more docking ports, so you could build a fleet there. I suppose I could try to balance the RCS on orbit and then get it to dock to the station, dump the fuel at the station, leave a little bit for the stage, and then unplug the stage from the station and deorbit it. Balancing the RCS shouldn't be too difficult. It should be okay. Like that, I should be able to tweak that, but we really got to be careful. We don't want to... It's really important to have balanced RCS on the craft. So, like, for instance, if you, like, we're moving stages around. Stages drain fuel, so the center of mass changes. And you have to adjust the RCS constantly for the center of mass change. That's a real big pain in the butt. Yeah, empty head. Another transfer stage, yep. Today is Hubble's 31st birthday. How does the Hubble maintain its orbit? Gyroscopes. It uses gyro swishio, and it's high enough to not have orbital decay. I agree. LCROSS it. Let me read, Sawyer. Just make sure I understand. Yeah, okay. Yeah, LCRA, LC, yeah, okay. Yeah, it has that. It was designed to collect and relay data from the impact and debris plume resulting from the launch vehicle's spent Centaur stage, striking the crater Cabeus near the North Pole. Oh, dude, I forgot about this mission, man. Yeah, they seismic tested the Centaur stage to kick up dust. I remember that. This mission was so gnarly, dude. Yeah, they dumped the stage and had it hit the moon, and then the satellite tracked the impact. That's freaking cool, man. What a BAMF freaking mission. Nice. Such a Kerbal thing to do. Sneaky, they did it during the Apollo program. A bunch of Saturn V third stages found themselves being very, very formally acquainted with dirt, with lunar dirt. They did it for seismic tests. Part of the ALSEP experiments. You know how you have the seismometer in Kerbal that you place down on the surface of another planet? That's based off of the Apollo Lunar Surface Experiments package called ALSEP. Part of ALSEP was a seismometer. So when the astronauts landed on the moon, they deployed the surface experiments packages. And then they crashed the stage into the moon and see if the seismometers picked it up. That's where they got the idea. Remember how big the original Gateway proposals were? No, I don't. But, alright. Maybe use this full one for TLI, then undock another one from the station. Dock it to the upper stage and refuel. Alright, we'll see how well the thing balances when we get up on orbit, empty head. The other thing that I could do is, since the second stage has a little bit more delta V, I could slow down. We could... With the extended stage here, I could attempt to boost back to see what it does, but I would have no way to steer the dang thing. But you know what? That screws with the second stage trajectory a lot, so I'm probably not going to do that. Okay, here we go. So, we're going to launch 30 on the dot here. We're at T-minus 1 minute, 48 seconds. Let's go for auto sequencer start. Turn on the engines here. We got a little bit of wiggle. I think that's from doing the time warps. Okay, just careful. Okay. Beginning thermal conditioning of the KD-170 here. I call the 4 Bobcat engines clipped into each other a KD-170 because it looks like a Russian RD-170, and it's about as powerful as one too. Alright, so, closing out. First stage is pressed for flight. We're going to now do thrust vector control checkout to make sure that the gimbals on the engines are configured for flight correctly. Basically, I need to make sure I can steer the rocket. Steering the rocket is useful. Yeah, we want to do that. I'm pretty sure. Okay, TVC checkout confirmed. Wiggle test is complete. Ground pyrotechnic system is online. Second stage crossfeed is done. Okay, we're T-minus 1 minute and counting. Range is green. I think your pitch is off nominal. 89.8 is fine. Okay. What's the reasoning for clipping the engines? Laggard, it looks cool. Rock, report range status. Status check. Go Freedom 10. Go Luna 6, Flight 2. T-minus 28 seconds and counting. You're clear to proceed with terminal count. Ground pyrotechnic systems are armed. When's the next DART launch? It's literally the mission after this. Crossfeed is disabled, Bubble. We're good. T-minus 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition. And a liftoff. Liftoff. Freedom 10D carrying transfer stage 12, supporting the Luna 6 mission. Vehicles cleared the tower. We're go for roll program. Whoa. Come here. Come here. That was strange. Alright, I gotta look at the vehicle. That thing rolled like crazy. Little bit of a weird slew coming off the pad there, but that was because, I'm pretty sure that was because I time warped. Did you see when I looked at the thrust vector controllers, that the launch table was wiggling around? I'm pretty sure, yeah, it didn't like that. Okay, throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. What's in the water? Pieces of first stages and pieces of crashed ships. Okay, we have max Q. We've hit max Q, 11.9 kilopascals coming out of the throttle bucket here. Throttling the engines back up. Vehicle is now transonic. We've broken the sound barrier. Next step in the flight is main engine cutoff here. Everything's looking good on the rocket here. Onboard accelerometers reading 2.5 Gs of acceleration. 2.67 TWR. Stand by for MECO. Stand by for upper stage ignition. We have good upper stage ignition, clean staging of the vehicle. Everything's looking good right there. Good clean separation confirmed. We got nominal performance on the first stage there. Fortunately, we won't be seeing that thing again. You're gonna build a fourth dart, maybe. Stand by for PLF jettison here. I haven't heard that, Hellfish, but I'm not saying you're wrong either. Payload fairing separation confirmed. Next step in the flight is second stage engine cutoff here. Manor, we don't know that for sure, but maybe. I would like them to keep using it. It'd be useful, but... Okay. Performance is looking good here on the vehicle. We have a good APO established. Apoapsis, highest point in the orbit. So right now we're on a suborbital trajectory. The apogee, or apoapsis of our orbit, is 97, and it's going down. I want it to be right around 98. And ideally, I would like second stage engine cutoff right when I cross the apogee. I would like to basically have the orbit circularized right at AP. So what I'm really looking at right now is time to AP. I want to keep that. I want to make sure we hit orbital velocity right when that says T-0. Orbital velocity.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Chosen One, 34-month resub. What's up, dude? Orbital velocity at this altitude is about 2,300. Yeah, see, we're gonna fly past the AP almost, and that's no good. Not the worst thing to happen, but... Stand by for second stage engine cutoff. Ramping down engine. We have nominal orbital insertion 102 by 89. It's not ideal, but it's not bad either. 102 km by 89 km. EJ, sorry to backseat you, but I would recommend pressing caps lock. It would make your engine's motion smoother and would be less jittery. You probably know this. I do, JM, and you know what, man? I don't really care as long as the rocket made it into space. I know that I went a little, I overpitched. I'm not doing caps lock in case something happens to the rocket. That's a bad idea. Because, dude, the reason why I'm not going to do that and the reason why I'm not a fan of doing something like that is because, okay, so think about it. At that particular point in the ascent, I needed to dampen out my move. I need to dampen out the engine movement, right? That would have fixed that problem. Anywhere else during the ascent, if you need to make a quick move, I don't want caps lock dampening out my movements or damping out my movements if I need to quickly recover the vessel. So the way I see it is just I need to fly the thing better. Actually, we were looking at automating the systems. We were looking at making an autopilot for this. I might do that. What does caps lock do? It's fine control. Okay. Don't you use a joystick to launch the rockets? Yes. It's time to get the funk out. Yeah, new binky today, man. Alright. Your second stage just needs a bit more juice. King, what I did for lunar insertion is I just transferred that fuel into the stage and called it a day. And I can plop basically 90% full transfer stages out at the moon. That's one of the good reasons about the extended version of this. So let's try and balance out our RCS. Yeah, Tars. Yeah, Rock Guy was. And that, I don't know, KRPC would be kind of cool, but I know that's a rabbit hole, and I know people don't want me sitting here messing with guidance systems the entire time. Plus, it makes it more fun if I fly the rocket into space, you know? Alright, we're approaching AP. I'm going to use the monoprop systems to increase... Oh. No, I'm backwards. That's no good. Also, we need to make sure the solar panels are online. Drummers, see, that gets too complicated and it gets too hard to track. I would rather... Honestly, I would rather just, have just streams where we have to do R&D, you know what I mean? Would it be impractical to add nav lights? It's not whether it would be in practical manner. Engineering is all about application. Do I need lights? Do we need lights? I mean, it's an honest question. Do I need lights right now? No, not really. If we were landing on, if we were designing a lander to be able to stay on the lunar surface for a longer period of time, would I put lights on it? Yeah. Why? Because on the moon it gets dark from time to time, right? Engineering is all application driven. Like, basically just what I said. No lights are there to look cool. I mean, SpaceX would be the one exception to that, but the intention there is to sell the concept of engineering. Sell the concept of space, and they engineer for aesthetics, like Ferrari would, or something. What I'm trying to tell you is that Dragon is the Ferrari of spacecraft. $97, $187. Alright, we'll see if we can balance out the RCS enough on this thing to get it to work correctly. It's going to be difficult. I don't know if I could get the stage there, but an extra... How much fuel does this thing have? An extra 350 units of fuel could mean that I don't need to do a resupply next time. I don't want that to happen, Buck. That was probably a bad example. I'm worried if Russia builds their own space station, we're one step closer to the movie Armageddon. This is the Russian space station. Oh, God. Okay. You're kidding. I was about to say, man, like, really? Trying to put myself into a slightly lower orbit than the station here. Okay, 98 is good. Transfer stage 12 in 10D stage 34 is looking good here. American components, Russian components, all made in Taiwan. Okay, we're gonna do another prograde burn here real quick. So if I activate the RCS here, right? We activate the RCS here. The center of mass on this is basically right on the engine. So that RCS would need to be, if we thrust limit that, all these down to 50, right? Actually 20 would be even better, so we don't use as much fuel. Thrust limit these down to 20, okay? Actually no, they need to be 50 because of how I have it attached to the second stage. Because these RCSs, these thrusters are so dang close to the center of mass, if I'm using them for steering, actually it'd be better to use them for translation, but I can't move any more fuel forward, so. 97.9 by 98. Okay, that's fine. How do we get this to the station and how do we do it balanced? So that's really close to center of mass right there. All right. These ones, just don't even bother. Can you group the RCS? Well, I have to thrust limit some things here. These need like 10 at best for the thrust outputs on those. Because they're so far away from the center of mass. They don't need to be high thrust, so when I go to translate, it doesn't spin the vehicle out of control. Because we need, if our center of mass is right here, right? We need to be able to, if we want to translate the vehicle, so strafe the vehicle left and right, up and down, forward and back, right? I need to make sure that my RCS is, if I have RCS that's different distances from the center of mass, I need to make sure that this RCS is pushing down with the same force that that RCS is pushing down at that distance from center of mass. Because this RCS is closer to the center of mass, you're going to have more thrust. I want it to generate more thrust. This one back here has a lot of leverage over the vehicle. So these thrusters are good for steering, right? Not so much for translational control. That should get me what I want. Hopefully. All right. So it's going to take a second for us to catch up. These need a little bit more power for turning controls. And then these ones really need to be... Hang on. You know what? Just lock these out. See, this is what I mean. It's better to just engineer this on the ground instead of wasting monopropellant up here trying to figure out what's a good design. Hey, Airborne, what's going on? I just needed to give a little bit of a pulse there. Okay, shut that engine off. Safe the engine. Alright, so now I'm gonna catch up. We're gonna catch up to the station here. Let me just do a rendezvous node here. Let's make sure we set the AP to 100, which is 100 kilometers up is 62 miles is right where the station is. So now, what are my rendezvous indicators showing? Okay, we're far away, so we'll go a couple orbits into the future there. Oh dear. Okay, so we're way into the future there, but we have... Okay, I'm going to keep taking away a little bit from my delta V indicator, right? Until these things start moving around a lot. Once your intersect nodes start moving around a lot, you found your opportune time. We're going to keep lowering this and keep dialing it in until we get closer. If the intersect nodes split into the two intersect nodes, then you got to change the phase. You got to push your orbit forward or back. See, now I got to push the orbit forward and back. What happens if we do that? 2.6 kilometers. Got to make sure that the AP stays at 100. That's where I screwed up. All right, so now we're at 100. Now change the phase here. So changing the phase is moving the maneuver node forward or back, right? And this is why I like this thing here. You can really do some fine tuning to these. So before I set my AP low and then I tried to move into the right phase, it didn't work. You got to set altitude to where the station is, which is at 100 kilometers, and then move the phase. I did it weird. See, now, see they stopped? Huh. There we go. Hey, Funky, what's going on? There we we go. See, 300. We got it to 300 meters right there. Let's just try to tweak it a little bit, see if we can get it closer. There we go. Got it to 2. Just fine tweak it. Take your time. Usually I try to put myself in a position where it takes 2 or 3 orbits to get to the target. Or in this case, like 7 or 8. Because it gives you time to fine-tune this thing. That's good. All right, ready for the spin cycle? Okay. Or 10. Yes, 10, because we're really hungry. Like, we don't have to worry about the fuel boiling off either. Fuel boil off doesn't happen in KSP. Who knew it could be a problem? What's that, Reaper? Oh, yeah. It turned out to not be a near miss, but err on the side of caution. I hope you didn't have any other maneuvers scheduled. No? Not yet. That was me. Sorry, I Wookieed when I should have cookied. Yeah, Rocket Guy, right? Hey, Grab Shark, what's up, dude? Alright. Normally, they would, you know, depending on, like, consumables, like, if there's people aboard, they would try to find what's called the least energy way to get there, and the quickest that they can within the confines of the engineering. So, like, with Dragon, because it's newer, they take their time, and that's on purpose. Yes, that's correct, Goalie, yes. You know, for a second there I thought, you know, oh, it'd be good if we, you know, just turned away from the station. But then I realized that turning away from the station makes you turn away from the station, so I decided to not turn away from the station. Does that make sense? This is going to be hard. This is going to be a tough mission to dock. hell are we gonna do this? That was the IRL doc? Great. Safe the engine? Thank you. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. How many thrusters do you want to work? Yes. Oh man, now would be a really good time to have a robotic arm. See, this is what I mean about using the RCS this way. It's really not a good idea. And at this point, I'm just spurting out monopropellant trying to get the vehicle to center itself. This is why RCS design on spacecraft in Kerbal is super important. And I mean real life too, obviously. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna transfer the rest of that over. I still have 2 more mono tanks, which is fine. That's enough. Yeah, we should lock out the freaking gimbal. It's annoying. Okay, so the stage has plenty. Now, dude, like, even separating a stage this close to a space station is just dumb. That's not a good idea. But in real life, you wouldn't do this. You don't even really genuinely want your stages getting anywhere near. You don't want a liquid fuel stage getting anywhere near the space station. Because, I mean, not because it's like it's super dangerous, right? No, it's not that it's dangerous or anything. I mean, it is dangerous, but it's just an unknown, and it's not really part of the mission. And this is what I mean, like, when we were sitting down on the launch pad, and I was like, I don't know if, it'd be nice to see if we could figure out a way to scavenge that fuel. Hey, Midge. Turn, reorient for final docking. Now we're gonna take this thing and gotta be careful with this thing and its monopropellant. These type of station operations that I'm doing right now would be very, very, not very. Does that make sense? Okay. So, what we could do is I could dock this over there, transfer the fuel, and then, yeah, that's actually probably the better way to do this. How are you gonna deorbit it? I'll leave some fuel left in it. We'll have some fuel left over. Hang on. Yeah, pretty much apocalypses, right? The Kerbal Maneuvering Unit. Jackery. Okay. Because this thing is more stable with using the RCS, I might use this as a tug instead of just trying to dock that to this. Oh, don't spoil it, Buck. I haven't seen it. You know, like, I'm usually like, about spoilers, but no, not with Binky. I've been waiting way too long for this. Okay, we got an orbital sunrise here. Yeah, J-Speed. I'm sorry, what? We have a loss of signal on the stage. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna do option B here. We're gonna divert over here. Rocket Guy, as you type that, yes. That's, yeah, I don't want to take the risk. It doesn't have a strong enough antenna to communicate through JeffNet, which is fine, that's okay. See, the transfer stage by itself, because I engineered the RCS to be nice and smooth, it flies fine. Yeah, Zook. We still do, bud. Stand by for soft capture. We're going to transfer fuel into TS9 here. Soft capture confirmed. Okay. So what I'll do here is that's a full tank, dude. That's pretty cool. All right, so let's transfer fuel over here. So we're gonna open up, we're gonna use the Constitution module here, which was explicitly designed for fuel transfer purposes. Enable the cross feed, and we should be able to feed fuel into this thing. Okay, cool. Where's the stage? It's slowly floating away. Transfer the fuel. So I'm going to get all of this. I'm going to get all the fuel out of transfer stage 12. The reason why I'm going to do that is because we'll have more delta V, basically. I can more efficiently use the propellants that I have when this thing is not, when this thing doesn't have a full tank of gas. I am going to leave a little bit of fuel, though, in it, just in case if something goes south, right? I'm going to leave a little bit of fuel in it. And I'll use that once we transfer the whole amount of fuel from that thing. I'll use that to proportion the fuel for the other stage if this mission is successful. Station looks pretty rad. It's not the biggest station that I've made, Tars, but it's, you value it a lot more when you have to go through all that work to just to launch something up into space, huh? Okay, so I'm going to take the fuel on here, and then I'm going to move the fuel to the front as much as I can. And now, does this thing have any monoprop left over? Nope. Does this thing have any monopropellant left over? Yep. Okay, so I'm going to move one of these whole tanks to transfer stage 9. And what I'll probably do here is use 9. I'm going to top off at least one of the tanks here. We're going to need that for the mission. I'll probably use 9 to dock to the transfer vehicle after, because the fuel's already in it. And then we'll put 12 out at the station here. Okay, so 12 is unlatched. Put 12 out at the station here, and I'll leave it as a tug. All right, so we have 9.95 monopropellant. We got to be very careful here. So I'm going to use the... This does have a small gyro on it because it's designed to work with the transfer vehicle. So I'm going to use the gyros for all the rotational stuff. It's the translational controls. So like moving, you know, going forward and back and stuff is where we really need to be careful here. Hey, Snake. Oh, nice, Kyron. There you go. All right, that should be enough. What was the reason for flying Collins? I showed the shuttle and people are like, wait, when did you do this? So I showed them all my lifters from the other mission mode save. And I went to integrate this mission last night and the pad exploded. And I figured out that it was my fault that the pad exploded. So, oh god. Okay. Okay, we magnetized. Come on. I gotta come up with a better docking mechanism, just on a side note. Alright, cool. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this fuel, because that's portioned out correctly. I'm gonna take the fuel that we have left over, and I'm gonna dump that. Did we disable crossfeed here or something? Oh. There we go. So that's the fuel that this thing will use for deorbiting. And now I'm going to take the big fuel load. And we're going to put that in the transfer vehicle, and then we're going to go back to the station. It's just you, Pruff. It's my vehicle designs that make it easier. The docking, the way to dock hasn't changed. The physics in the game hasn't changed when it comes to docking. Like ever. Okay. Fueling operations are complete. Any monopropellant left in this thing? Yes. I will take that, thank you very much. The stage is, that upper stage does not need any more. That stage doesn't need any more RCS. We don't need to do any more docking operations with it. Okay. Nice, Green. That's cool. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, my dad was asking me if Dragon docked. Wait, where did all the... Did I use the 10 monoprop that I had on? What the heck? Okay, well, this just got a little bit harder. That's okay. And this is what I mean about doing stuff like this. This gets tough. Like, did I just use that? I had 10 monoprop on this thing. Unless I transferred it into the wrong thing. Maybe, who knows. So, we gotta just do a little bit of... Gotta do a little bit of that. See, this is... I don't like how messy everything is here. You know? It's not cool. I don't like that at all. You see how messy this is? It's not... It's kind of all over the place. I'm like, oh, I can go do this, and then I can go do this. I don't like doing missions like this. I like sticking to the plan. But the reason why I'm even trying to do this is so I can... If I can save enough fuel up here, I might not need to do one of the refueling missions, and we might be able to get the other lunar missions done a little bit faster. $56. Alright, we gotta switch to gyros. I'll use the gyros and I'll use the engines. I freaking hate monopropellant, dude. I'm about to go unlock vernier thrusters. How much more mass can you put into a refueling tank if you got extra margins to play with? It's really more about being able to fit it in the fairing at that point, Blinga. So right now I'm just using the gyros on board the stage. See, this is unrealistic in itself. Stages wouldn't have gyros like this. Okay, so I'm going to point where I want to be for final docking. Give the engine a little pulse there and just... I know you love the clickety-clacks, okay? 37.37 monopropellant left, so just... .28 monopropellant. .24. .08. .07. Stand by for soft capture. Actually, I think I hit the nail on the head. I think I'm good. I'm just gonna chill here. Don't you frigging dare. I had it on target, but I turned the magnetization down for some weird reason. Woo! Oh boy. That almost sucked. Alright, now we had a loss of signal on this thing again. Okay, we have reacquisition of signal here on this. Yeah, okay, no, it just used up a bunch of monopropellant. Alright. Really cutting it close. Well, NASA man, that's what I said. That's the risk even before I launched this. I said that's the risk we take with trying to get that extra fuel. It just barely paid off. Just barely paid off. Because now we're gonna do this. Ready? Zip. Okay. Bye-bye. Alright. My dad's blowing up my phone. He's asking me about the missions. There goes the stage off the left side of the screen. All right. Okay, so let's see what we have here for monoprop. Okay, on the transfer vehicle. So what I'm the transfer. Oh my goodness. That's it. My dad's asking me, he's like, wait, didn't the Soyuz come down the other day? The conversation I'm having with him was like, yeah. He's like, how many people are up on the station? I'm like, there's 11. And he's like, is that enough beds for everyone? And I'm like, it's only till Wednesday. And he's like, wait, crew 1's coming back down. Didn't crew 2? Didn't Soyuz go down the other day? And I'm like, yeah, that was the Russian crew. And I told him how MS-18 came up and 17 went back down. To tell you, finally booked your CBT for your motorcycle license. Dude, that's cool. Yeah, well. Yes, man, your folks are cool. I like your folks. Hey, inquisitive minds are inquisitive minds, man. My dad's the reason why one of the reasons why I like space so much, so. Not unhappy about this. That's why I'll stop the stream to take time to explain things, you know? Like. Okay, so that so I get better distribution here. I'm gonna out these the monopomp tanks there. There we go. Starliner is scheduled for Thursday, right? Yeah, sure. Yes. Yeah, okay, it took me a second. Yep. That's cool, NASA man. That's cool, man. It's good stuff. Alright, so how much monoprop do we have here? Literally nothing. Yeah, LQ2, maybe. Right? Wait, where's my letters? What the hell? What happened to transfer stage 12? Where are my flags? T. Now we're definitely not taking that. All right, so how much fuel do we have? That thing is fully fueled. Okay, and then this thing... How much fuel does it have total? Hi, V. I'm T. Hi, T. I'm V. That's not enough. I know, Hellfish, right? T. So your dad is, well, one of the reasons, MacB. My dad used to wake me up for shuttle missions back in the day. Where's this man? I need to shake his hand. On the truck stream, you can do it virtually. He shows up for truck streams sometimes. So, okay, we scavenged that fuel, guys, but unfortunately that's not enough. I need 800 units of fuel for this thing to be able to... Actually, no. What was the math? So, it was 1.5 of these tanks with the back tank full right there. So, that's what I factored in for a successful mission. Huh. No, Wookie, these are just flags being weird. That's all. They're there. It's just you can't see them, see? It just... Here, a time warp should fix it. Ready? And then one more. Yeah, see? Well, it almost fixed it. Nice card. Nice, dude. NASA TV was a cable channel back in the day. You'd have to get it. You'd have to request it with your cable package. He goes, I thought they were only up to MS-15. So Progress, the resupply vehicle, is at 15. Progress is a Soyuz with no heat shield and seats. Used for cargo. It is in some areas, Kyron. I think it's up to Progress MS-15, but I forget. Anyway. Alright, so. Alright, so how much fuel is it? I have to have a full tank of gas here, and then that. So that's 405 plus 72, which is 477. And then we need this to be about half full. So that's 200. So we need about 600 units of fuel per tug to get this done correctly. Well, let's see. Can I get 600 units per? Between the two tugs. If I can, if I can do that, then we don't need to send up a resupply. I can just refuel the transfer stage here at the station, and that will mean less resupply missions in the future. That means we could just launch 2 darts off the thing and do 2 lunar missions back to back. The only thing would be darts going up and darts coming back down. Are you going to be building and launching another stack? It's the medley for a reason, drummer. Okay, so let's go in here like this. Top that off. Maybe we can pull some from Sigma. Alright. We might be able to scavenge enough fuel here. Can we cross feed? We can. Alright. Okay, give me a second. We might be able to pull enough fuel. How much fuel does Sigma have? 100. No, it's not enough. Damn. That's not enough. It's close, but it's not enough. Alright. The only way that we're gonna have to... The only way that we can get this done correctly is if I... We'll load up Transfer Stage 9 completely. We'll use that for the mission. And then whatever fuel we have, we'll load into this transfer stage when it comes back. And if we have fuel left over, we have fuel left over. We might have enough. But it still looks like we're going to need to launch again. The other solution would be that I could just, if I send up another transfer stage right now, well, then we definitely have the fuel. And... I'm trying different solutions to remove struts from my Starship robotics, and I found that I can create node attachments with same vessel docking ports. It should be okay, Prey. I'm not 100% sure what you're describing, but yeah, it should be okay. I mean, I don't see why same vessel... You can create node attachments with the same vessel docking ports. Yeah, I don't think that would be okay. I mean, that seems fine. Okay. Yeah, another thing that I need to do here is transmit the science out. I'm thinking, guys. Give me a moment. So, Brimo extended the deadline until Monday, and now Brimo's usually not allowed to extend the deadline until Monday. Don't get me wrong. But it was her birthday yesterday, so she made me stop streaming to go celebrate her birthday. Well, that's not the entire story. She played the birthday card, and it was a ruse to get me to take a break. So, Primo used executive order, mission mode executive order 154, and now my deadline's on Monday night instead of tonight. So, I'm trying to think, would it be better to stage all of the missions, stage all the lunar missions right now? Yeah, I know, Hazanku, right? Would it be better to stage all the missions right now and get all the fuel that we need to do Luna 6, Luna 7, and Luna 8? That might be a good idea. And then on Monday, I just do a dart launch. We just, actually, I mean, we could get the darts up here. Well, actually, I only have one open port. Darts can only dock to these things with the FLA5 adapter. They can only dock to that. And that. So I only have one. I only have room for one more dart. And then the station crew is up there. MacB, we don't, really. And I don't want to bog myself down with launches for other station modules. That's not a good idea. Nice, T-Man. you have room stage at all. Less pad changeovers. Okay. How much fuel do we realistically need up here for one of these? Okay, we have a lot of, I mean, we do have a lot of surplus, which is good. Man, if I left the DSUS here instead of trying to get greedy, I'd have enough. But then again, the DSUS is up at the moon right now. But then again, it's not in the same orbit as the lander. Okay, so let's do the math out. How many more? The next launch, if I was just doing in order, would be Luna 6. So that's a DART launch. And then we have another transfer stage resupply after Luna 6 comes back. Transfer stage, so a transfer vehicle resupply and a lander resupply. So we got DART launch, Luna 7 Flight 1, Luna 7 Flight 2, Luna 7 Flight 3, right? And then we have Luna 7 Flight 3 is another DART launch. That's 4 launches. And then Luna 8, we have a resupply vehicle, or a transfer vehicle, lander resupply, and then another a DART launch. But if we can stockpile fuel, I can take away 2 of the resupply missions, and maybe even 2 more of the resupply missions. So that leaves us for 3 DART launches. So if I get another resupply up here, that could put us at an equilibrium to have enough. How many transfer stages do we need? Good. We would need, so for the 3 missions left, I would need 3 if we're just launching. 3 here and then 3 for the lander, so that's 6, and then the 3 DART launches that I have left to do. But we can start like taking stuff away. Alright, so while we're thinking about that, I'm going to undock transfer stage 9, and we're actually going to reuse this thing. We're going to plug it into the back of that. Can you reposition the DSUS and still have enough? It has like 400 units of fuel left or something, Sawyer. I'd have to go look. If I can get it up there with the lander in the same inclined orbit, that means that an incoming ship could theoretically get to it. The transfer vehicle could get to it. But even then, the transfer vehicle can't... Well, believe it or not, Anime Fan, this crew is the crew that's designated to go next out to the moon. But I don't want to leave the station unmanned. Well, that's moving around. Let me go look at the moon. So the DSUS is right there. The lander's in that inclined orbit, so I could get at the higher inclinations. So we could open up our opportunities for more landing sites. We need to go right there. That's Luna 6's targeted area. If I could get the DSUS here, we could... Okay. We might be able to stage... We might be able to have no lunar landing resupplies. We might be okay. I might not have to do that again. Okay, we got to capture. Yeah, we could do it. Okay, so 9 is reattached. And that thing has a full tank of gas. We're really, that's really good. Does 9 have enough monopropellant? It has enough monopropellant because I have full tanks of monopropellant up here. So that some of that could be resupplying the lander. All right, now. Now, how are we gonna... We need to evaluate everything. So, how much liquid fuel do we have here total? Okay, so let's just say our rule of thumb here for 2 successful Luna missions out there. So that would be no more resupply. So Luna 6 can go right now once we get the crew up here, right? And then Luna 7 can go as well. What would be our minimum rule of thumb? 810. So how much fuel do we have? We have 1,300. We're 300 short. Good to know. Even if I took all of Sigma's fuel. So we're 400 short because it's 22.8 and there's 4 tanks. Times that by 4, right? So let's just round up. So we're 400 short, which makes perfect sense because, yeah, we're 400 short. All right, good to know. So this will need to be resupplied after the mission. Now, let's go out to the moon and let's switch over to the deep space upper stage, right? Looks like you could get 3 full transfer stages with 1 more launch. The second stage, it should have more fuel to top everything. Yep. How much do we have here? 433 is what we have on the deep space upper stage. Okay, so how much is it going to cost to do an inclination change here? $229. All right, let me just see what it would take to dial in a maneuver here. $208. We have 1,900, so that wouldn't use much fuel. 0 mono on the deep space upper stage, though. The lander has monopropellant on board. I'm not worried. And I could dock with 6.5 if if we're really balanced out. Okay, so that has 400. So let's just say we use 133, and that's an overestimation, trying to get to Luna 5, okay? So, or the lunar lander, right? So, with the lander, let's see how much fuel this has. How much fuel? So, let's just say we can move 300 units of fuel out to this thing. What would that affect? How would that affect us out here? So, first of all, first and foremost, we have the capacity to be able to hold that. So, we could do it. How much mono does this thing have? Transfer stage 11 has monopropellant. What about the lander? Lander has 40 monopropellant. Cool. So TS-11 can't dock. It cannot dock to the DSUS. We don't have the right port here. Only the lander could dock to it. Alright, because we can't dock here, Yeah, that's the only port that can dock. Ooh. I'm going to have to get it here, and I'm going to have to stop, and then we'll have to remote control this thing. Remote control the lander. Drain the fuel out of this thing, and then we'll have to remote control the lander a couple of times. So the lunar lander has to be used to be able to transfer the fuel. We can stockpile the fuel in 11 here. Now, it's important to note that transfer stage 11 has enough to resupply. This thing has 500 units of liquid fuel on it when it's fully fueled. All right? We have 405 plus 72 plus 80. We have enough to land this thing twice. Now, if we add another 300 units of fuel into that mix, what is it going to do? Right? If we add 300... So... That's not enough to do all the rest of the lands, but it's close. And we got to keep in mind that we might have some spare fuel left over here. Getting the DSUS here. All right, let's do it. Okay. That removes 3 of our launches here. So the Luna 6 resupply, Luna 7 lander resupply, and Lunar 8 lander resupply. So now we could potentially get 8, depending on our landings. If I can get enough fuel stockpiled out here... Yeah, if I can get enough fuel stockpiled out here, we could... Yeah, this could work. And I could actually hit the damn deadline. Yeah, it does make it easier. Oh no. The lunar lander might not be able to dock to this thing because the stupid magnetometer is in the way. Well, actually, I suppose if the batteries... Yeah, okay, I think we're alright. If the batteries are there, it should be fine. No, we won't, King, as long as I'm careful. Should you do the delta V calculations to see how close you are? What do you mean? I'm just using liquid fuel quantity, Novus. Liquid fuel quantity should be fine. Like, the lander takes 500 units of fuel, and we already know that our lander estimations are way overestimated. The lander has 1,700 meters a second delta V with a full cargo load and Kerbals on board with their spacesuits. That's more than enough to land and come back, right? And even change your inclination on the way down. Those aggregate amounts of fuel should add up over time, but fuel numbers should be good to base it off of at this point. We should be fine. And by should be, I mean, yeah, this should work. I don't think we necessarily need to do delta V out here. Do you? Yes, it is, Dr. Death, yeah. Okay. Let's see. 209. Let's see how much fuel we use. We're at 358. Okay, we used about 40. Yeah, Builder. I should be able to get it. Yeah, knows, man. Well, I mean, we're way past doing, like, normal mission prep at this point, dude. I'm flying by the seat of my pants. I'm trying to scrounge what we have to hit that deadline. Rocket engines can't do what I just did. They would blow up. They would not have a good time.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, explosive announcement. I've changed my airport track, both in layout and in-car selection. The LG RH8 is still enabled in case someone needs a free car. Oh, okay. Nope. Our orbital period is really different right now, so I just hope we're not resonant with the stupid thing. Meaning that we'll never meet at the perigee. It seems very resonant. Okay. All right. If I lower the PE a lot here, I should be able to get it. Okay, so that's another 24 meters a second. We started with 358. We have 300. Can our next side mission be to put a car in LKO? No. I did that in 2013. I actually launched a pickup truck to the moon because I like pickup trucks. Long time ago. Okay, let's give it a little pulse here. Oh, our parasynthion was lower. That's why we never got near the stupid thing. Okay, ready? Okay, now we just got to do slight adjustment here. Once again, I estimated about 300. Still doesn't give us enough, but if we can tap off the fuel from the other missions. How do they do regulations in space? Look up the 1967 International Space Treaty. That's the groundwork for how we conduct space. It's kind of like international waters. Nobody really particularly owns it, but there's a code of conduct that you should abide by. What are you ducking with? Yes. What am I ducking with? A turkey. Yes, obviously. Oh, that was a mistake. Boy, do I suck. My finger, when I hit X, I fat fingered it again, dude. What is it with me in that lately? I've been fat fingering everything. Like, I go to hit one key and I end up hitting like 3. I'm just like... Kerbal keyboard mashing, am I right? I don't know where that put me in terms of a rendezvous, but it's probably not close. You're almost out of RCS again. Well, this is all leftover equipment, Jim. That's why. Okay, it's time warp to it. Bigger engine wide. This was an experimental module, Pixel, for a contract. Luckily, this thing has a little bit of an improved gyroscope over the regular DSUSs. What's the goal here? Dumping fuel? I'm trying to stockpile as much fuel as I can to see how many more resupply missions I need. So the DSUS has a bunch of extra fuel and it's out here. I'm going to try to see if I can use it to resupply the lander as best as I can. Alright, firing the engine. One more. That. Man, these gyros, the gyro that I put on this thing is really saving me. Now, you really wouldn't ever fire a rocket engine at a lunar lander. Probably not a good idea. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to dump fuel out of the lander. Well, not dump it, but... Okay, now I'm going to have the lander powered on remotely, and we're going to have it dock. I think SpaceX will build a Mars-optimized Starship. I mean, maybe. I don't know what Mars optimized means. Starship should just be able to... Starship should just be able, like, the theoretically, like, the interior is all you need to change. I think, Lunprod, I think you're talking about, like, an MADV or something. So, like, one that's just designed to operate in Mars, like, in Mars's sphere of influence. I mean, maybe eventually. I don't think they have... The deep space variant of Starship is... I don't know. I don't know what that's going to look like. What I do know is that SpaceX is going to learn a lot about sending spacecraft into deep space with the HLS contract, so I'd imagine that one that's designed to go out to Mars might have some elements from the lunar lander. From Lunar Starship. Okay. Nice. We plugged into the DSUS. Perfect. Okay, so how much fuel does this thing have left on it? All right. We'll leave that on the DSUS for now. Dang orbital physics. We're on the far side of the moon. Yeah, you know, I could really do with reconnecting like now. Thank you. That was a disaster. Nope. You know what? Yeah, just use all the monopropellant, EJ. That's fine. You know, should you have checked if you were going to do rendezvous and docking operations? You know? Right when got to the far side? Yeah, just hemorrhage off another 20 units. We don't need that, right? It's not like we use it for rendezvousing or anything. Are you doing a crewed landing tonight? I'm still trying to figure that one out, Ryan. So, yeah, stay tuned. I used 20 monoprop for about 200 units of fuel. Okay, we got a soft capture. So now, how much fuel do we have? 72. All right. Hey, so the lander has... Lander has about 500 units of fuel, right? We need about 500 per landing. How much do we have here? So 405 plus 275 is 680.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We have 750. 200 more units of fuel. It's not enough. Scrounging what I have isn't enough. It's close, but it's not enough. Hopefully with some resupply missions and stuff we can, yeah. We can at least get Well, the thing is fully fueled right now, so we can get 2 landings out of this, but I'm not sure if we have 3. We have enough for 3, and 3 is the magic number. Okay. So, we've eliminated a resupply mission to the moon. Possibly 2. Okay. So, at the very least, we need 1 lunar resupply mission, and then 1 transfer vehicle resupply. I wonder if we threw another transfer station gets back out here. We should. Yeah, we should. When is the next crew rotation, by the way? Yeah, they got a little bit of time. Year 4 day 20. All right. That's about as good as this will get. It's about as good as we're going to get there. So I almost have enough for 3. We're very close. We're close to having enough for three landings. So that's potentially 3 there. Now let's go back over here to the station. Alright. I'm just gonna have a stupid paint diagram here. So, if we were doing no resupply missions, we need lunar lander resupply. So, Luna 6, Luna 7, Luna 8, transfer vehicle resupply. 6, 7, and 8. And then DART. So the 3 DART launches we can't replace with anything, so those stay, right? Now, going out to the moon there, we had the potential to... We definitely axed 1, alright? So we don't need that. We definitely axed 1. Because the lunar lander's full. And then it can refuel with what's left in transfer stage 11 out there. And then we might have enough for 3. So let's leave that one there, okay? Can you please build the Kuznetsov in Minecraft? The aircraft carrier? Don? Maybe some other time. Why don't you use Microsoft Whiteboard? Because if I used Microsoft Whiteboard Builder, people would ask me why I don't use Paint. If I used GIMP, people would ask me why I don't use Microsoft Whiteboard or Paint. You see what I mean? It's who cares? It works. You know what you're looking at. It's irrelevant. Yeah, Roblox. I've had people give me crap over using Paint over Paint.net. Like, wow, is this what you think about? Is this what's important to you? You know, like, this is fine. How does... Paint's easy. It takes 2 seconds to open up, and you know exactly, like, what would... I don't understand the advantage here. So, transfer vehicle resupplies. What do we need? So we've definitely axed one, for sure. Okay? Yeah, we've definitely axed one. So, there's that. Now, with one more resupply mission, right now, if I modify the second stage on Freedom 10 to work a little bit better, I could send up another transfer vehicle and then potentially have enough to axe that as well. And that would leave us three lunar missions for Monday. Oh boy. You have pretty decent mouse riding. And if I play it safe with the descents, we might be able to axe that. So another transfer vehicle. Another one of these guys right here with another upper stage would be enough. That would be enough. Oh, okay, Bearlicious. Yeah, King, I'm kind of saving that as a last resort, but I can. Yeah, Builder, I know. I use what I have at my disposal, you know? Oh, there is one other thing I have to check. Alright, well, this is fresh on my mind. I'm going to switch to the Min-Miz mission real quick. So, King, taking that into account, that would mean 2 dart missions if I send the lunar crew. And here's our freaking Min-Miz lander. I can't believe this thing still works. Please get reacquisition of signal here. That would really suck if you didn't. Please. Please. Yes, yes, okay. Alright. We captured. Good. Transmission signal should go out here. Of course it's gonna go out at Paramin. Why wouldn't it? I give up. Yep, nope, that's for another day. Yeah, that's why I had the relay, guys. Check this out. 8 seconds of absolute awesomeness. What's this? That's awesome. It's crazy how sped up Dish, like, if you speed up a model rocket, or if you speed up a regular rocket launch, how much it looks like a model rocket. So this is what Dish linked up here. Take a look. Like, it's funny how it looks like a model rocket. Well, not that part, but... like... That's cool. Real cool. Alright, anyway. Did I X out of paint? Yeah, okay. So... So, at the very least, I have one more lunar resupply. Or no, one more transfer stage resupply. So another Freedom 10 launch, like exactly what I have. And it's 9 o'clock now. Yeah, I got you, Nessa, man. Nice, Cyborg. What do you think, dudes? You think I should put the Luna 6 crew up there right now? Would a drop tank? No, I don't like drop tanks. I don't have enough time to do the whole lunar mission right now. We could get close. So if I launch Dart right now, that would give us one more transfer vehicle resupply and then 2 Dart launches for Monday. Freedom 10 launch on Monday shouldn't be that hard. So that move, and guys, I can't, unless some crazy space news comes out on Monday, I'm not doing it. We can't do it. I don't have time. One space news can wait because we got Starship on Tuesday anyway. But racing tonight, I don't like saying I'm gonna be there and not showing up. So. Yeah, I know, Natsman, right? All right. Man, it's gonna be tough squeezing all this in. It's gonna be real tough. Do you need all 3? I thought it was only 4 out of 5. I mean, Empty, that really comes down to chat. That comes down to you guys. I mean it doesn't. The deadline is midnight Monday night into Tuesday morning. Like, I don't want to. Like, here, hold on. Let me check the mission mode rules. Let me see what I wrote. Where's the deadlines? Deadlines on the intermittent case basis per program. If a deadline is exceeded, it will trigger a chat vote to continue or not. If a program extension is approved, a minus 20 rep loss will be incurred. If a program is chosen not to be continued, it will be abandoned and a new program will be chosen. All Kerbals on order in said program will return to Kerbin. Canceled programs will incur a 50 rep penalty. Completed programs on time will give a plus 10 rep penalty. So basically the vote would be to extend it or not. You don't get to vote to see if I completed it or not. That doesn't work. That's not how that happens. Oh, yeah, you voted on 5 reliable missions. That's fair. I agree, drummer. Oh, Phil, don't worry about it. I don't care. Nah, empty. I'm pretty sure it was 5 out of 5. I think we talked about that, but then we decided not to. Are you doing GTA tonight? Yes. I don't care, Django. Long time no see, dude. How are you? Haven't seen you in forever. It was 5 out of 5, Vanguard. Alright, guys, so here's the plan. We need to get Dart. We gotta send Voyager back up into space. So, here's how we're gonna do this. I'm gonna send Voyager back up. Then we'll get them to the station, and any leftover time, I'll start the Luna 6 mission. If I can... Yeah, if we can. This is a repair mission, and we need batteries. I'm pretty sure I have batteries already up at the station, but just in case we don't... Haven't had a lot of time to watch Twitch recently. New relationships found occurring, looking at getting an apartment. You do you, man. It's all good. No, good. That's what you should be doing. That rover up there needs batteries. Or I could put a fuel cell on there. Hey, Koala, what's going on? So I know that rover had seats on it, and I know it had a fuel tank on it. So the one that I have to repair. Nice. I can fit the fuel cell. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. That'll do, pig. That'll do. That fuel cell in there should be good enough. Do I have anything else that we could throw into DART that we could load into it? And that's the, nope, that's the wrong DART. Yeah, we should probably load it in the one we're actually going to launch into space, huh? There. Okay. So a fuel cell should be good enough. Let me go look at that rover just to be 100% sure. I'm going to go peep the rover that we need to repair. Just to make sure that a fuel cell would be good, because that's what I need to send up. That's where these guys are going. They're going to the far side. Night Iron. Recovered boosters, we just keep them outside for now, Mad Cobra, but I chose to not opt for reusability right now, just in order to expedite missions to get them done faster. I don't think I've watched since Breaking Ground. Yeah, the way I play the game is a little different nowadays, but yeah, cool. What's that, Forge? Interesting. So what does this thing need? Is that full of fuel? It is. So a fuel cell would give me the EC that I'm looking for. Okay. Also, small bomb. Spiffy, I'm not going to mess with the wheels this time. I'll just take it slow. It's the same craft file echo, but it's on the other side of the moon. Reuse the fuel cells that were stripped off of the last rover. Okay, I'll keep a spare fuel cell on DART just in case. That's a good idea. Hey, B0, did you see what Matt Did you see that Matt Lone gave you a shout out in his YouTube video today with Mooner Starship? Really? Why? What did I do? What did I do? Let's go see. Yeah, like 11:30 in the video.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another Kerbal Space Program video.
Like 11:30. All right, let's see what we got.
I haven't tried doing this any other way though. Like, I know there is a method in which you can do a rocket like this where you have a first stage that lands itself and get the upper stage to orbit and it's all stock and you save both. I know there is a way of doing that by having a very, very steep ascent profile. And I think EGSA, you know, the Twitch streamer KSP guy, I think he does this quite routinely, but I've never actually tried that, and I've not tried it with this, so maybe that's a little challenge to the community. If you want to download this craft file, it should be in the description. See if you can get this to orbit whilst saving both the Super Heavy and the upper stage and flying it normally. I haven't been
Discovery,
able to.
go at throttle up.
Iron, what the frick, dude? Was that 100? Dude,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I think you got that wrong, dude. I think you were supposed to give those to EG. No, it's... know what he meant. It's fine. That's cool. Alright, Iron. Good night. Why did you do that? Well, Rocketology did raid, and I saw it, but it got, the raid got really lost. The raiding party? Are you still here?
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery.
Rocket, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? What were you playing? Like, Iron, why? Why would you do this, man? Why would you do that? That's a lot of cash. Okay, alright, Iron, I need you, Iron Sparks, I need you to say this in chat, alright? Please, this is for my sanity. I already wind myself freaking tighter than a suspension cable on a bridge right now. Just, can you just tell me that you this is like beer money for you? Like, you're not gonna put yourself in the poorhouse by tipping 100 subs to the stream? Can we... Gemini lunar orbit concept. I like that concept. The Centaur with the Gemini, that's a good idea. Because you inspired me to be better than myself for 5 years. Okay. Please tell me you're not gonna put yourself in the poorhouse by tipping that many subs. I need you to tell me. And you better not be lying to me. Don't lie to me, boy. Don't lie to me, boy. Nah, bruh. Alright, cool. Alright. Hokey. Thank you very much. You as well. You tell me. I'll find out. I know people. I have people skills. Kyron, let's get a bit train going. Guys, no, don't do this. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, please. Please, not right now. I need to launch. I need to launch things. I gotta launch. You went with the Titan 3 concept version.
Discovery,
right on,
throttle
Rocket.
up.
That's cool. In JNSQ, as per usual, and Jack regifted a sub to Iron Spark. Okay. Zero gifted 20 subs, and there's... Yep, okay. Yep. Thank you, I guess. Nuclear, did you see what happened? Were you here for the docking stream last night? Were you here for Crew 2 docking? You see, chat? Chat got up into the 4 figures with tips last night. Easily. Like.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
$1,000 guys. $1,000, man. They want you to make your goal. They're not doing a very good job now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Brandon Vents. Thank you. There's so much. You're breaking my alerter. The alerter doesn't know what to do. Holy crap, dude. Gonna have to start finding a charity to support. If you don't want them, I'll take your subs. Wait a minute, you smelly butthole. I didn't say that. Tape with 5 more, and Shardy's had bits as well.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Is that how we defeat raids now? Is tipping subs the new Paneltron? Like, that seems like a dick things to do.
Discovery,
I'm gonna raid this guy,
like...
like... Clearly it was planned. TNT gifted 5 more subs. Matt had 100 bits. Shardy's had 300 in there. Like, hey.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
It seems like a jerk thing to do. Rocket raided and everyone's like, no. Screw your raid. Now I feel bad.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
TNT with... God, man. The alerter doesn't even know. Alright. Zero's like, I'm helping. You being here, Zero, helps me, man. Come on. The raid got bombed from orbit. Yeah, we rods from the gods Rocketology's raid. Like, and I feel really bad about it now. I feel really bad. Can somebody please go, like, give Rocketology some subs too, please? Because now I feel like a jerk. It's like, hey, we raided. No. Chat, I'm about to end this man's whole career. I'm doing my part. Green Dragon, 24-month resub. You guys, go follow my buddy Rocketology. He's a fantastic streamer, and frankly deserves more viewers. Probably more than me, to be pretty honest at this point. But either way, Rocket, thank you for the raid, and chat, thank you for the support. I really do appreciate it. And without trying to sound too cliche.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Without trying to sound too cliche, I do appreciate it. I work hard. I try to work for it. And so, because of this sudden outpouring of happiness here, here's what I'll probably end up doing, guys. I'm probably going to, nobody tip for a second. Just chill for a moment. What I'm probably going to do is on Monday, because even if we get another dart launch done tonight, that's 2 dart launches and a couple of resupply missions on Monday. So yeah, we're gonna have to marathon stream on Monday. That's the only solution here. Ian, I said wait a second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No Sunday stream, King. No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Post-launch euphoria, probably. Sneaky, you know how much it just cost to go down to Florida, your whole trip? Yeah, chat tipped so much cash last night I could do it 4 or 5 times. So, like, post-launch euphoria. If that's post-launch euphoria, can we launch another Dragon, like, tomorrow, please? King, that's the only way. I mean, you guys clearly, you know, I always say vote with your wallet, support the content you want to see, so people clearly like mission mode. It's pretty obvious, so guess what? You're going to get a marathon of it on Monday. So about that camper van with the Starlink dish. Oh, would you look at that? More bits. Would you look at that? I know, George. Isn't it crazy, dude? Dude, sometimes when I'm talking and I look over at chat, I just kind of stare at it and I'm just like, wow, it did that. All right. Don't kill yourself for us. No, Geeson, I'll be fine. Whoa, if you don't want any of that, I'll take that too. Well, no, I'm going to... I can't say this part. I can't say this part. Hold on. Hold on. Let me read your tip message. If you can't beat him, join him. Nice. Nice. Here. Hang on. That's man. No. That's man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
KSC. Sorry. That's been yeah. Rocketology as a level 3 hype train. Really? Yes! Go chat! That's awesome! Yes, that makes that so much better. I saw a rocket with people on it and there was a space jellyfish! Sneaky, whenever we're racing or whenever you're here, you just have to say that every once in a while now. I saw a space jellyfish! They did helicopter on Mars, bye! Here, I'll show you. NASA, give me 1 second. I'll show you the exact vehicle that I would love to mess with. Here, like we'll plan something with all this chat money. I have something in mind here. Stop reading me like a book. Spread the love. No, yeah, go spread the love. Rocketology. My man deserves it. Give me 1 moment. Hang on 1 second. Notice me, War Mongrel with the 13-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, that. Level 5 for Rocketology? As always, you're a true gentleman. I support content creators that are like-minded. Rocket, obviously. No, we didn't, War Mongrel. I was going to do it today, but I needed to get the rocket launches in. Okay. Nasman, that's what I'm working on right now. Okay. Yeah, no, that's totally possible. Yeah, duh. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Geeson. Good luck in your GTA races. I know you need it. Shut up. Oh, really, War Mongrel? P18 confirmed. Shut up. I'm gonna win the championship tonight. I'm gonna win it. I'm gonna win it tonight just to spite you. I've decided right now. Yeah. What do you think about that one? What do you think about that one, NASA Man? Is that what I'm talking about? You think I'm out of my mind? If I can make that work, dude. How out of place does this look? Epic? All right, cool. Do you think these guys will like it? How out of place does that look? Let me see, Rocket. All right, I got to get back into playing KSP. But yeah, that's one of the projects that I'm working on right now. Let's take a look, dude. I like the picture, first of all. Yes, you're out of your mind, but I love it. Okay, cool. Looks fine to me. It doesn't look as out of place as it might seem, huh? Do it. You won't? Alright, you sure about that? I am. It doesn't look entirely out of place, but also... But also... It's a great picture. Yeah, it looks a little weird. It's definitely a little bit weird. Definitely a little out of place, but not as out of place as one might think. It's a little out of place, but like I said, it's not... It's not as out of place as one might think. At least, you know... At least you're still obeying the, you know, physics to an extent. We'll likely do both of the Gemini lander concepts. Right on, man. You know, just while we're looking at pictures of space capsules. All right, guys, I got to get back to okay. I'll save the 3 DART launches for Monday. I don't have a problem with that. But we got to do one more launch tonight. Нет, не bediem. No, we're not. What for? We have our own ships. Roscosmos is negotiating the delivery of astronauts to the ISS using Crew Dragon spacecraft. Why would you show that? For the lulz. Where's your funding coming from? You make grand speeches and promises, but little to show for it. Nauka is a national embarrassment. Who the frick are you? Who's Space Shuttle Almanac? Do we know this person? Calm down. So much for Oriol at the ISS. What is happening here? Like what is this about? No, that's the same thing. Hold on. Did it not transfer over? There we go. New manned ship Oriol with a crew can fly in 2025 not to the International Space Station but to a Russian station. Head of Roscosmos Dmitry Rogozin said on Friday. No, I know Almanac knows his stuff, but I guess. Trey, I'm wondering if I know this person. Like, national embarrassment. I wouldn't go that far. Like, especially when talking to that guy. That guy got in at Roscosmos in 2018. Like, what happened with Nauka before that is not his. He can't be blamed for that. Rose Russia making such a huge stink now. I'm not sure, dude. I've written about involved in the Soviet-Russian program since 1975. I consider myself an expert. No, I know Almanac knows his stuff. It's just, I respect you in the program. This Russian... Oh... Yep. I'm pulling the ripcord there. Yep. I'm pulling a ripcord on that one. Ejecting right out of this thread. Yep. 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 Nope. Don't want that. Nope. Yep. No. Abort. Yep. Nope. Pulling a ripcord. Yep. Don't want nothing to do with that. I'm an expert. Do what I say on Twitter. Almanac says after that, dude, you must be damn sure of yourself, dude. Like, how long have you been studying the Soviets Russians? Me, 45 years. I speak and read Russian. Stick to things you know about. Absurd reactions are very much a... Oh. Dude, called the frick out, man. No, all right, yeah, that's enough. Yep, you're right. All right, back to Kerbal. I swear, I closed the tab. Ooh. You know what my mind defaults to after that? Like, did I miss something? Like, okay, so Almanac says, and once again, I'm not trying to second guess Almanac. I know that guy. I don't know if he watched the stream. I'm wondering if I know that person. But what exactly has Dmitry Rogozin promised that's not possible? Like, he says, like, oh, you make grand promises. Like, like, that's not a rhetorical question. I'm genuinely wondering. I haven't seen him make any weird promises, like, oh, we're gonna go to the moon in 2024. If he said that, I'd be like, yeah, you're full of crap. The hell you are. Now he's fighting you on Twitter. No, shot, don't. Thank you so much, truly. Yeah, Rocket, you deserve it. Probably more than me at this point, like I said. Almanac. Hey, don't go pitchforking people because I was... Don't go pitchforking people. Almanac knows his stuff. I'm just wondering what he knows that I don't. Like... Is it not Almanac can't handle criticism, so... I mean, that's fine, Thomas, but that's not what I'm asking. I'd actually like to talk with this guy. Like, what do you... What he knows that Dmitry doesn't. I don't know. Yeah, Drummer, that's EJ's rules for Twitter. Twitter is a zoo. It's fine to visit and eat popcorn, but don't become an exhibit. True that. And there goes the deadline, Kappa. Yeah, I know, right? Here. He promised to launch a Russian station by 2025. That's the most recent news. Lig, what's so unobtainable about that? Honest question. Like, what... you know, Almanac said he has grand promises. Like, what has he? Did I miss? Like, okay, when I see someone that I respect, and I know Almanac, like, I was wondering if he actually like watched the stream or something, because I'd be curious to ask. Did I miss something? Like, is there really any grand promise? Like, the Russians launching their own station isn't as far-fetched of an idea as one might think. They have the resources to do that. Why wouldn't they? It's just low Earth orbit. Like, just once again, I'm not trying to piss in anybody's cornflakes here. I'm just genuinely wondering. Yeah, yeah, exactly like it. My pick, yes. NEM was supposed to go to the ISS in 2024 anyway. Now they're just saying 2025 instead. The concern is the uncertainty whether or not the Russian government will actually fund what Rogozin is proposing. Almanac seems to think that Rogozin's gamble on Russian funding won't work out. Huh. I'm gonna talk and work. So what? Pray. Okay, so first and foremost, this might be just a visceral thing, like a visceral reaction, right? But what would you do? Like, what would you do if you were in Dimitri's position? Would you take a gamble on more funding, or would you bend over and take it from Elon Musk? Like, and it's not just him. Kinez is doing the same thing. Japan has the same problem. Heck, SpaceX is even eating into China's business at this point. Like, it's not Rogozin who is proposing. It's the wide man who made the decision. How long did it take to get Mir up? Mir was launched in 1986, and the station was assembled by 1990. But that's the Soviet economy, Joseph. That's not That's not the Russian economy. You have to get federal support in Russia. Their program dies without it, albeit slowly. That's what I'm saying, Prey. So what? Oh, how dare you want your program to do better? That doesn't sound right to me. I must be missing the point. I'm missing something here. There's a piece of information that I'm not taking into consideration. Like, even taking into account Rule 8 stuff, like, I don't know. Hey, it is what it be. I mean, I follow the Russian space program pretty closely myself. I don't think, if they were proposing to go to the moon, to beat, like, the Artemis program to the moon, I'd be like, yeah, no. But that's not what he's proposing. They're proposing having their own station. Like, these are already modules that were going to go to the ISS anyway, but they just said, hey, we'll just put them in we'll put it in its own orbit. I mean, and even if that came from even if that came from Wideman, like, that's not doable. That's totally doable. That's 3 or 4 modules for the new station with an Angara rocket, which works. Like, that's what I'm getting at. Like, how, like, I don't understand. Yeah, he's Wideman. Like, actually, you know what? I'm going to dock the fuel truck to the other side here so we can see if we can move the pad back into position. I mean, Prey, I know how the Russian space program works. I know how their funding works. I have guys that are translating it to me on a daily basis, how the whole system works. I mean, I get it. How many launches is this? This would be the second one of the day, 3rd attempt, Illness. Yeah, they've said they would do that before, Drummer. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not well-versed enough in Rule 8 stuff to really figure out what's going on. Short comment from Dimitri. What is he saying? Rogozin explained the creation of a national station. General Directors explained the creation of the station by the fact that the domestic space industry gained confidence and ambitions. In an interview with reporters, Rogozin noted that in the 1990s, Russian space industry was completely dependent on foreign partners for funding. Interesting. Interesting. Is Angara's production capability able to support their new programs? Demo, if you asked me that question in 2014, I would say no. But they literally retooled a factory that's the size of like Renton in Washington. Like it's an old airplane factory. They retooled it for Angara production, man. Like the whole damn thing, and it's producing a lot of rockets. That's interesting. You should make a fuel mining area instead of spawning trucks with fuel tanks. Keep the trucks with the tanks out. Yeah, at KSC, I just spawn the fuel, Jackal, but if I wanted to launch from another launch site, I would have to do that way. I would need a fuel farm, and I would have to truck the fuel. Absolutely. I know, it's just, that's interesting. That's interesting to me. Like, is there, I mean, Prey, you say that, you know, oh, they're short on cash, and they are to an extent, but why not do it at KSC to save money? Because it takes a lot of time, Wookie, and time saves money. I just like putting the fuel trucks out and fueling the pad and going. Wait, problem. If you may, I wouldn't use a rail system, Jackal, out there. We would have some type. I would have a different system. Interesting. Anyway, just a weird. I mean, that's bizarre, man. I want to see if Dimitri says anything. Alright, let's get back to work, though. We need to get... I'll save the 3 dart launches for Monday. We're gonna... Oh, man. 3 lunar missions. It's gonna be... That's gonna be crazy. Gotta love the Twitter fire. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, Wookie, I understand that. Yeah, that takes time, though. But if I want another launch site, say I have this launch pad here, and I want another rocket. If it's not NKSC proper, you have to bust the fuel to it. So if it was in the desert, or if it was at the island runway, anywhere else, you'd have to bust the fuel there. Deadline got moved to Monday, Phil. Yeah, the reason why it got moved to Monday is Brimo went Bremosha on me. Brimo Osha. She made me stop the stream yesterday. I was going to complete these missions that I'm doing today yesterday, and Brimo said, stop. She invoked her Executive Order 154 because yesterday was her birthday. So I went and spent some time with her and then slept. Yeah, so usually I wouldn't have an executive order invoked like that, but it's Brimo, and you can't argue with Brimo. That's a bad idea. Let's not do that. Okay, I'll take the extra day. Thank you very much. So deadline's on Monday now. I will say this though. That's not a regular thing. We're never using Executive Order 154 ever again. Why would we ever need another pad? 2 different types of rockets, Wookie. Until next year. Yeah, right. Execute Order 66. Ironic. We're on track for a Monday deadline. If I get a resupply... If I get another transfer stage up to the station right now, yeah, we should be good. Yeah, we should be alright. Ironic. Let me fuel up the pad, and then let me check something. Because I might be able to... I might be able to do it with this last transfer mission. Doesn't the current pad already serve multiple vehicles? Yeah. All right, Wookie, what are you getting at? What do you want me to do? You want me to refuel the pad? Where are we going with this conversation? Just genuine curiosity. What are you getting at? I'm not sure where we're going. I'm not sure where this conversation is going. Help me out, man. Like, what do you want me to do? You want me to refuel the pads? And I gave you a perfectly good reason why not to refuel the pads. And now you're like, well, you should refuel the pads. I don't want to. I don't need to. I explicitly put in the rules that I wouldn't need to refuel a pad here. The only reason I would do it is if I had multiple pads. I might need multiple pads down the road if we have rockets that are 1,000 parts. You know, say we have a big rocket and a small rocket, you know, like having a Saturn V and a Saturn 1B. It might not be beneficial to have both of those launch pads within render range of each other, you know? I'm just wondering why we're waiting on the refinery stuff, present mission notwithstanding, if we finally got it unlocked. Because I don't need it. Now, on another planet, then yeah, we would have to have a fuel truck that goes back and forth, sure. Or just build the refining equipment right into the pad or landing site. That's probably what I would end up doing. Order 66 pastrami on rye. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got you. But yeah, I would want multiple pads if, like, say we had a shuttle pad in the future. Say I have a shuttle pad and a Saturn V pad. Now, there's two ways we could go about doing that. We could have a mobile launcher, and I could just have, like, a place to put a shuttle together and then roll it to the launch pad, and a place to put the Saturn V together and roll that to the launch. I kind of want to do that now. I should stop thinking about this. And then having the pad be able to refuel, that would be useful. Could you please recap the checklist steps thus far? What? Wait. I'm just refueling the pad, drummer. It's literally just back the truck up and dock it and then transfer fuel. You can finally utilize the giant rover wheels. We could. Okay, pad is fueled. Do we see asteroids yet? I don't have a Sentinel telescope up there just yet. No. All right. Hang on. Somebody asked me a question. Mac, what's up? Somebody ask a question? Hey, Jay. Okay, new to the stream. What's the reason having to fuel the pad? Doesn't the rocket start with fuel? Well, Maca, per my mission mode rules, I have to build the pad out for every launch vehicle. And if I have to build the launch vehicle and build the pad out for every launch vehicle, it's easier to move the stages around with nothing in them, with no fuel, and then fuel them up when they're on the pad. Most rockets do that. The other thing is that if I want to reuse a rocket, and say I land a rocket back down over here, I can drag it right back to the pad and use it again. It's a challenge. It's a challenge mode. In the confines of like run-of-the-mill Kerbal gameplay, yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But like a guy like me, I've been playing Kerbal since 2012. Like, just putting a vehicle out on the pad and hitting the go button doesn't really do anything for me. I've been doing that for years. So I decided to make some rules that make the game a little bit more difficult. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, I play with a pretty hard rule set applied. Got it. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, no problem. Maka, mission mode will be my undoing. It is. I made the rules really, really tough. I made the rules really tough. Like really, really tough. But, it is what it is. Just wait until we're building pads for stuff like this. What's the significance of 154? It's a, engineering meme. $154, 154, 152, 153.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Somebody gifted RS Bear a sub. That was a tier 1 sub. Damn, dude. Nice. You gotta stop doing this stuff, Isbic. I'm trying to freaking get this stuff done here. Man. Yeah, Proto 4 is the version that we're running right now. So the problem we had was giving this enough RCS to plop that up at the station, and then using the excess fuel here. Now we don't necessarily need another transfer stage up there, guys. So what's stopping me? How much mass is one of the transfer stages? It's 10 tons, give or take. So let's just... Oh, yeah, it's 12.2. What's that? 18. Right? That's 18 tons. Our TWR is going to be screwed on the second stage. And the first stage, for that matter, with 18 over 12. So, let's dump that. What about 9? 9 is much more in line with 12. Excuse me. Bless. Thank. We could eliminate some complexity here if I just put a 9 counterweight right there. Interesting one, Prod. Bless you. Spasiba. Be healthy. Thank. So what was the deal with the SRBs? That's another rocket concept, Wartang. Alright, so if I did this, right, and we just added this fuel tank, right? Now we need the RCS, right? We need better reaction control systems here. That, keep in mind, like that would have like that much fuel left. So, oh, well, shoot, that's not that bad. Give me, where's the tanker concept, or where's the small PLF? I already have this vehicle engineered. Right there, tanker PLF. Did you see the Clown Fiesta that happened today? That's what we say when people sneeze? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, everybody ran out of batteries. So we have thrusters right there on the back. And then we have thrusters up there at the front. Literally the same thrusters. And they're, give or take, equidistant. This should be, yeah, we could do this. I could fly this. Sure. Alright. Alright, so let me go... So instead of sending up an entire transfer stage, like engine and all the avionics and everything, I'm going to send up this. I'm going to turn the second stage with payload here of 9 tons and a front docking adapter. I'm going to send this up to the station, just like this, right? And then I'll just be able to transfer all the fuel completely out of the rocket, right? And we could transfer it into waiting, the two, transfer 9 and transfer 12 that I have up there. We could transfer it in and then just reuse the transfer stages. This will knock out all station resupplies. All of them. And that should give me enough to refuel. Yeah, I have extra monoprop right there. See it? Yeah. Yeah. This should work. Use any rocket similar to the RS-25? No, but I will, Ismic, eventually. I think I have the shuttle engines unlocked. But I think that's only for a test. See, it says experimental. I'd love to use that for something. Alright. Anyway, back to what I was doing. I lost it. Well, okay, yeah. No, I have to attach this together. Okay. So let me go into the thick PLF here. Dump that. And straight up, give me one of these. Set it to orange to make it look nice. Grandparents strut it. "45 degrees out." Just like that. I think EJ's had a long day. No, I'm just trying to get all my missions assembled, dude. Okay, there it is. Make sure same vessel collision is off. Grandparents strut that. We have solar panels. It has an antenna. We have our regular payload fairing. We can save some cash. We don't need that, but I will keep the antenna. And the batteries can stay there. We have our solar panels. Good. extra mono propellant. Yeah, Wookie, I have it. See the extra mono? Okay, that's what we'll launch. This will work. Save that. Move this over here. Go here like this. And then this should make it so we don't ever... We can just keep using the transfer stages. We can use transfer stage 9 and transfer stage 12. Save that. Put it over there so I can put it out at the pad. Now go over here. Let's number the stage correctly. What was the last stage that I used? I mean, we have to get one more launch in tonight. 237? Okay. Okay. Okay, booster 30. Is this launching today? Yes. Alright, let's go. Why do they paint it orange? Buzzard, rockets are painted orange because that's the color of the spray-on foam insulation. They basically put an insulator around the outside of the tank to keep the propellants cold inside. Rockets generally that have this type of foam insulation attached to them are rockets that use hydrogen. The reason why you need to use that insulation with hydrogen is because hydrogen is very, very cold when it's a liquid. Here, check this out. See, look, liquid hydrogen, melting point, minus 434 Fahrenheit or 259. See what I'm talking about? To exist as a liquid, hydrogen must be cooled below its critical point of 33 Kelvin. 33. However, to be in a fully liquid state at atmospheric pressure, H2 needs to be cooled to minus 252 centigrade or minus 423 Fahrenheit. Yeah, you need an insulator. You need to keep it cold. It's a freezer for the booster. No problem, dude. Let me know what you want on the checklist. The checklist is more for final launch procedures, Drummer. Honestly, in this regard, dude, when you're putting the booster together, it's literally just make sure the booster is straight. The checklist would be for more launch operations, dude. Yes, Mike. Precisely. I think I might get the Breaking Ground DLC tonight. Breaking Ground is with the robotics. That's amazing. Yeah, it's the best expansion for KSP ever. It totally changed the game. I wouldn't be able to do what well, I could probably get away with it, but the crane would end up looking like not like it does. I figured out vertical integration without robotics like maybe a month before robotics came out. All right. Okay, we're go for booster release. Can I give you a quick explanation on how that would work? Builder, and I swear this isn't because I don't have time. No, I can't give you a quick explanation. It's a little bit complicated, man. The simplest explanation I can think of would probably take like a half hour. If you want to ask me like after I'm done launching, then sure. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, dude. I seriously don't think that I could explain that in like 5 minutes. It involves a long tube. It involves a long tube, a Stay-Putnik probe, and 50 air brakes. It was wobbling like crazy, guys, because I did it fast. No, Kyron, racing starts in 51 minutes. Racing starts at 11. Bagel, I don't think I had many problems from the Stay-Putnik air brake system. I don't think I did. I think... at least I don't remember. Midnight for the deadline, but the deadline moved to Monday. I got overruled by Brimo. Okay, 89.9 was the reading on the stage. We're good. Getting some mileage on that excuse. I mean, I didn't make it. I'm just explaining what happened, remember? Oops. Scraped the side a little bit. It's fine. Okay. Recover that. Was the one where you had the two Stay-Putniks moving through the tubes? Yeah. Yeah, I had basically rows of air brakes that would do this, and then the rows of air brakes would clip into a cylinder, and then there would be a Stay-Putnik in it, and the air brakes would just, you push it up, and you push it up, and you push it up, and you could lift stuff up. Yeah, I mean, Builder... Okay. Come on. I can show you a picture, and that's about it. In the time that I need to explain this. So see the mate demate device for the shuttle? I use this to move the entire shuttle. I could pick the whole shuttle up. My shuttle, Collins, was 40 tons in game. See the air brakes? There's a Stay-Putnik in there, and the Stay-Putnik has a strut attached to it, and that strut is attached to that I-beam right there. Okay? So I could you just push the Stay-Putnik up in the tube. This is a lift without any robotics. In fact, guys, this might not be, for some instances, it might be beneficial to go back to doing something like this. And the straight up reason for that is because that doesn't drift. It doesn't drift. It's 100% reusable. You can reuse it 1,000 times. It would never go wrong. Yeah, so honestly, vertical integration, I was going to figure out. I already had built a mate demate device. I could pick up 40 tons of shuttle and lift it up in the air. How does it cope with a fizz load? It's fine, because it's using physics. It's Kraken tech. We could simplify this thing down and use some robotics with it and make the robotics able to be replaceable or reusable or whatever, and it would work just fine. Pretty cool, huh? That was in a different mission mode, yes. Was that your design, or was it kind of a trend? That design is based off of the Air Force's mobile launch, not mobile launcher, demate device. That was the mobile launcher's structure that they used in Palmdale to where the shuttles were made to be able to put them on the back of the 747. It was based off of that. And in terms of like, if you're talking about the Kerbal meta, no, I figured that one out myself. Hey, Boo. What happened to that mission mode? I got bored of it. So Ryan, I played that mission mode save until May of 2019. And chat got bored of me working on launch pads and shuttles the whole time. They got bored of the shuttle program. I had spent the first 6 months of 2019 getting that shuttle operational, the one you saw me launch yesterday. Yeah, I spent a great deal of time doing that. And
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And 6 months in, chat was like, one day chat was like, hey, try career mode. Maybe you'll like it. Try career mode. So I started a career mode playthrough, and I played career mode basically through the latter half of 2019. Into 2020. So basically from like May of 2019 to I think like April of 2020, I have a career mode save. We had fun with it. It was a good time. Kickning, 8-month resub. And then I went back to that mission mode save in May of 2020 to try and rebuild Falcon 9's launch pad for DM2. And then I launched that mission in mission mode. And then I just played I just messed around and did a bunch of miscellaneous things throughout the summer of 2020. In Kerbal, we just did a bunch of different things. Like, you know, building different vehicles, you know, messing with different planes. And then I went on a huge airplane kick and I made blended wing bodies in KSP. And I used that to set up ground tracking stations for the career mode save. And then that was the last thing I did. I kind of got sick of career mode. Like, not sick of it. I really wanted to get back to building launch pads. Because launch pads are fun, but launch pads are fun as long as you don't get bogged down in building them all the time. So, it was right around there where I started trying to come up with ways to do mission mode. Basically what would become mission mode 2. This game style, this gameplay style. I wanted a way to build pads, but I didn't want to sit there and build pads for 6 months at a time. So my solution was to start small. Start a new career mode save where you have to build a pad for every single rocket and slowly work your way up. Don't try to build a space shuttle launch pad right off the bat, which is what I was doing. This way is actually quicker progression, I think. So what Mission Mode 2 is, so the Mission Mode 2 gameplay, it's actually like my 4th or 5th Mission Mode total. Mission Mode 2 rules takes the best aspects from career mode, and the best aspects from my mission mode, and the best aspects from my R&D save, the engineering mode save, where you do all this kind of crazy engineering. It takes the best aspects from 3 different saves I have and combines them into one. And look, the numbers don't lie. People like it. They don't mind if the numbers don't lie. It's very clear that you guys don't care if I engineer a pad as long as it does something. It's literally a culmination of all years of playing Kerbal, years of what makes Kerbal tick, and years of Twitch streaming Kerbal, I guess. Alright, I'm finally caught up after missing the last 3 VODs. That Brimo playing Executive Order 154 was hilarious. They spelled disaster for you. I heard it, Ivo, but I don't recall what that's from. I've heard that saying before. You think you could have boots on the ground on Minmus for episode 150? I could send... We could go to Minmus right now. Communication issues would be a problem. Yeah, Shady, they started rolling out... Yeah, that's right. In 2019, they started rolling out crazy updates to KSP. They put robotics in, and they had all these different patches, and they kept changing things. And the docking port hierarchy really made me kind of get sick of mission mode, because I would have had to re-engineer the pad that just took me 6 months to fix. So I didn't even bother. It would have been better. It was better to start fresh. So I switched to career mode for a little while, and then promptly got really sick of just putting a rocket out on the pad and hitting the go button. That's too easy. It wasn't... I was enjoying it, but I wasn't... I always wanted to do this in KSP. Mission mode. This is how I've always wanted to play this game. You know, put the rockets together. Figure it out. Put them together. Figure out... Change the way you play the game. Figure out ways to play the game that nobody else is doing. Modeling UV and texturing is so much fun, /S. It takes time, but it's a useful skill. Okay, we're pointed straight up. Yeah, so, I mean, so Shady, it's funny because what I tried to do, I tried to come up with like pseudo mission mode rules for career mode. You know, like building tracking stations on the ground, which is met, but that makes way more sense with mission mode rules here, you know? Alright, we can recover this. I think the addition of robotics did wonders for your pad building ability. The first run at pads were constantly trying to use landing gears and super scuffed stuff. Yeah, that's true, Pruffles, for sure. I could probably build one nowadays with no robotics. It's doable, but it would be difficult. It's doable. Like I said, yeah, it would. Like if I built this without robotics, you know, how many robotic parts do we have on this? 10. Couple of hinges, couple of telescoping cylinders, 2 telescoping cylinders going this way. If I wanted to do that with Kraken Tech, it would probably be like 150 more parts, easily 150 more parts. How long have Verbal and Gledless worked ground support crew? Will they ever unionize? Since the beginning of the program, Just Space. No, they don't. They're not going to unionize. I pay them well. I pay them quite well, actually, and I look out for them and look out for their operational safety because they've been alive for almost 4 years in game. I've launched almost 100 rockets with them controlling the ground crews, dude. We're good. Like they love their jobs. They get all the snacks. Yeah, I just pay them in snacks. Everybody else has to get launched into space. I might send them up just so I can get them stars so they can repair wheels. Also, don't they work like 2 days a week? Yep. Welcome to being part of a pad crew, man. It's like that in real life, guys. You think that ULA just, all those folks that they use to like put an Atlas V together, you think they just sit at their desk and do nothing when there's no Atlas Vs to launch? No. Like, it's like being a fireman, you know? At least that's what, I'm pretty sure that's how they do it. I could have sworn I recalled somebody saying that, like, you're not there all the time. When Pathfinder crashed, would that have been the first Kerbals you lost? In this saves, yeah. Kebabs, I don't lose kebabs, I eat them. I know it's the autocorrect. Yeah, that would have been the first ones. No, when Kerbals pass, they turn them into mystery goo. What do you think mystery goo is? Mystery goo is people. No, how I like to think about it is that when a Kerbal passes, they download their brain into a probe core, a Staputnik. Yeah, element. Mm-hmm. Right. Herbal and Glebless love what they do. They're my pad ninjas. Hey, Flykin. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Adios suggests whether minds stay put. Yeah, I mean, would you pick a fight with Glebless? She can push a 230-ton gantry crane. I don't need to pick a fight with somebody like that. Can you imagine, Nuclear? If she kicked you, she'd rip you in half. It would be like Chuck Norris. It'd be like a Chuck Norris kick. She can literally. She could probably squat a freaking space shuttle. You want to get headbutted by a person that can move this with their forehead? No, I'm good. Just kick you right into orbit. A kick from her would be like getting kicked by the Kraken himself. A Kerbal needs to be a Super Smash character. That is all. Discuss. And if a Kerbal was a Smash character, they would have no offensive attacks. All they would do, all the attacks would just be the Kerbal like trying to do science and end up like the science ends up blowing up. Or like one of the attacks would be the Kerbal taking out a golf club and trying to hit a golf ball and it just hits somebody instead of the golf ball. Yeah, it'd be awesome. And then like the special attack would be like SRBs start flying all over the place and crash into the ground. For rocket launch. Yeah, it would be awesome. Yep. Can we call like Shigeru Miyamoto and just be like, yo, we should do this? And then one of the Smash levels would be on the launch pad. Yeah, that would be amazing. Their final Smash attack is summoning the Kraken. This game's winner is Jeb. Bill has played golf on the moon. They were the first ones to go out there. $89.6 drummer is outside of nominal. Okay, check for alignment on the avionics package. 89.9, we're good. I know, generic. Who's EG? I don't know who that is. Dish, it should be a thing. I'm surprised nobody's thought of it. This game's winner is Jeb. Moving the crane out of the way. Freedom 10 just looks so weird. It looks just weird without anything on it. I'm so used to seeing it with the stupid wing on it. That was a great Dreb impression. I speak Kerbal. Sebsky, I've been hanging around Kerbals for a really long time. I've been hanging around them for a long time. When you hang around Kerbals as much as I've hung around them, you start picking up. You start picking up the language. Okay. That wing wasn't stupid. Yeah. Crane's hung up. What are we stuck on? Here, let me push from the other side. Oof. That's a point. What is the reuse method? I don't know. Why are you asking me? Guys, I stopped doing reuse for the time being because it was pursue reuse and it was try to pursue reuse and not meet the deadline, or go expendable for the time being and meet the deadline. Hey, Toa. What's going on? What mission is this? Technically, this is Luna 7 Flight 1. Technically. Yeah, 2020, it's all but impossible. But you know what I think I'm going to do next week? So if I hit the deadline, that's awesome. If I don't hit the deadline, I'll keep going until we do. But, I gotta sneeze. What I think I'm going to do is, if I do complete the deadline, we're not going to vote on a new mission just yet. I'm going to spend next week upgrading things and changing things around, and maybe even doing a little bit of R&D. Just because there's been some things that I've noticed from launching all these rockets that I want to check. Turbo sounds good? Thanks, man. Alright. So we're going here. This is Luna 7 Flight 1, technically. That technically would be Tanker 02. We're going to Liberty Station. This mass is slightly less than the actual tankers, so it's 9.5. This will be the second launch. 93rd total. Vehicle serial number is T02. I didn't put the numbers on it, but that's the name. The first stage is 30, and this one is 38. Booster will be expended. Okay, let's coordinate a T0 time here. Make sure we're near the station. Oh, nice. We are in phase with the station. So, T0 time here will be year 3, day 348. And we will be, we're at 5:01. Let's go 5:10 right off the bat. So, 8 minutes, 34 seconds from now. New T0 time is coordinated. We are in a planned 2-minute hold as we go through the rocket here and make sure that everything is A-okay. So, no crossfeed there. Enable crossfeed. We're locked out there. Same vehicle collision is good. Check for alignment. 89.6 is the nominal. Okay, 89.7. All right. Yeah, 55. Mm-hmm. So 2020, when dude, I want to see the feasibility. Seriously, I'm gonna probably design a pad over here, and I'm gonna hop some boosters, and then I want to see if we can land on that thing. Let me do a hierarchy check. I didn't do that. Hierarchy check is confirmed. Good. Okay. Vehicle alignment is good. Hierarchy is good. Let's go for staging. Okay. Could you walk through the checklists? Drummer, yeah, just... Bro, I got 20 minutes. Can we... let's do this another time, dude. Let's do this another time. I just need to get this thing up into space, okay? So, I'm going to go through this quick. Same vessel collision, same vessel collision. We are... Okay, let's go there. Same vessel collision, that's right. Same vessel collision, good. Enabling crossfeed. Opening up second stage fill and drain valves, good. Okay, going down here. Going down to the bottom tank. Same vessel collision is good. Launch table SVI is good. Opening up main fuel tank. There we go. Main fill and drain valves are good. Okay. We're go for first stage fueling. Roger, go for prop load. T-minus 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Once again, we're going to plan 2-minute hold. 2-minute hold will be released at T-minus, well, 2 minutes. Yeah, chat went a little bananas with gifted subs this afternoon again, and they did it this morning too. I don't know what you guys think I deserve, but it's clearly more than my expectations. I do appreciate it, though, I'll tell you. Nice, Tetron. That's cool. $2020, yeah. I think if the circumstances are right, I could do it. Yeah. It would take a lot of time. Well, see, it wouldn't take a lot of time. It would be a lot of stuff to test. I can prototype pretty fast. Like, I'm not too incredibly worried about that. Same payload? No, this is a slightly different variant, Pixel. This is a tanker variant of Freedom 10. With this tanker variant, what I'm going to do, you know, like, I had trouble trying to get that stage near the station and everything. This tanker variant should overcome some of those problems, and then this should give me all the fuel that I need to do the 3 missions. And then on Monday I'm going to get here early, and I'm going to do a marathon stream from the sub trains that you guys freaking decided to do. I'm going to do a big marathon stream on Monday, and we're going to complete this deadline on time. 3 dart launches, 3 launches to the moon. Like, it's going to start early. Could you check last and give me your thoughts? You get... okay. This is the same thing that you showed me the other day. The texture looks fine. Application, dude. What is it? What are you trying to get it to look like? Whatever you're trying to get it to look like, look at what you're trying to get it to look like and see if it looks like it. You can take some creative liberties with 3D modeling because it's 3D modeling and it's supposed to look right and not be right, but no, Shaw. I'm going to be here early in the morning. Okay, first stage is fully fueled. We're at T-minus 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Yeah, I'll do a we'll do a lunar mission in the morning, lunar mission in the middle of the afternoon, and then a lunar mission during regular hours. So there's going to be an early hours, or early hours, and then regular hours. And barring some crazy, ridiculous space news coming out, I'm going to skip space news. Hey, Andy, all the hours. That's right, man. Totally random question. If I remember correctly, the shuttle had a launch window for the ISS due to having a lot of performance, unlike vehicles today. Around how much of a window did they generally have? The window wasn't wide, but it was wider. It was wider. Jake, the window also takes into account recovery areas and stuff, and the shuttle has cross-range capabilities, so it's not just about launching, it's about landing too. Just like it is with Dragon, but yeah, I mean, that honestly depends on what the shuttle was taking up there, though, as well. Okay, vehicle is fully fueled. We're going to go... Yeah, it wasn't that much wider. It was 10 minutes, yeah, because the shuttle is a freaking chonker of a launch vehicle. Thanks, Sawyer. I blanked on what the actual number was. It's not much more than Dragon. But, yeah, God damn it, I missed that thing. The thing was just so damn special. But now's not the time to talk about that. It actually ate into some of it on SDS-135, but it's still well within the window. Yep. Okay, station is overhead. I'm actually going to move the launch window up to 509. Because we are up on the timeline. So we're sitting at T-minus 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Stand by for the auto sequencer to start. Give it go for auto sequencer start. Onboard computers have primary control of all vehicle critical functions. All right. Gonna begin thermal chill down on the engines here. The rocket's wobbling a little bit, and I'm not sure what's doing that. I'll chalk it up to the payload. I'm pretty sure, because that's the only thing that's different here on this rocket, except for the flags. So I'll just enable SAS right when we launch. Okay. Disable crossfeed. First stage is fully topped and pressed for flight. Reading a full tank of gas. Opening that up. We're going to go down here and we're going to make sure that we've disabled the crossfeed. Crossfeed is disabled. Good. Crossfeed closeout is complete. T-minus 55 seconds and counting. Alright. Stand by for the wiggles. Wiggle test is confirmed. We're good. TVC checkout is complete at this time. Range Operations Coordinator, report range status. Rock, reporting, status check. Go Freedom 10. Go Luna 7, resupply 1, and hopefully the last of the Luna missions to complete our deadline on time. You're cleared to proceed with terminal count. T-minus 23 seconds and counting. Ground pyrotechnic systems have been armed at this time. T-minus 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition and a liftoff. Liftoff, Freedom 10D. Carrying the tanker resupply variant, providing logistic support for the lunar missions to the lunar surface and beyond. We got a roll program, vehicles pitching down range. All systems looking good. Vehicles throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. We're into the throttle bucket here at T plus 30. All systems looking good. Dynamic pressures at 4.2 kilopascals and increasing. Vehicles. Speed is 120 meters a second. We have max Q, 10.2 kilopascals. Throttling back up, coming out of the throttle bucket here. Vehicle is now transonic. Next step in the flight is main engine cutoff. Stand by, press for main engine cutoff. We have upper stage ignition confirmed. Nominal first stage performance. Miko at 943, thank you. That's pretty good, Shaw. That's actually real good. Next step in the flight here is payload fairing separation. VLF jettison confirmed. Yeah, everything's looking good here. Hey, Gumpy, what's going on? Okay, still looking good here. I can aim it wherever as long as I have something to target, Shaw. First stage is on its way down, expecting a loss of signal here. Crossing 2 kilometers a second. First stage is 50 kilometers in altitude, traveling at 970 meters a second. Stand by for second stage engine cutoff. We have SECO confirmed. Nominal orbital insertion. Thanks, Murado. Nice. That actually gave us some time to get back to the stage. 100 by 99, nominal orbital insertion. That was really good, Sneaky. All right. Well, let's see what this thing does. We had just enough time. I mean, it's going to splash. I have no way of controlling this thing. But it might slow itself down. Either that or we're going to hit the water going Mach 2. Yeah, that Mach 2 thing. Yeah, remember that? Yeah, that part's gonna happen. Alright. 685. That's cool. See, by not having the engines and everything for the transfer stage, but having the fuel and everything, we, you know, instead of putting a transfer stage up, I have the tanker variant here, which is basically just fuel. It's not the antennas. It's not all those superfluous components. That takes a couple tons of it, and that gives me the actual a good amount of time, because our second stage TWR is improved because our payload mass is lower, so that I can actually switch to that first stage if I need to with 9 tons. That's actually good to know. Do a belly flop just like Elon. So we are 99 km. We'll do 100 first. 100 km by 99. Let me see demo. I think she's turning out as well. So yeah, that's great, man. You proud of yourself? You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. All right, how much fuel do we have left here? Did I just match the station's orbit exactly? How does that even happen? Okay. Okay, stand by for solar panel deploy. That's on the splash. Thanks, X. How are you, man? Everything good? Been better, to be honest. Oh man, that sucks, dude. Just keep your head up, you know. You know how it be. Just keep your freaking head up and deal with that crap. Just that's how it is, man. Just trying to chill this weekend. I got you, man. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's a pain in the butt. Okay. Yeah, Mason, I heard that. So this is the tanker variant of Freedom 10, where instead of having like another stage up here, this whole thing is just a tanker. Okay. Guys, if you're here for GTA, jump in. We're gonna jump into the race league, the GTA Racing League here. Okay. See, I gotta get this thing really, really dialed in. We can... Yeah, there we go. 200-meter intercept is good. That's perfect. Spinny doos. Saving the engine, we really shouldn't need it from here. Nice. Nice. Warp here. How much fuel does this thing have? Dude, it has 1,200 units of fuel on board. Yo, what up, station? Coming in at the on the perfect side too. Jeez. Space jellyfish! Night, Sneaky. Man, I didn't think I was gonna get this close. Stand by for final dock. Are you guys ready for dock? One thing that I'm just gonna check right here before we do this is I'm gonna enable the crossfeed here, right? right? And then I just want to see how much Delta V this thing has. 3,500. Okay. The solar panels fit. Yes. Who wants to duck? Do you want the duck? Okay, stand by for final dock. Stand by for soft capture. Soft capture confirmed. Okay. Make sure that engine is saved. It is. Okay. That was money. Alright, let's start dumping fuel out and see what we have. Is this a permanent fuel tank for the station? No. No, it's... I mean, well, that could be, I suppose. This could be a fuel receptacle. I could undock the stage. That's totally... Actually, that's not a bad idea. Have you seen the videos on the McDonald's ice cream machine conspiracy that seem to be real? Basically, they make the machine as complicated to use so the franchises have to pay over $1,000 for repairs. Or, you know, the thermodynamics involved with freezing cream and milk, you know, require a lot of energy, so the thing needs to be more complicated. Is there a conspiracy against air conditioners too? They break all the time. You have to keep it cold. It's a refrigerator. Like, I don't... Guys, do you know how good you have to be at engineering to like master purposeful obsolescence like that? Like, I'm not saying that I mean, they might do it. They probably do it, but this game is so dang hard. I can't even properly get into orbit, let alone get to the moon. Sipe, what do you want to know? Where are you going wrong? So, Sipe, check this out, dude. First and foremost, see this book right here? KSP has the manual built into the game. Go in here and read this stuff. The manual is a lot of pictures, so you don't really need to necessarily worry about... you don't necessarily need to, like, worry about, you know, like this being overly complicated. Check it out, man. Planned obsolescence is absolutely a thing. No conspiracy about it. The video explains how software updates over the past many years have intentionally made the code worse. It's literally as bad as we make it seem. Is that for the ice cream? There's code running an ice cream machine. Okay, there's your first problem. That's solutionism at its best right there. I've had the game since it came out. I've been sitting with no playtime because I don't get it. Well, Snipe, the manual's built in, dude. Secondly, dude, part of what I do here is teach people how to do this stuff. Like, so if you have questions, man, ask away. Ask away. I got you, man. This is what I... Hold on a second, fellas. This is what I do. I mean, I got into orbit with a pre-built rocket one time, but using cheats. Oh, man. No, we can fix that. Do we need to refill monoprop? That should have plenty of monoprop on it. I have a full tank of monopropellant there. We can top some monopropellant back off on the station. And the repeating service fees make up 25% of the company that makes the machine's revenue, and McDonald's corporate just didn't seem to care because the cost is offset to franchises. I just refuse to believe that it's some grand old conspiracy. That's ridiculous. There's no way. And you guys can say, but EJ, the franchise fees. The franchise fees could make up for the fact that McDonald's doesn't want to put any money into fixing the fact that their servicing mechanism and their machines are garbage, so they use franchise fees to offset it. Sometimes it doesn't make sense going in and trying to fix this. Primo sees this at the tech company she works at all the time. They would make more money in the long run if they overhauled all the systems from the ground up, but that takes time and money, and some people just don't understand that. It's not some grand conspiracy. Don't attribute to malice what you could attribute to incompetence. I like my tinfoil hat nonsense just as much as the next guy, but like a McDonald's ice cream machine, out of everything that McDonald's does, no, we draw the line at the ice cream machine. Like not everything is some grand old conspiracy to screw the consumer over. Now, with cars, I believe you on that one. Oh yeah, no, the dealers don't want you working on the car. They can make more money if you bring it to the shop. Abso-freaking-lutely. Like I know that one for a fact. They intentionally complicate cars so you can't work on them. That's absolutely a thing. That isn't even a conspiracy. That's just proven. Yeah, well, Drummer has somebody that tinkers on them. Firm right to repair. I own the car. I bought it. It's mine. Now, a lessee car? Now, that's a different story. You don't own the car, so you shouldn't work on it. You know? I mean, to be honest with you, I think purposeful obsolescence is stupid. I would rather run a business and make a better product than everybody else and then go out of business later knowing that I gave it an ethical shot at making a good product. You know? I'm dead serious about that. I mean, because if that was the case, like, and you could say, oh yeah, sure, EJ. Well, I run this business doing that exact thing. I try to give you guys the best content I can at any particular time. I don't care if it's 4 in the morning. I don't care if it's 2 in the afternoon. And that seems to work. People want something that lasts. They want something that's quality. And I know people say, well, but what happens when nobody else wants to buy the thing? Make a thing that's better. Simple as that. And if you think I'm full of crap, well, I mean, Elon pretty much does that. The Model S is better than the Roadster. Model 3, freaking mass-produced, so the cost came down, but it's a quality piece of equipment. But if you keep doing what you're doing, we help create a demand for quality. I think Tesla's approach to electric cars, more people should do that. I was actually thinking about this the other day. You know, quality's not only quality, but it's consistent. Second part is really, really, really hard to find. In Belgium, that's what I mean. I honestly think, like, if somebody tried to get into a business, somebody tried to get into business nowadays, making pickup trucks, and the business was quite literally making the absolute simplest pickup truck you could ever devise. The simplest thing. It doesn't have to be powerful. It doesn't have to have some big wheels or something. I'm serious. Like, the most durable pickup truck that you could make as simple as possible within the regulations of producing an automobile nowadays, people would buy it. I'm dead serious about that. A lot of folks would buy it. I don't give a crap if you work on it. It's your car. You bought it. But if you need help, I'll help. Simple. You know? But that's, I mean, once again, that's just me. I don't know. Alright, how much extra fuel do we have up here now? It wouldn't pass emissions. Well, within the confines of regulations material. Hey, it might be electric. Who knows? Dude, I'm pretty sure you could sell an electric pickup truck right now. You could sell an electric pickup truck right now and people would buy it. You know why? Because it's not Tesla. Because the type of people that buy pickup trucks are not the type of people that buy Teslas. So they don't, even if Tesla released a pickup truck and it was good, those folks wouldn't want to get into that Tesla. Because they don't want a Tesla. Because they don't like the Tesla. Now, you could say I'm wrong, but you know I'm not. How many people out there crap on Teslas because they're an electric car? You can make an electric pickup truck right now, right? And don't get me wrong, I don't know how to do this. You can make an electric pickup truck right now and just bill it as not a Tesla and make it as simple as possible. People would eat it up. Perfect. All right. Rivian is a pretty cool electric truck. They're going to sell a lot of those things, Mason. Currently driving an F-150 and is also saving up to pay cash for a Model 3. I crap on Tesla because of their quality control. I guess. You're comparing it to other companies that have had decades of quality control, though, Papa Bear. Like, I don't know what you want. You should look at the rate of quality control at that point. Rate is what matters. So, like, how often they have a defect or a car with panel gap as opposed to a regular manufacturer. The rate is super important in that regard. I'm no expert on this, but are electric vehicles safer to work on? Electric vehicles are inherently more complicated. Yeah, there, I said it. You need a computer to run an electric car. I mean, you could make an electric car. I suppose you could make an analog electric car. That, I mean, it'd be a golf cart, but yeah, I suppose you could. FYI, your altitude has been climbing. Well, that's because we're in a slightly eccentric orbit, Tweets. See, the apoapsis and periapsis have a differential there. So that means we're slightly eccentric. So eccentricity is 0.00000004. So that means we're about as close to circular as we can be. But this will go up and it'll go back down and it'll go up and go, but it's not a big deal. Here, watch. If we time warp 2:50 into the future here, it'll go up. We'll hit AP. And now it'll start going down. Okay. You know what? I'm going to leave this exactly as it is. All right. So, on Monday, I'm going to be here early in the morning. We're going to do 3 lunar missions on Monday to hit the deadline. 3 lunar missions. So be here early on Monday if you want to see those. If not, just be here around the regular time. You'll catch one or two of them. So we're really gonna get crazy. I didn't really want to save 3 lunar missions till the very end, but I'm pretty dang sure that we have enough fuel in our entire like kind of pipeline from like the launch pad all the way to the moon. I'm pretty sure we have enough fuel to do 3 lunar missions. So that means we just need to do 3 DART launches, and then that's it. I have that Crew 2 video if you want to see it while GTA is loading. Sure. All right. With that being said, guys, I'm going to jump into GTA. I hope you enjoyed the launch medley today. We only ended up launching 2 rockets, but we did a lot of other things. We did a lot of other small stuff. Today was just going to be me putting rocket after rocket after rocket after rocket on the pad, but I figured out, you know, sitting there for a second and figuring out that we have enough fuel throughout our entire system here to not have to do much more refueling missions is actually, yeah, that's going to save us some time. We can narrow it down to, it might end up being 4 launches. Might. It's close, but we'll figure that out. That's correct, Shaw. 3 separate crew landings. So Voyager's going to go up, dock it to the station. Crew's going to go out to the moon, out to the lander, land on the far side of the moon, repair the rover, come back up, redock. They're going to come home, dart back down, right? And then literally taking Voyager, taking another crew, putting it right back on the pad. Boom. Do that again. Out to the moon again. Back. And do that 3 times. If I do that 3 times by midnight on Monday, we're in. So I'm going to be here all day. You guys have been very generous to me lately, and I really appreciate it. You guys have been really generous, and I appreciate it, so I'm going to pay it forward, and we're going to go from there. Here's your Crew 2 video. Let me see. Let me take a look.
Lift off.
Joe, the architecture is pretty fleshed out. If anything, getting those 3 DART launches working is going to, nice. That's awesome, dude. If anything, getting the 3 DART launches working is going to show that this architecture is foolproof. Freight train noise, man. That's what rocket. This is actually a good video, Sword. This is what rockets sound like. They sound like a freight train barreling down the tracks. There's people on that. Yeah, rocket, right? Very quiet, and all you hear are the waves from the Banana River, and then the trees, because everybody's being quiet because they want to hear it. Okay, stand by for Miko, 10 seconds. There's Miko. And upper stage ignition. Oh, this is a little bit later. You can see the first stage out there using the attitude control systems to steer itself up to the drone ship. Do you think the space race is why we have gotten so far in space? Inadvertently, Nuggets, yeah. There's the first stage right there. There's the second stage. So... Dude.
Hard to do.
I know where you are. Sorry, I know where this is. I mean, it's pretty obvious, but shh. Where's that landing burn? Oh, wait. No frigging way, dude. Oh, that's cool. There's the entry burn right there. Frick you, the entry burn. That's ridiculous, man. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool, man. Amazing. Alright, and on that note, we have a date with Destiny on Monday. But now it's time to race. So I'm going to flip over to GTA, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you're out for the night, I understand. GTA isn't for everybody. That's no problem. I will see you guys all on Monday, if you're leaving now. And have a good night. But if you're still here and you want to see some GTA shenanigans, I said I'd win that championship tonight, and I meant it. So, we're going to bring our A game tonight. We're going to bring the A game. It's racing. I said I would win the playlist. I've never won the playlist before. At some point, once we all know KSP 2 is coming for real, you need to do a modded KSP 1 or 2 stream. I think when KSP 2 comes out, Rocket, that's when I'll mod KSP 1. I know that makes no sense, but yeah, it's actually not a bad idea. What's really cool to me is that if we get a good space infrastructure going up there, orbital maneuvers with large engines will be more common, and these sites will be quite regular. Yeah, Laggard, imagine seeing a TLI burn. A TLI burn from the ground would look amazing. That would look awesome. Ha ha ha, wait, you're serious.
Power.
Yo.
Yo.
What up?
Yo. How's it going, EJ?
It's going, man. It's going.
All right, 50,000. It's time to get some blackjack.
You're about to hear Explosive losing all his money.mp3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Probably. Oh, 14.
Yeah, this dealer's all over the place.